Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Bailau. I'm the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 29 to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the media by video conference. The public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary to comply with public health guidelines and prevent the spread of COVID-19. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members to help with their devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance of the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, I need a motion now to confirm the minutes from our October 18 and our October 28, 2021 meetings. Moved by Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? That carries. Now let's proceed with the agenda review. Item PH 29.1, technical amendments to zoning bylaw. We have a staff report that contains recommendations. I can move that. All those in favor? That carries. Item 29.2, changing lanes, the City of Toronto's review of Laneway Suites Monitoring Program and Zoning Bylaw Amendments final report. We have speakers on the item. 29.3, recommended parking requirements for new development. We have speakers and a staff presentation. 29.4, Etobicoke Civic Center City-initiated zoning bylaw amendment application final report. We have staff report that contains recommendations. And since this item is only timed for 10:15, we'll hold it down until we can move it at that time. Implementing item 29.5, implementing tenants first, authority to enter into municipal capital facilities agreement for the single-family homes being transferred to the non-profit housing sector. There's a report with staff recommendations.
I'm going to hold that.
Councillor Fletcher, okay. Item 29.6, HousingTO 2020-2030 Action Plan 2021 Annual Progress Report. We have speakers and a staff presentation on this item. 29.7, Lawrence Heights Revitalization Phases 2 and 3 Interim Status and Budget Update. We have speakers on this item. 29.8, Neighbourhood Change and Intensification Bulletin. We have a staff presentation that will be for item 29.8 and 29.9. I had asked staff to do a small presentation on these two items together, so we'll hold it down. On the item 29.9, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, multiplex study interim report, we have speakers, and like I mentioned, we have the presentation. On item 29.10, our Plan Toronto Keele-St. Clair Local Area Study Draft Official Plan Amendment, I would like to hold that. Item 29.11, Ready Set Midtown Zoning Review Status Report. We have speakers on this item. 29.12, Downsview Secondary Plan Update, Authorization to enter into agreements for resourcing. The staff has a report with recommendations. I can move that. All those in favor? That carries. Item 29.13, East Harbour Transit-Oriented Communities Proposal Status Update.
I'll hold that, please.
Councillor Fletcher is holding that. 29.14, Committee of Adjustment Status Update. There's speakers on the item. 29.15, 2021 Toronto Heritage Grant Award. There's a report with staff recommendations. I feel like Councillor Perks is about to move that. Am I feeling that right? I thought so. So moved by Councillor Perks. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Item 29.16, 141 Bathurst Street and 579 Richmond Street West, notice of intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There's staff recommendations. We can move that. Councillor Nunziata is moving that. All those in favor? That carries. Item 29.17, 2365 Bayview Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Just give me 1 second here. Yeah. Councillors, I know that I have a motion in one of these items that staff had actually asked me to move. We're just trying to figure it out exactly which one it is. So I'm going to hold these items down, the 17 and the next one, 2918, 516 and 526 Yonge Street, notice intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. And last item is 29.19, review of mediation and settlement of planning process. We have speakers on this item. Okay, and that is our...
Sorry. Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher?
Chair, I just wondering if I could ask that the staff will call me about item 29.5, please.
Okay, if staff working on item 29.5 could reach out to Councillor Fletcher, that we appreciate it. And we have a very full agenda for today again. This is our last meeting of the year. And I want to thank the committee for all the great work that we've been doing this year. It's been busy, but I think it's been fulfilling to see all the reports and all the work coming through here. And I want to especially thank the teams that have been working on the planning, on the housing reports. We've had a lot of work coming through that, and so thank you to all of you for a great year of work. We have an exciting meeting coming ahead of us, and it's only possible through the work of many of our city staff. So thank you to all of you. We'll have an opportunity to discuss these reports individually and to talk about them, but I just wanted to start the meeting by really acknowledging the work of our staff and thank the committee members ahead of another great meeting. So 29.2, changing lanes, the City of Toronto's review of Laneway suites. We have speakers on the item, and we'll start with Katie Thomas. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. You may start. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. Good morning, committee members. I'm speaking to you as a member and past chair of the Seton Village Residents Association. I am opposed to the bylaw amendments as currently drafted. I have two main points. First, there needs to be an exemption for proximity and adjacency. And secondly, the reports do not sufficiently address irregular lane configurations. On the first point, I would like to see the bylaw amended to enable an exemption whereby laneway suites cannot be built where adjacency is closer than 5.0 or 7.5 meters to neighboring homes. Properties on laneways ending in T intersections, irregular and perpendicular lots, have adjacencies with the lane that make them worse off than the primary residents building the laneway suite. This is due to unusual lot configurations as well as narrow laneways. The narrowest allowed goes down to about 3 meters. The current and proposed bylaw mitigations for privacy and overlook only benefit the main property owner and their adjacent neighbors. It does not provide mitigation for those neighbors who live across the laneway. It is not equitable that neighbors in this situation would be less than 4 meters or less from a laneway suite, whereby the principal property owner is required to be 7.5 meters away. This does not provide limited impacts on adjacent properties. In a laneway house disruption study that was spearheaded by the Seton Village Committee for Sensible Laneway Housing, and it was submitted to City Planning as well as today's committee, they noted in Seton Village and Harbour Village, over 1,300 potential sites for laneway suites were identified. In about 3% of the cases, these suites could be constructed in close proximity to neighbors' homes, affecting 66 residences, not a small number. The current bylaw has taken a one-size-fits-all approach. It does not consider laneways, which are narrow and which have configurations other than a long lot. That is, where lots abut at the laneway, usually with a garage, and the main house is located at the other end of the lot at the street. Generally, laneway suites work well for these long lots. The principal residence is minimally affected by massing, construction noise, loss of privacy, noise of air conditioners, satellite dishes, windows, doors, balconies as they face into the laneway. But adjacent neighbors on irregular lanes would bear the brunt of these negative intrusions, to which, I would add, they would have no recourse with the current and proposed bylaw. My second point, the reports do not sufficiently address irregular lane configurations. Both the Gladkey and subsequent November 9th reports committee do not address unusual lane configurations so that there is mitigation for proximity, adjacency, overlook, and privacy for all neighbors. These issues were once at the fore with the City of Toronto. In a 2006 staff report, it was said that construction of houses on lanes can be considered only in special circumstances. There are no privacy, overlook, shadowing, and engineering servicing implications. Also, in a similar fashion, these bylaw amendments go against the spirit of the Toronto Official Plan, most recently updated in April 2021. It says, infill development on properties that vary from the local pattern will have heights, massing, and scale and setbacks that are respectful of nearby residential properties. Why has the city strayed from these visions with these draft bylaws? Are neighbors in these situations on irregular laneways just casualties of the process? The recommendations. This review recommends increasing the maximum permitted heights and distances to facilitate the construction of suites while maintaining a positive relationship to adjacent properties. I do not support these increases in heights and distances. There would be no positive relationship to adjacent properties. The recommendation is to increase the minimum setback to 1.5 meters at the second story. This does not address the concerns I've outlined above. There will still be impacts for neighbors living on an irregular lane and who live across from a laneway suite. In sum, I would like to see the bylaw amended to enable an exemption whereby laneway houses cannot be built where adjacency is closer than 5.0 or 7.5 meters to neighboring homes. I support laneway housing as long as it's equitable. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Kathy. Next, we have Celeste Salvagna. Good morning, Celeste.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Right, through you, Madam Chair. My name is Celeste Salvagna. I'm a senior planner at MHBC Planning. We have provided written comments to staff regarding city's review of laneway suites and wanted to take this opportunity to speak to some of our concerns before committee today on behalf of our clients, the owners of 9 and 15 Peyton Lane, who have 2 existing buildings on a laneway. We have reviewed the findings of the Laneway Suites Zoning Bylaw Amendment Review. While the report is quite comprehensive, one area of concern with the bylaw is that it has not been explored and continues to remain a challenge for applicants, is the conversion of existing structures on laneways into laneway suites. The current policy and zoning framework is designed to make it easy to construct new laneway suites, so as long as you follow the bylaw. However, should you wish to do something that framework does not contemplate, these scenarios often go through a lengthy minor variance and or TLAB process because there is no guidelines on how to treat these existing cases. An example is our clients who have 2 existing buildings at 9 and 15 Peyton Lane with frontages only on a laneway, one of which operates as a residential building today. Both have servicing connections and their own municipal address despite being on one property. Discussions regarding severing these properties to recognize them distinctly is faced with confusion and obstacles, as again, there is no guidance on how to carry forward these existing unique cases that depart from typical framework. We ask that staff look to modify the bylaw to provide a provision that recognizes legally existing structures or dwellings on a lane, regardless of the building type, the shape, the lot orientation, the built form, or the street frontage, and allow these legally existing structures or dwellings to be recognized and or used as laneway houses, subject to applicable variances. This would acknowledge the intent to promote laneway housing, even in existing structures on a lane. Such a provision would guide the internal review of applications and help limit refusals by the Committee of Adjustment and Appeals to TLAB. As such, we ask that City staff consider these changes. Thank you for your time to speak on this matter.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Next, we have Andy Coles. Andy, you will need to connect your microphone, if you can do that, so we can connect you on our end. Nope. Okay, we'll try to come back. Sue Dexter. Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, all. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Sue.
Perfect. I'm Sue Dexter, Harbour Village resident. Oh my God, I told her to hold her comment. Can you go to the next speaker? Can you hear my dog? I'm sorry.
We can, Sue. So you want me to go to the next speaker and then come back to you?
Yeah, it'd be great.
We'll do that.
I'll deal with her.
We'll do that. No problem. Harold Smith, good morning.
Yes, good.
Good morning, Harold. Thanks for joining us. You may start.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in North Toronto, north of Eglinton, between Avenue Road and Bathurst. There aren't any laneway suites in the neighborhood that I live in. And while I don't have an issue with converting existing laneway structures into laneway suites, I object to developing them on laneways with few or no existing laneway structures, like the streets north of Lawrence on both sides of Avenue Road. Where these existing laneway structures exist in the majority of laneway areas, I urge planning to keep them as low as possible, certainly much lower than the 6-meter threshold, and to increase proposed side yard setbacks for new or renovated ones, at least for new ones, to minimize the impact on adjacent neighbors. I empathize with people that live in these areas that are subject to new laneway structures. City and planning are championing laneway suites at the expense of neighbors' privacy and sunlight, mature tree loss, and diminished green space. With the advent of global extreme weather, increased forest fires and floods, climate change, Toronto is exposed to climate impacts. We know this. U of T physics professor Kent Moore stated in the Toronto Star article, quote, compared to Toronto winters of 40 years ago, there are now an extra 10 days when temperatures creep above zero. Toronto's annual rainfall is consistent with the view that as we warm the planet, we intensify the hydrological cycle or the rainfall cycle. Ontario's former Environment Commissioner Diane Sachs stated, quote, City Hall politics have led to gross underinvestment in green and stormwater infrastructure, such as permeable surfaces and parking lots, holding tanks, and landscaping that directs runoff towards trees and greenery built into hard cityscape, quote. Laneway housing imposes the following adverse environmental impacts. 1, 6-meter heights with reduced setbacks will increase shade in adjacent neighborhoods. Shade limits the variety of plants to the more shade-tolerant ones, which reduces biodiversity. Newer, larger building footprints decrease suitable space for trees, thus reducing Toronto's urban forests, which decreases biodiversity and natural cooling. The ensuing reduction in Toronto's urban canopy and biodiversity undermines Toronto's biodiversity and pollinator protection strategies. These expanded laneway houses will increase the amount of impermeable surfaces in Toronto's neighborhoods, which increase the stormwater load. Decreased green space reduces Toronto's resilience, making it more vulnerable to climate change. Other impacts: adjacent residents' enjoyment of backyard sunlight, relative quiet, and nature will be reduced. Reduced privacy of adjacent neighbors. Laneway home air conditioning equipment will disturb the peace and quiet in adjacent yards. We know how air conditioning equipment already can disturb people. There are certainly enough complaints about it to 311. And just as oversized homes replace perfectly habitable ones in Toronto's neighborhoods, thanks to Toronto's committees of adjustment approving about 95% of variance applications, garden suite FSI and building envelopes could be quite substantial. How does this represent good planning? I don't think it does. How much more sensible it would be building housing on existing impermeable surfaces, or building 5 to 6 story housing over retail and offices on main arteries like the Danforth. Another example of transforming impermeable surfaces to housing is massing metal and Ontario Association of Architects Lifetime Design Achievement Award winner Eb Seidler's scheme to build green space and housing over Allen Road near the Eglinton subway station.
I'm going to have to ask you to give us your final thought.
Yes, the air rights are free and would offset the podium cost. This strategy could be replicated on similar vehicular corridors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much, Harold. Let's try Andy Coles one more time. Has Andy connected his microphone? No? Okay. Sue, are you ready?
You betcha.
Okay, great.
She's gone elsewhere. I'm Sue Dexter, Harbour Village Residents Association. We're a tight Victorian subdivision constructed in the late 1880s between Bloor and College from Spadina to Bathurst. We are threaded with laneways except for a single residential block. Most of our houses are row, modest houses sitting on small lots. Our zoning permits all forms of housing. We negotiated and supported the existing framework for laneway houses. Others have and will address other objections to planning recommendations. Our opposition to the soft landscaping reductions is driven by the climate emergency. Last week, Harbour Village Residents Association unanimously adopted a resolution calling for us in our advocacy and actions to consider climate impacts first. Our Net Zero Committee is working to enable our committee to meet the city's GHG targets, a 65% reduction of 1990 carbon emissions by 2030. We'll be hard put to meet that. The climate emergency is born of hundreds of millions of individual and collective decisions. The solution to greenhouse gas pollution will be born of hundreds of millions of individual and collective decisions to stop harm. Yes, housing is a human need. A viable planet is a predominant human need. These should not be seen as rival imperatives. We can do both, but we cannot afford to diminish the capacity of the planet to move back from the brink by taking harmful decisions, especially ones that are not urgently necessary. Trees and vegetation are the only proven sinks for greenhouse gases. To reduce growth space from 85 to 58% for a walkway that is not a necessity does not address our climate emergency. Does anyone think the success of Laneway Housing Initiative turns on reducing the green space between the mother and daughter dwellings? Surely not. In the last 10 years, Harbour Village has lost 30% of our trees, 1,371 in total, most to construction and aging and stress. Our canopy cover is 21.9%, well short of the city's 40% target, to the point where city forestry has been directed to conduct a study for emergency remediation. The removal of any tree is not an isolated event. It increases infrastructure demands to deal with heat island and stormwater retention. It also creates more stress on the remaining trees in the neighborhood by adding to heat stress, pollution impacts, and water availability. For a tree, change itself is a stress. While city planning acknowledges the importance of climate impacts, its report advocates the reduction of space for rear yard trees, while promising to, quote, specifically work to mitigate impacts on the city's soft landscaping, water permeable areas, and tree canopy, close quote. You cannot deduct and mitigate at the same time. We are in deficit. What happened to increase, enhance, and promote? Here is our ask. Decision by decision, act by act, we must all be rigorous in our defense of the planet that sustains life, every one of us. We have requested access to a detailed review from City Forestry on impacts of laneway housing on the canopy, including loss of leaf area, reduction in hard surfaces, recapture of soft landscaping, failure to replace trees injured or lost in situ. The review should consider all trees, not just bylaw protected trees. We would also request a review of Committee of Adjustments history of approving reduction in rear yard soft landscaping. Climate impacts permeate all we do. It is the one file we can ill afford to get wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Andy Coles. Good morning, Andy.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, good. My name is Andy Choles. I'm a board member of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to oppose the Changing Lanes Laneway Suites Monitoring Program. We can appreciate that the preparations must occur to accommodate the large increase in population expected in the City of Toronto over the next several decades. However, we do not believe that the recommended zoning bylaw changes will be beneficial for those same new residents, nor the existing ones. The report included with this proposal mentions a declaration of a climate emergency being voted on by City Council in October 2019. The zoning bylaw changes being proposed for laneway suites are going in exactly the opposite direction required to accomplish this better climate stewardship in the neighborhoods in the City of Toronto. We urge this committee to send these zoning bylaw recommendations back for further consideration due to the negative impact it will have on soft landscaping, removing trees, and creating an unfavorable environment for planting new trees, wildlife, bird, and pollinators, and achieve goals of Toronto's biodiversity strategy 2019 for our city. Biodiversity is essential for the health and well-being of all beings. These relationships are interdependent and reciprocal. Let us protect and support the biodiversity of this place by building or by deepening one's own relationship with the land. That's a quote from Carolyn Crawley in the foreword of the Toronto Biodiversity Strategy for 2019. According to the 2018 Tree Canopy Study, from 2008 to 2018, Toronto lost permeable surfaces at an astonishing rate, the equivalent of 1,670 football fields, resulting in a decrease of available growing space for future tree canopy expansion. The most area converted to impervious land cover was in the single-family residential land use areas. These proposed zoning bylaws will do nothing to halt that loss of growing space, but rather will exponentially accelerate the loss. In particular, the concerns we have are as follows. Rear yard setbacks. reducing the rear yard setback to 1 meter from 1.5 meters. Side yard setbacks, reducing the side yard setbacks from 1.5 meters to 1 meter. We would strongly recommend increasing side yard setbacks to allow space to plant trees between the laneway houses. 2 meters is severely undersized for this purpose. Landscaping requirements. Reduction in the soft landscaping requirements between the home and laneway suite. In addition to the threat to trees mentioned earlier, this will further reduce the amount of green in the yard. Trees and vegetations are important factors in battling climate change. Do not reduce the 85% soft landscaping in the yard. A sidewalk of no more than 1 meter wide, made with a permeable material, should be sufficient between the home and the laneway house. Maximum height. We have concerns about the recommendation that the building height be allowed to increase past 6 meters, and then allow yet additional height for structures on the roof of another 1.5 meters. The reason given for this increase in height is to allow for better insulation for the building. While increased insulation is a good idea, certainly this increase in R value can be accommodated without increasing the height of the building. As the height increases, the more the negative impacts on the neighboring properties in terms of loss of privacy and light. Floor area and size of the laneway housing. The laneway house should be limited in size so that it does not become a second house in the backyard. There is nothing in the zoning bylaws that pertain to true suite size. Rather, this allows a house virtually the same size as the main residential building on a lot, and does not count the second house towards the gross floor space area for the property. This was referenced in a report that criteria for laneway suites, it was referenced in a report that the criteria for the laneway suites will influence the garden suites. We would hope that very careful attention be paid to the loss of green space when building either of these structures. The garden suite, being a possible new build as a separate building, has even greater possibility of threatening trees and resulting in even more loss of plantable space. Recommendation 4 from City Planning to this committee lacks any assurance that this action will be taken to protect and enhance the city's tree canopy and growing space, and a deadline of the report to Planning and Housing in the first quarter of 2023 regarding potential strategies. This is far, far too little, too late. The tree canopy report was done in 2018. These potential strategies would be coming 5 years later. We hope would be unacceptable to this committee. According to the 2018 tree canopy report, Long Branch in particular is the hardest hit neighborhood for tree canopy loss in Etobicoke, York, and the 8th hardest hit neighborhood in all of the city. Our tree canopy was 26.5 when the city set the goal to grow the city's tree canopy coverage to 40%. Long Branch tree canopy during this period.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. You're, over the 5 minutes?
Declined by 15%. The LBNA recognizes that intensification is necessary for the City of Toronto as the population grows larger. However, we would hope this additional housing is being planned and considers also providing additional infrastructure for neighborhoods. All these new people need schools, roads.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Andy. Next, we have Sheila Harrison. Good morning, Sheila.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Sheila Harrison Dunlop, and I represent the South Armor Heights Residents Association. We're in the Avenue Road 401 area. Our residents have heard many messages from the city, the great importance of protecting, maintaining, and enhancing our green growth space, preserving and increasing our tree canopy, and taking all possible climate change mitigation measures. But then they hear of the proposal to reduce the soft landscaping percentage for the relatively small green area between a main house and a laneway suite. These are very mixed messages. The reductions are being proposed to the soft landscaping percentages for laneway suites. But is this not in contravention of what the city needs to do? Why would area for a walkway be subtracted from the precious bit of soft landscaping that we need, both for the environment and for amenity space for the up to 3 families that may live on this lot? A 15% allowance for hardscaping is already provided. My understanding is that this is the area that was intended to be used for a walkway. A 1.5, which is a 5-foot wide walkway, is not the norm in our backyards, unless we're building a patio. The fire access route is allowed to be only 0.9 meters. So again, why is a 1.5 meter width necessary in the backyard? The industry, in our opinion, should be challenged to find an environmentally friendly walkway solution. A major flaw in the exemption proposal is that no maximum length, excuse me just a minute, is that no maximum length of the walkway is defined. They define a width, but there's no maximum length. So this can be much more than, say, the 7.5 meter separation distance between the main house and the walkway. It could be, it's open-ended as to where this walkway could extend to. Our letter details calculations, and we've done a lot of detailed calculations that we've done on the impact of this proposal on the current percentage allocations in the rear yard, including the rear lot landscaping proposed changes. And there are a lot of various scenarios depending on width of driveways and and length of walkways, etc. But basically, it shows that soft landscaping would be reduced to 60% or less, depending on the length of the walkway, from the 85% that exists today. This is a major, major reduction where really no reduction should be allowed. We see three problems with this exemption proposal. For some reason, none of the 15% hardscaping allocation is now being used for a walkway. Second, a walkway width of 1.5 meters in the backyard area is not necessary. And the third is that the issue that no maximum length has been defined, which leaves the overall square footage of the walkway totally open. This is a loophole. The industry has asked that soft landscaping regulations be relaxed, but the residents in the neighborhoods are asking that the soft landscaping percentage be maintained and also enforced. And as a side note, many times changes are made to the soft landscaping area after the fact. But we are asking that it be maintained at the 85% level. As you can see from the letters and the speakers today, many of the residents associations and their members are opposed to both the height increase and the soft landscaping reductions. We plead with the Planning and Housing Committee to support green space, tree canopy, and the climate change mitigation procedures. Please do not accept this proposal to reduce the soft landscaping percentage from 85%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Next, we have Veronica Nguyen. Good morning, Veronica.
Good morning. Could I do a share? I have a picture that I'd like to share.
I'm sorry,
Would that be
unfortunately,
okay?
we're not able to do that at the moment.
Okay, all right.
Sorry
Okay,
about that.
so could I restart the clock?
Will
Thanks
do.
very much. Thanks very much. Okay, good morning. My name is Veronica Nguyen, and today I'm speaking on behalf of CORE, the Confederation of Resident and Ratepayers Association in Toronto, and my home association is the Swansea Area Ratepayers Group. The the CORA is a not-for-profit umbrella organization supporting resident and ratepayer associations across Scarborough, Toronto, North York, and Etobicoke. Expanding housing options can have a positive effect on neighbourhoods if done in a manner which communicates the transparency of good planning and enhances the quality of life and character of neighbourhood communities. With the push and rush to roll out the projects of the expanding housing options in neighbourhoods document, neighbourhoods feel that their communities are being overwhelmed rather than enhanced by the arrival of such initiatives as laneway suites, or I would call them laneway houses. Further to this belief, I am here to address the concerns raised by CORA in our letters to the committee dated November 16th and November 24th. You may read these two letters to find the complete list, but I have chosen some of our issues and expanded the writing to question the issues, outcomes, and potential consequences of the rollout of this initiative as identified in the CORA letters as follows. First of all, the meeting should be adjourned for at least another month, as the notice of meeting did not contain the copy of the draft zoning bylaws, and as such, the notice was not in compliance with official plan policy. The official plan in Chapter 5.5 under the planning process, and more specifically, Policy 5.5.1C and then 4, stimulates that Council will endeavour to have such amendments available for review at least 10 days prior to the statutory public meeting. This has not happened and is the reason why we have to write two letters. The exception rather than the rule seems to be the driving force for the writing of the amendments and the Gladkey report. Based on the Gladkey report, there have been over 300 building permit applications, with 74% being able to comply, and the examples that are referenced to support in support of the height increase. In support of the height increase are 7, and rear green landscape provisions just 10. Out of the total number of building permit applications, and this does not provide persuasive evidence to support the need for the proposed amendment. The height at 6 meters is almost the amount allocated to a regular house. The extra 0.3 meters should not be given to accommodate such things as design features or even under any other pretext. Amendment number 150.8.50.10 and then in brackets 1 and then section B. The green space must be, and I'm going to call it green space because it's not soft landscape is my opinion is a loophole. The green space must be maintained at 85%. Do not allow an extra 15% reduction for a walkway, as this amount can be accommodated within the existing allowance for hard landscape. One of the problems faced by lots between 9 meters and 6 meters has been the tendency to pave over them. Given 15% of the area is exempted from, 15% of the area is exempted from green landscaping, it is not desirable or appropriate to exempt a walkway in addition to the 15%.
Veronica, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. As this amendment presumes that the residential building will be built in accordance with purposes, it's open to abuse. We ask that in conclusion that there are also amendments, okay?
Thank you, Veronica. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Veronica. Next, we have Frummy Diamond. Good morning, Frummy.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of the Palmerston Area Residents Association, and we represent the residents residing between Bathurst and Gray Streets and College and Bloor Streets. Our neighborhood is directly impacted by the Laneway Suites bylaws. There are numerous laneways in our area, new suites, and many more in the planning stages. Let us be very clear. We are supportive of the building of Laneway Suites. However, I am here to voice our opposition to several proposed changes to the bylaw that would reduce the required amount of softscaping on the property and increase the allowed height of the suites. We are strongly opposed to the increase in permitted hardscaping. Paris Green Plan of 2020 emphasizes that softscaping is a critical component in the mitigation of the effects of climate change. Softscaping is critical in stormwater management as water from heavy rains, which are increasing in severity and frequency, needs to go somewhere, and it's better to be absorbed in the soil than to go into our basements, including disrupting the residents of many basement apartments, which we have in our neighborhood. Stormwater should nourish our gardens and not run off into our lakes, creating higher levels of pollution in our source of drinking water. Many of our backyards are already small. To decrease the softscaping further makes it difficult to have enough area to plant trees and other plants in the understory. These are essential components in helping to absorb rainwater runoff, and just as importantly, to cool the urban environment during our increasingly hot and lengthy summers. Any increase in hardscaping contributes to the urban heat island effect, making heat waves more extreme. Heat waves have profound negative impacts on people's health, and this is illustrated by the heat dome in British Columbia, where hundreds of people died this last summer. Given the increase in intensity and duration of summer heat waves, softscaping helps to decrease these negative impacts of our rising temperatures. We are also opposed to any increase in height of the laneway suites. There are ways to increase the effectiveness of the heat envelope without adding extra height. Extra height increases shadows, and in small backyards, this impacts available sunshine, which is so important for the maintaining of green space. Harris Green Plan was approved by the City Council. That's the same council that unanimously declared that Toronto is in a state of climate emergency in 2019. So an emergency is defined, this is a dictionary definition, is a dangerous situation requiring immediate action, not action later, but right now. And from the part of the climate emergency declaration, the city states, quote, commitment to protecting our ecosystems and our community from climate change. And that's taken from the Toronto website. The city has also developed a resilience strategy. And I quote from it, it says, take action to mitigate effects of extreme heat, communicate, synthesize, and scale up, not down, ongoing city efforts to advance a system of green and blue infrastructure, end quote. Now, with the proposed laneway suites bylaw amendments, the council is being asked to relieve developers of some of their responsibility for that same given infrastructure that the city deems central to building climate resilience. The planning department has stated that the purpose of increasing the hardscaping allowance is to reduce committee of adjustment applications. However, developers have often used a bylaw as a basis to ask for more, not less. Council needs to draw the line on the softscaping requirement for laneway housing. Yes, climate change is on our doorstep. It is real. It is imperative that the city look at all its actions through a climate change mitigation lens. Given the importance of softscaping, we find it nonsensical that any city bylaw would allow for the reduction of softscaping. Rather than change the bylaw, It's time to educate people about the importance of softscaping. Housing is important, but if we don't have a livable environment, all of us will suffer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Ken Sherratt. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. The monitoring report doesn't adequately address the problem posed by odd-shaped lots. It's the same problem the first speaker raised. In my immediate area, there are about 20 properties that have pie-shaped lots with the pointed end, the narrow end, adjacent to the laneway. Last year, I spent over $20,000 on legal and other fees dealing with developers trying to come up with a solution to what they proposed, going to the Committee of Adjustments, going eventually to LPAT, and it all dealt with a proposal to build a laneway house on a pie-shaped lot immediately on the south side of my semi-detached house. I'm the adjacent property to the north. The laneway house would have resulted in a almost 20-foot wall along almost the entire backyard. The thing is, the lots are very small in this area, and the pie-shaped part of it brings the garages forward. The image projected for laneway suite development is a two-story building among a row of garages facing a lane far away from the main house. That may be correct for many lots. However, I think city planning needs to recognize that a laneway suite will not fit on every lot in the area, despite their zeal to promote the concept. There's a need to communicate this problem to developers, and there's also a need to make it clear in the laws, regulations, and publications that are forthcoming dealing with laneway suites. In my case, in negotiations with the developers, they indicated that they needed the laneway suites to justify what they paid for the property, and I think most people felt they'd overpaid. I forwarded 2 letters to the chief planner concerning this odd-shaped lot issue and attended all of the virtual meetings and raised the questions. I wasn't interviewed during the survey to elicit feelings about the suites. However, Mr. Gladkey did raise my situation in his report. However, no remedies have been suggested, and I face the prospect of having more laneway suites appear on my property because the property is still in play. New proposals are forthcoming. The problem we have is that the city planners, along with real estate agents, have greatly raised the expectations about laneway suites and created a Wild West land rush where everybody thinks they can put a laneway suite on just about any piece of ground. However, there seems to be an issue here, and there seems to be no real regulation of these particular laneway suites on odd-shaped lots. Possibly some suggested solutions would be similar to what the first speaker today suggested, and that's what I suggested in my letter to the chief planner, and namely, provide the same protection to people living on adjacent properties that is provided to the residents of the main house. In other words, a 5 or a 7.5 meter setback between the laneway house and the houses on adjacent properties. That would be the same as what's provided for houses on the same lot. Another possibility would be to require rigidly to keep the laneway suites near the laneway. The proposal that came forward had the laneway suites a long ways from the laneway. Now, I understand their lawyers were planning to deed a piece of land between what they proposed and the laneway to the city, so that in effect they would bring the laneway to the house rather than the house being adjacent to the laneway, which I think is the expectation if you read the bylaws. There is a lot laneway on my laneway that has a laneway in the middle of the lot with about a 2.5 car gap between the laneway and the laneway suite, and there's room there for 8 cars. And frequently they will be parked in that location. So if none of these ideas are acceptable, then I think we need to put a moratorium on further approval of odd-shaped lots until we can come up with some wording that makes sense and protects people living adjacent to odd-shaped lots. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Ken. Next, we have Alex Petrovic. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Everybody hear me? Okay, so basically, I'm opposing actually proposed amendments, specifically to the proposal to increase the height of the units from 6 to 6.3, with additional extension of the rooftop equipment from 1 to 1.5 meters. This is actually grossly ignore already the negative impact on the adjacent neighbors. Even with the current height, almost the laneway unit looks directly into the adjusted backyard, resulting in the loss of the privacy and light. Again, the 85% of softscaping should be maintained and not to reduce. This is the environmental issue. And it is, to me, contradictory with the city continuous effort to grow and maintain green canopy. So to me, the proposed amendments are just continuation of the city already aggressive and not well thought laneway initiative with none or very little respect to the adjacent neighbors and community. I would like to talk a little bit about the reports from the City Toronto Monitoring Program and Zoning Bylaw amendments, where it's very obvious the city tried very hard to sell that initiative. So I'm going to highlight a few of them. It's, to me, those are selling points. For example, they were saying the laneway development will have positive effect for the physical and mental health. I'm not so sure if this will apply to the adjacent neighbors whose privacy and lifestyle will be really ruined, and most likely the value of the house will drop significantly as well. Also, there is a suggestion that the development of these units will reduce the greenhouse gas by, I believe, reducing transportation. I don't know if that will happen because I don't know if it expect the people who live in the residents of the laneway units will forever work from home, or they will be the workplace will be located on the walking or biking distance, and the most likely expectation that they will not own the vehicle, which is living in Canada, to me, unbelievable. Also, it's very interesting that they were saying that one of the selling points as well is the laneway housing development will reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood. That's rightly so, but it has to be really in tune with the neighbor. It has to be really accepted by the neighbor. We had a recent situation in my laneway that almost 80 petition was held to address the issue with the some of applicants, and almost 90% of the household been opposing that development. So the city has to really do a little bit more work on that one, on that survey with the neighborhood, to see if every lane is really suitable or not, and based on that kind of decision-making process, should we go ahead. Also, in the light of the COVID-19, also they're suggesting that there will be rebuilt and so-called recovery process, where the prioritization of gentle density will be implemented by the expanding housing options. I'm not so sure what's the meaning of gentle density, but I'm living in the Davisville Village area and be a high density area, to be honest with you, with a lot of new building coming up, condos as well. And I really don't see the gentle density will make a positive impact. So to me, it's all those amendments and the initiative, to me, it's very disappointing. And I mean, those amendments should be rejected. In my view, maybe I'm wrong, but in my view, I think the city objective is pretty much to please the developer, not really community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, next we have Ian Carmichael. Good morning, Ian.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Ian Carmichael, and I'm a co-president of the ABC Residents Association. Originally established in 1957, we serve residents living in Toronto's Yorkville/North Midtown community between Yonge and Avenue Road and Bloor and the CPR tracks. Our neighborhood is rich in heritage, character, and interest. From the very beginning, we've participated in the consultations on Laneway Suites, all the deliberations, and part of our overall interest is preserving what makes Toronto's neighborhoods great, special, and desirable, when also looking at increased densities and a variety of housing options both within the neighborhood and our mixed-use designations. When considered and improved, the current standard for laneway suites represented a balance which allowed for the introduction of livable laneway suites, while at the same time recognizing and mitigating adverse impacts on adjacent neighborhood and the green environment. Now, only a few years later, city planners are recommending 13 changes. Our review for the rationale for these changes indicates the desire to provide more latitude in response to building industry requests. However, two of the proposed changes in particular are at the expense of the natural environment and the adjacent neighbors, thus compromising the balance that was created in the original standards. I will concentrate my remarks on the requested increase in height. I will talk specifically to our objection about height, which is of course an increase in the maximum permitted height from 6 to 6.3 meters. The building industry has suggested, in fact, that an increase in height would enable better insulated structures. However, our research, as well as a professional report written by an industry expert, of which you have in file from Terry Mills, shows that there are many construction options for the installations of foundations and ceilings that work within the current height bylaw, as described again in that letter from Terry Mills that's in your file. Laneway houses are meant to be secondary structures on the property, so they should be markedly different in size and scale to the main house. Smaller structures also reduce the impact on adjacent neighbors due to overlook and shadowing. Laneway suites are secondary units that should nestle into the existing neighborhoods. Increasing the height increases the adverse impacts on adjacent neighbors. We would ask you not to allow this change. It is unnecessary to achieve a good building and will adversely impact the surrounding properties. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, next we have Kathy McDonald.
Yes, good morning. Kathy McDonald. I'm representing the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. We have been participating in the city planning consultations on laneway suites. Like other deputants today, our concerns are about two particular proposed changes that relax current regulations in permitted height and the blanket exception for walkways. Such decisions appear to be made without really a good analysis of why Committee of Adjustment variances were made or with any evaluation of their reasons, and without evaluating the impacts on abutting neighbors. Or for the first time I have ever seen that the rationale that they were developed to ensure better compliance. So first, the increase in permitted height from 6 to 6.3 meters. We're pleased to see the consultant's recommendations of 6.75 was not accepted. As noted before, Terry Mills, who has advised Fontra as well, has submitted a separate report for the rationale as to how the 6 meters is sufficient. So I won't detail that. Our second issue around exempting walkways of up to 1.5 meters from the requirement for soft landscaping. We note the report says that maintaining soft landscaping is important for many reasons, including amenity, stormwater retention, growing space for trees, and combating urban heat effects. The report also provides a rationale that the 85% lot coverage requirement for soft landscaping will result in comparable relative requirements so that to that for houses without laneway suites. So given the importance of soft landscaping in residential neighborhoods, which has also been pointed out by other deputants, we really question why the proposed significant exemption for a 1.5 walkway is really needed. First, most lots will be able to accommodate the accessibility standard of 1.5 meter walkways within the 15% landscaping limit, and narrower walkways will be even more accommodated. Secondly, we are sort of wondering why the 1.5 meter walkway exemption is required because the distance between the main house and the laneway suite is quite short in relation to the walkway that will exist between the street and the main house, and that only 0.9 meters is required between the neighboring houses for emergency access. So the excessive width could be used for other purposes. The third point is the accessibility standards of the 1.5 walkway seems excessive in this case anyway, given that it's needed to allow for two wheelchairs to pass each other. And the additional space could just be used for other paved area for other uses, and significantly reduce the compliance with the 85% soft landscaping objectives. So those are my comments to support others today.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks so much for joining us today, Sue. Next, sorry, Kathy. I'm so sorry. Next, we have Ingrid Van Revert. Ingrid?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I am a board member of Thompson Orchard Community Association, which is in Etobicoke. We have a few laneways, but not very many. Our concern is the impact of laneway amendments and the bylaws on potential garden suite bylaws. And I have provided written comments, which I hope will be considered. I don't want to take your time to reiterate what many of the speakers have already said. My intention had been to focus on the height requirement and the softscaping, but I think those issues have been very well canvassed by previous speakers. What I'd like to just focus on is when I read the Gladkey report, I was struck by the profound lack of analysis. And I want to just give one example of that and then reiterate what Sue Dexter said, who I don't know and never heard of before this morning, which is that this entire issue of the amendments to the Laneway suite bylaws really requires far more detailed analysis than has been done. What Gladkey appears to have done is simply look at the Committee of Adjustment variances or variance applications, and if any of them were successful, they recommended that there be a bylaw amendment, even if the vast majority of Laneway suite applications so far have not required bylaw amendments. And that strikes me as completely inappropriate, particularly given the size of some of the amendments that they are requesting. So my basic point here is that many of these bylaw amendments have not been appropriately considered. And I would draw your attention to the height requirement in particular, and I wish to cite from the Gladkey report on page 29, and I'm just going to read their rationale for recommending a height recommendation because it's on its face quite insufficient. They say a total of 10 applications sought variances to the height provisions of the zoning bylaw. So that's 10 out of several hundred. So already a very small percentage. A total of 7 of the 10 applications were approved. 6 of the 7 variances sought relief from the 4-meter height requirement. And all proposed building heights were less than 6 meters. The single variance to the 6-meter height requirement identified in our data sought a total laneway suite height of 6.96. So they're basically requesting in their report a very large increase to the height requirement based on one application to the Committee of Adjustments. And that to me is indicative of how little analysis has been done on most of their proposed amendments. And that is particularly important for the softscaping, which many speakers have already said is critical to ensuring biodiversity and stormwater management. My community is in a flood zone. Much of it's in a flood zone. We were one of the worst hit by the 2013 floods. We're very aware of the need for softscaping. Many people's basements were ruined. And to adopt the proposed amendments without more detailed analysis than has been done in the Gladkey report would appear to be a very serious failure of planning. So I just reiterate what Sue Dexter has already said, which is that there should be really a much more detailed review from various city departments about the effect of these amendments before they are considered, particularly since none of these amendments are urgent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Our last speaker on this item is Mary Helen Smith. Good morning, Mary Helen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Before we start the timer, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask you, please, to ask the committee to refer to a visual that I sent in my communication to the committee, and it's in a link in the communications list. The link is fourth from the bottom, and it's under the name Mary Helen Smith. And just to correct this, my name is Mary Helen Spence, but that's not a big deal to me. But if the committee could please access that visual, I would very much appreciate that, please.
Thank you. I'm sure that they all, oh, there you go. Councillors are on it. It is on our portal and they have access to it. Thank you, Mary Helen.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the committee for hearing me today. I will try to use my time wisely because I want to ask you to do at least 5 things today. City Council, and we've heard a lot about the environment today, and I'm very pleased that people are so focused on that. because, as you know, it is a very serious issue. And you actually the whole council voted unanimously in 2019 to declare a climate emergency in Toronto and committed to accelerate efforts to address climate change. And we are pleased to see in all the EHON-related reports the emphasis of the importance of retaining and enhancing the critical carbon-capturing trees and growing space in Toronto's backyards, their private backyards. Yet today, disappointingly, the staff is recommending for you to approve 3 amendments to reduce this soft landscaping for laneway suites. Your commitment to net zero targets require your considerations for all landscape standards in all EHON initiatives to be on the enhancement, not erosion, of this important space. I want to refer you to the image that I have sent to you. And this is a completed laneway home built behind a multi-unit dwelling on Gray Street. This property now contains, it did contain one detached home, and this is an example of an increased density that you are aiming for. It now has 5 units on the property. What we are focusing on is the backyard, and we want to bring your attention to what is actually happening on the ground with some of these properties. This is just an example. And it's very troubling to the residents associations that are involved in this issue, that city staff has deemed that this situation it complies with the laneway regulations. So we know that if we're really serious about protecting the environment for our children and grandchildren, we have to make better decisions. And you 6 here today have the power to do that. So I am asking for 5 things. To amend recommendation 4 to require the report sooner than the suggested 2023 date. Why wasn't this report asked for and given to you before, not after the laneway suite bylaw was approved? Secondly, I'd like you to require more, not less, growing space for all EHON bylaws until this report is presented to you and considered. And this includes the 3 reductions in soft landscaping that are before you today. So you have 3 of them: the rear yard, the side yard, and between the buildings. All of those 3 should not be approved today. I also ask that you require city staff to inspect all built laneway suites and to report back to you in the first quarter of next year on the percentage of growing space and tree canopy that remains on the lots where these buildings have been built. So they would do an assessment of what has happened, and I think that the first speaker gave a very good checklist for what should be examined by that examination and report back to you on the actual situation. I mean, we really don't know what's going on. All we know is that they are supposed to be retaining 85% soft landscaping, but the picture before you shows that that has not happened, and importantly, that situation has not required any variances to the bylaw. Now, that information was given to me by city staff. I also would like for you to require that the Committee of Adjustment members be trained to consider climate change impact on their decisions, including the importance of the growing space Toronto's private backyards. And last but not least, that as a condition of approval for both laneway and garden suites, that a canopy tree is required to be either retained or planted on each of those lots that have received approval for a second unit.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thanks for joining us today. That concludes the list of speakers on this item. Any questions of staff? Any members of the committee with questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, and through you, Madam Chair.
I want to know, with respect to the what is clearly an emerging conflict of trying to get more laneway garden suites built, but at the same time we're seeing the loss of landscaping, growing space, and tree canopy. Do you believe this report brings out the balance of the two, and are you trying to resolve one over the other? And how have you chosen which one you're prioritizing, the objective?
Good morning, Madam Speaker and committee members. Thank you for the question, Councillor Wong Tam. I think we are very mindful of the delicate balance that needs to be struck. We are looking at the entirety of the official plan as we work through the EHON housing initiatives, and we're very mindful of the declarations from Council on the climate emergency, on affordability, the big picture, and how it lands on the ground, essentially. So I believe the report does strike that balance. You know, this is a change to as of right permissions, and Council was very careful, I think, in instructing us to undertake a monitoring report, which is somewhat unprecedented, and go back and look at the experience, and we will continue to do that. And our recommendation number 4 in the report has us following up again and reporting back in 2023 on many of the matters that have been raised by the deputants. But we're also informed by the facts that the vast majority of the laneway suite applications are taking place on the footprint that would otherwise be occupied by a rear garage. And the activities to date have not significantly impacted trees. We have a tree bylaw that still applies, and urban forestry is completely engaged in the review of any applications that go to the Committee of Adjustment. And otherwise, if they are as of right, they're engaged with the private tree bylaw. So again, a delicate balance. I certainly am listening very closely to the speakers this morning. But we've got to move on all fronts, and I think this report does that.
Thank you very much. And I'm just curious to know, like when the proposal for laneway suites and garden suites first emerged, I think that there was what was sort of, I guess, the suggested promise of more housing stock, and therefore we would increase affordability in the city. Would you say that the laneway suites have increased affordable housing options in the city?
Through the Speaker, staff report never took the position that this was going to inherently improve affordability through increased supply. And Council was, I remember those discussions very clearly. Council added in a component which, through the Housing Secretariat, that does have an affordable element to it, a programmatic approach. But otherwise, our work that we've done so far in analyzing the suites that have come online, it's pretty much a market that's coming through on the laneway suites. That's identified in the report. Where it is in the market, sometimes these suites are occupied by extended family and intergenerational living, which is certainly one of the intents of the program, was to give families, large families, and people who are co-living more opportunities to live differently in our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Would it be correct to say that it will just be, at this point in time, given the structure of the programming, the financing, that we can expect zero new affordable housing options out of the laneway suite program?
Again, Housing Secretary can maybe speak to a few suites that have signed on to the program, which is an affordable commitment. But I think 9 grants have been accepted so far. But I would also go back to my comment about suites being opportunities for extended families and intergenerational living. They may be being occupied without any rent. I don't know. I think there's a whole ecosystem here that's emerging, where people are trying to figure out different ways of living, which from a regulatory point of view, I'm very interested in trying to support.
Okay, thank you. I just have one quick question. There was originally a forgivable loan up to $50,000 from the provincial federal affordable housing program for laneway suites. What is the status of that program? Is it still up and running? Has it been extended or expanded? What do we need to know here?
That was the last question, Councillor.
Yes. Maybe I can ask Abby to comment on that if you're able, Abby.
Thanks. Through the chair, I may have to get an update for you, councillor, on the exact status of that that program, but maybe I can connect with you separately to give you that information.
Okay, thank you, Abby. I appreciate that, and thank you, Greg, for the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee with questions? Oh, get my screen back. No, no other questions. I do have a couple of questions. We heard a lot about the reduction of the green space, and obviously we're all concerned about that. But I noticed something in the report that actually says that this proposal is actually that it maintains the intent of the original provision to ensure the resulting soft landscape would generally equal or exceed the area required by the zoning bylaws in cases where no suite was constructed. So are you telling me that if there was a garage, you're basically with this change, you're basically getting the same green space for the bylaws that we have if somebody was to build a garage? Is that what it means?
Sorry, do you want to comment on that?
Certainly. Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, that is overall the intended outcome with this. It depends on the dimensions of the lot, the depth of the lot, and the presence of the garage. But generally speaking, the original intent was to provide a comparable or increased amount of soft landscaping space in the rear yard between the suite and the house. And the change that we're proposing to make here is marginal in terms of reducing that in cases where a walkway is proposed. But overall, the intent is not to decrease the amount of green space which would otherwise be provided on a lot. We're also aware of a number of lots in the city which don't currently meet the city's requirements for green space, whether they have a garage or whether they don't on these lots. So one of the benefits of the laneway suite bylaw is that upon constructing a suite, the intent is that the rear yard space be made much more green into open space to comply with the bylaw provisions. So that continues to be the case with this proposed adjustment.
Okay. Great. And in terms of the tree protection right now, I mean, the initial bylaw had quite a bit of provisions in to protect our canopy, right?
That's correct. Yes, it's something we wanted to look closely at through the monitoring and review program, and you know, this report contains a lot of detail on what's happened since the original bylaw was enacted.
Okay. There's also some mention about the notice of the meeting. Can you comment on that?
Certainly. We, in conversations with city legal and the city clerk, the city has met its obligations with regard to notice, both regarding the Planning Act and the policies of the official plan for this item. Okay,
great. So we've confirmed that. Okay. So that concludes the questions of staff. Speakers on the item. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a motion I would like to move, please. And the motion is broken down into 4 parts. The first portion of the motion is to ask staff to take a report back before the first quarter of 2023. And I do recognize how busy they are. So we spoke, and they're going to persevere and try. But if not, then we'll see them back in the first quarter of 2023. The 4 other portions of the motion is really to see if we can actually try to increase on-site green space, landscaping, and a tree canopy while striving to promote ecologically responsive construction techniques and materials. I'd like to see if we can do that. So it's not just about building housing, but can we expand on the landscaping and the growing space? I'm also hoping that we can and I know it's difficult because I did speak with staff and I did share with them the motion beforehand, so I've changed the language somewhat, is to ask them to investigate the feasibility of going to investigate after the fact, and to see if of what was originally proposed in the proposal actually gets built, how is it executed afterwards. Motion number 7, the seventh amendment here, is to see if we can actually make it conditional that they replant a tree somewhere on the site, and of course it's entirely site by site specific, so I don't know if that's the case. But instead of having a tree come down, maybe it's a tree that's relocated, and I'd like to see that. And finally, because we are obviously not every decision is going to sit final within council or perhaps even the committee adjustments. Sometimes things go to TLAB. I would like to have the committee adjustment members and hopefully TLAB members, to be quite honest, also aware that in 2019 we declared a climate emergency, and that every decision that they make in those two bodies, adjudicating bodies, should consider the fact that we have a climate action strategy known as HousingTO, and that they should take all those things into consideration when they're caring about their business. That's the end of my motion. I just want to speak very briefly about this report. I want to say thank you to staff for the report. I recognize that you were trying to respond to some feedback from the industry. I would very much like to see the proliferation and the continued what I call gentle density, or eco density as it's called in BC. I'd like to see that continue, to be quite honest. I think this is a really great program. It has added opportunities for intergenerational living, and I know that Greg Lintern, you spoke to that on 2 occasions in our little quick Q&A response time, and that's exactly, to me, one of the biggest benefits of Laneway Suites. I really value the fact that people can continue to stay together and live together, and especially as the housing market changes and people's needs for housing change. So to me, this is a really positive direction that we've taken as City Council. I am concerned, and I think we should all be concerned about the loss of green space, the loss of potential trees. At all our community councils, every single meeting, we're constantly being asked to take down trees, whether it's for front yard parking or the fact it's inconveniencing a swimming pool, or just because someone doesn't like it because it's blocking their view. Those requests come in all the time. And I know we put a lot of time and consideration in evaluating those requests, and those are oftentimes appeals. But I would hate to think that, through a back door, we end up eroding the tree canopy. And the chief planner said that 50% of the applications coming in for Laneway Suites are affecting perhaps parking spaces. So that's great. 50%, it's just about reducing parking on site. Doesn't mean that they won't take parking on the street, but it's reducing parking on site. But that means 50% of those applications are covering some type of existing landscaping, backyards, trees, permeable spaces. And I would like to very much try to mitigate that whenever possible, so we don't just pave over this city, make it gray, and largely inhabitable. And at the same time, I want to strike that balance. How do we promote laneway housing? At the same time, protect the environment. And I think that we should try to do both. I'm not convinced that the report does that, which is why the motions are before you. And I hope that I can have your support. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
I have a question of the mover.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand mechanically what Part 7 does. It says that City Council consult with the Chief Planner, and I don't know how that works. Does that mean you're putting the requirement in, or?
No, sorry, I apologize. It should probably read City Council direct the Chief Planner. So the request is to the Chief Planner to make it a condition of approval. Either you try to retain the tree or relocate the tree or plant a new tree on the site. If there is a loss of a tree. If there's no loss of tree, then there's no tree impacted.
So, okay, help me understand that then. So there's a laneway suite going in, my understanding is already city staff work with the applicant to design the laneway house so that there's no tree removal unless absolutely necessary, and that they're already required to replace in the event that there is a tree removal necessary. Am I understanding that wrong?
I'm just hoping to clarify that we want to do everything we can. So I'm making it even more explicit. So rather than look at a bylaw here and a tree bylaw here, I'm just putting it right into this bylaw that we would like to see trees protected wherever we can. And also if they have to come down because it will not permit the construction, then is it possible for us to relocate the tree or plant the tree somewhere else on the site? Okay. And I know that, you know, I live downtown, so our conditions are very, very small here. Like our yards are very small, but in some of the larger communities with larger suburban style lots, they may be able to do it much more easily than the core of the city. And I'll leave that to the discretion of staff.
Okay. I understand the effect of your motion then. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think that Councillor Perks is correct. I did make a mistake on the motion.
We'll change it to request, like everybody. Okay. Yeah, City Council request the City Chief Planner.
Request or direct, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the mover? Any other speakers? No other speakers on this item? Okay, I will say a few words. I just want to thank staff for this report. I think this is an important initiative on many reasons. Obviously, I think as a housing policy, as we plan our city, and as we show that gentle density is possible in our neighborhoods, and that it brings huge benefits, like it was talked about in here, for multi-generational co-living, for supports between families, and for people to actually access some of the neighborhoods that they might not have access to before we allowed this laneway housing in the city. I think that the report proves and a lot of what we had listened to in the consultations when we were looking at this bylaw, a lot of people want to look at this as options for the way that they live. You know, for the rental, obviously the rental income, but a lot of people are talking about, you know, housing for their parents, housing for their kids, and I think that is the interesting part about all this. Some people say, yes, you know, we don't have hundreds and hundreds of them coming into our neighborhoods. And again, we did say that at the beginning, that nobody expected to have thousands of these things popping up from one day to the other. This is gradual changes that will happen to our neighborhoods, is giving our residents the option to live in those neighborhoods and to give them different housing options in the way that they live. And I think that the most important thing that came out of this policy, it was opening that dialogue. It was opening the conversation to say, maybe there's a bit more weight that our neighborhoods can carry. And I think that's what we've been trying to balance here. I think staff have been doing that. I think the changes that are put forward in here are to facilitate a little bit of that. The city is growing at a very fast pace. And, you know, what I hear, and I'm sure many of you hear as well, is, you know, we're having these two very different areas of growth with 80-story buildings and then our neighborhoods. And where is that middle? Where is that missing middle? And I think the conversation has started finally in our city. It started with laneway housing. We're fine-tuning that, and I think we'll continue. We'll continue throughout the day of today. And I think it's an important conversation that we need to have with our residents and the action that we need to take here at committee and at council chambers. So with that, Councillor Wong-Tam's motion to be voted on. All those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. That carries. Okay. Great. Thank you. That takes us to our next item, recommended parking requirements for new development. Our first speaker that we have is Rocky Petkov.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can, Rocky. Go right ahead.
Okay, let me just open up. I have it all written down. Okay, howdy, how y'all doing? I must admit that I'm a bit of a novice when it comes to the following items all the way through City Hall, and as I've tracked this, I'm actually really pleased to say that this is not the classic example of a good policy being chipped away into a shell of itself. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The proposed changes before you today are the result of months of work on part of staff, for which I thank them, and furthermore, they represent a far more compelling proposal than was initially on the table. In moving to eliminate parking minimums citywide, Toronto will take a small but nevertheless vital step in addressing two of the great problems which face our city today, the climate crisis and the housing crisis. Speaking to the first of these, the connection, well, it's pretty obvious. By requiring every single residential unit and business to have a dedicated parking space provision for a resident and or customer, we just make it easier for people to drive from A to B. The more frictionless the driving experience is, the more likely people are to own a vehicle and make use of that car, even when reasonable alternatives, either using transit or active transportation, exist. And given that 34% of Ontario's total emissions come from transportation within the GTHA, it should be evident that the status quo, it has to change. Of course, this is not getting into the other bylaw changes before you today that will promote use of zero emission transportation through requiring greater shares of dedicated bike parking, as well as making sure that what auto parking is provided is ready for zero emission electric vehicles. The more notable impact of this policy, however, will be the impact on a housing affordability. As you know from this report, the cost of adding a parking space to a residential unit can sometimes add as much as $100,000. So $100,000 to the purchase price of a unit. In a city where even professionals like nurses and teachers struggle to find an affordable place to live, to say nothing of the difficulty faced by those in our working classes, it is madness that we require each and every unit to have a parking space provisioned. I know, right? So I'm using the extreme end of the scale to make a point, so let's dial the figure back to something more reasonable, something like $60,000. On a $600,000 condo, that's 10% of the purchase price right there, baked in regardless of whether or not someone is going to drive, regardless if other transportation options are available to them. Now, most developers already recognize that this is madness. An added $50,000 to $100,000 on the purchase price shrinks the potential pool of buyers. That's why 46% of projects approved in our city already have less than the statutory minimum amount of parking. But to do this, a project has to go through a lengthy process, get special exemptions from the bylaw. It's time-consuming, it's costly, and while larger for-profit developers are able to navigate this process, I can only imagine that it is a huge deterrent for nonprofits, aspiring co-ops, and other socially minded developers. The result, many proposals that could have a transformative impact on our city, and who gets to call Toronto home, they remain on the shelf. While opponents of the proposal before you today will claim that it is the latest shot across the bow in the war on cars, I must remind y'all that this proposal is not the end of parking. All it does is allow the supply of parking to meet the actual demand for parking. It asks those who desire but do not absolutely need a parking space to shoulder the weight without burdening those who do not have the same need. It's time that we allow ourselves to build a city fit for the 21st century. It is time to put an end to parking minimums citywide, and I count on y'all's support for this item today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, next we have Andy Scholes. Andy?
I will defer to my board mate, Steve Vella, to speak for Long Branch.
Okay. Good morning, Stephen.
Hello, how are you?
Good morning. Go right ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Vella. I'm a director with the Long Branch Neighbourhood Association. It seems the themes of these changes are if there is no or limited parking for new development, then people will not have cars or they will slowly disappear. I appreciate that thought, But as a father of four, I could have never given my kids the life experiences they enjoyed without a car. We only had one because my wife and I could take transit to get to work and were very good jugglers. But we needed the car for evening activities, soccer, baseball, swimming, going to guides, and weekend trips and holidays. We still need a place to park. My daughter is a designer at an architecture firm. When I talked to her about the city's proposal to have maximums instead of minimums, she said two things. Unless something is given, then taking parking away from the development will only move the cars somewhere else. In order to get a result, less cars, which is what the city wants, the city must give something that can be used instead of cars for all drivers' transportation needs. The city has not given drivers an all-situation solution. The developers, and number two, the developers only build what they have to. The city is giving the developers permission to set their own guidelines, and in doing this, the developers will build no parking. The statement in item 29.3, and I quote, recognizing these challenges, this review of the parking standards in the citywide zoning bylaw 569-2013 was guided by the principle that parking standards should allow only the maximum amount of automobile parking reasonably required for a given use, and minimums should be avoided, except where necessary to ensure equitable access. New developments will still have to provide adequate parking on site and not assume residents will be able to park on the street. This statement assumes that the developer will know how much parking is needed for the development and create that amount of parking. This puts undue pressure on the developer. According to two different letters sent to the committee and the speaker just before, an underground parking space can cost upwards of $100,000 to build. Very few condos can charge $100,000 for a parking space. So the question becomes, do developers build an amenity where they cannot recoup their costs? Well, only if they have to. Units are selling for as much as the market will bear. Parking or no parking, the price will not change. This requested change is telling developers they know how much parking is needed, so from one to the maximum is all that is needed. There is no definition on how to calculate that maximum. Not having enough parking forces purchasers and tenants to move their parking to the street where the on-site parking is not available. From Long Branch's perspective, the broad brush approach does not work. Long Branch is a neighborhood with an aggressive growth plan under the Site and Area Specific Plan number 23 and the Avenues Policy for Growth along Lakeshore. A 3-hour on-street parking limit for most of the neighborhood and no public parking spaces. Developers in our area have attained a reduction in parking requirements at less than one parking space per unit in the past, speculating that they are not needed. But years later, now that the units are owner-occupied instead of investor-owned, the parking plan has proven insufficient and street parking is becoming a routine request. We have been unable to find an independent study that verifies the purchasers of the new builds end up living in them, but Stats Canada recently determined that 40% of all new condos are being purchased by an investor. Even most recent CMHC study on condo ownership is now being criticized as it is based on existing units in Toronto as opposed to buildings occupied in the future. It seems the city is solely basing this policy on the builder's desire to remove costs for the builder and investor. This is at the detriment of the end user in the neighborhood, such as Long Branch, who was removed from the transportation-oriented city center. Jeez. Sorry, this is taking longer than I thought. Why is there a perceived need for less parking? A clause for adequate parking on site is insufficient as it can't be corrected after the fact. As is becoming apparent in Long Branch, when there is inadequate parking, the neighborhood has to carry the burden. Our experience with SASP 23 in Long Branch doesn't support this notion. The developer knows the number of spaces needed or the maximum that is needed. A recent on-street overnight parking application was applied for and approved by council because adequate parking was not provided for the development at the onset of the application.
Thank you,
Using a
Stephen.
similar assertion.
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions of the
Yes.
speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Stephen.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we have Bradley Wentworth.
Here we go.
There you go. Good morning, Bradley. Go right ahead.
Thanks. I assume you can hear me. Thank you. Good morning, esteemed committee members. My name is Bradley Wentworth. I grew up in Etobicoke, currently live in the Toronto Danforth ward, and have also lived in the Toronto Centre and Parkdale High Park wards. So I've had the privilege of being represented by 3 of you. This is my first deputation before a committee. I am passionate about parking. I'm speaking today in full support of all recommendations before you, especially the elimination of parking minimums citywide, as well as the establishment of parking maximums. I hope the city does not go into another lockdown, but if we do, and if you want to know why I'm speaking before you this morning, get a copy of the 765-page book, The High Cost of Free Parking by Donald Shoup. It is the exhaustive authority on this issue. Chapter 7 examines the cost of parking, and Shoup calculates how much our society subsidizes each parking spot, in part by forcing people and businesses to build parking because of parking minimums. If instead we charged drivers directly for the cost of parking, we would need to increase the gasoline tax per liter by $1.48. This is based on a very conservative estimate of $28,500 to build one parking stall in a parking structure. The reason this absurd subsidy persists is because it is so hidden. It's illegal right now to open a medium or large grocery store in Toronto without parking, even downtown. The rock bottom parking minimum, according to section 200.5.10 of the zoning bylaw, is 1 parking spot per 100 square meters of grocery store, unless that store is tiny. So the grocery store has to provide parking, and I'll leave it to wiser minds than mine to say whether the grocery store owner is taking the cost of providing that parking off of their profits or passing it on to all citizens who eat, even ones who cannot or choose not to drive to get groceries. I live across from 2 large grocery stores, and they both have oceans of supposedly free, but actually subsidized because they have to, parking. Those parking spots are almost never full, by the way. You've read many submissions on how expensive it is to provide parking for new developments, but I'd like to draw your attention to section 200.5.10.11, subsection 2 of the zoning bylaw, parking space requirement, addition or extension of a lawfully existing building, as well as the following subsection 3, parking space requirement, change of use in a lawfully existing building. Suppose I own or rent an old building in Toronto, built before parking minimums existed, and I get zoning permission to renovate and add some extra dwelling units or change the use to open an educational institution. If the existing building doesn't meet the minimum parking requirements, in most cases I can't do it without adding parking. For many old buildings, that's impractical or impossible. How many old buildings, including some magnificent heritage properties, are lying stagnant simply because of arbitrary parking minimums? I understand grappling with this issue isn't easy. You're going to hear from some infuriated constituents who will probably prophesy Carmageddon and park apocalypse if you endorse these recommendations to council. There won't be enough parking, you've heard. But according to the high cost of free parking, there's 7 parking spots for each and every car in North America, and that's a low estimate. When one of your constituents tells you there isn't enough parking, what they usually really mean is that sometimes the convenient and heavily subsidized parking spot, right where and when they want it, isn't available. They don't want to park half a block away and walk. They don't want to pay market rates at a private lot. That's understandable, but it's not a problem of insufficient parking. Nobody's going to prevent people from building parking if they need it up to the maximum as proposed in the recommendations. As a result of the current zoning bylaw, we have abundant free or hidden cost parking almost everywhere. We've conditioned our citizens to expect abundant parking and often to not pay for it. According to the high cost of free parking, the average automobile spends less than 1% of its lifetime in a metered parking spot. In conclusion, I urge you to make the bold decision to endorse the recommendations in this item to council Staff have done a stupendous job reporting to you how these recommendations are good for equity, a vital contribution to action against climate change, and sensible economic policy. Let entrepreneurs try new things without antiquated parking minimums getting in the way. Let people afford a home without forcing them to pay for parking they may not need. Please get rid of parking minimums in Toronto. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have David Scrivener. Good morning, David.
Hello.
Go ahead.
For the opportunity. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm a resident of the Corktown neighborhood. In fact, in Councillor Wong-Tam's ward, I'm 36 and I rent. I drive in Toronto, but I also use a bike, I ride the TTC, and I walk for most of my errands. I live in a building constructed in 2012 under the bylaws currently being proposed to be amended. In fact, my unit comes with a dedicated parking spot. There's one thing I always notice when in the parking garage. For the most part, it's empty. In fact, my building has had to crack down on residents converting their parking spots into storage lockers or merely parking storage boxes in the spaces. All this in the context of a building that has surplus parking for cars, but has had to start rationing bike storage and lockers. I live in a part of the city that it's easy to do my errands and live my life without a car. That's why I moved here. And what makes Toronto great? It's possible to live in this city without a car, but we have bylaws and planning systems that actively push people towards purchasing a car and make it easier to own a car. I'm paying for a parking spot because the city council insists I have one. This is ridiculous. Our city should encourage development that is affordable, that is environmentally friendly, but most of all, that actually meets the needs of residents and future residents. Parking minimums do none of these. I strongly encourage all members to support the recommendations being put forward by staff. Toronto needs sensible rules around parking, and that does not mean insisting new developments must come with automobile parking. I strongly encourage the committee to bring these recommendations to council and recommend their passing. In fact, I think everybody on the committee should be an active champion for eliminating parking minimums in the city of Toronto. We should end inclusive zoning for cars and start inclusive zoning for people. Thank you. I kept this one short.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Jeff Cattell. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning. This is Jeff Cattell from the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. We are in general support of the report's direction, supporting flexibility in the application of parking standards. However, we do not support the complete elimination of minimum parking standards. This review of parking standards in the citywide zoning bylaw 569/2013 was guided by the principle that parking standards should allow only the maximum amount of automobile parking reasonably required for a given use, and minimums should be avoided except when necessary to ensure equitable access. The review proposes that new developments would still have to provide adequate parking on site and not assume residents will be able to park on the street. As the report shows, car ownership rates of apartment dwellers vary greatly depending on household income. More important, they vary greatly depending on location. No minimums may work downtown, as one of the early deputants spoke, but when you travel away from the downtown core where distances to destinations are longer, we would expect a real shortage of building and units with parking spaces, which would have a social impact as well. The problem with specifying no minimum for on-site parking is that doing so will encourage developers to leave it up to residents in new buildings to find alternative parking. That will inevitably result in even more competition for scarce on-street parking. We suggest that the minimum standards be established by type of location, like downtown, suburban, near transit, etc., and by type of building, rental apartments, small condos, luxury, and so on. And of course, all buildings also need visitor parking, delivery vehicle parking, etc.
It does not appear that the city has considered these data before making its recommendations. And let's not forget that the TDC predicts that Line 1 capacity will be reached no later than 2026, with all the envisaged enhancements and prior to the planned Richmond Hill extension or the Eglinton LRT extensions operating. Lack of capacity on the Yonge Street lines will tend to push commuters back into cars. In our area, numerous developments close to transit are already being proposed by developers and approved by the city or the Ontario Land Tribunal with reduced parking, often 0.2 or 20%. We urge that a minimum be set at that level or higher. This would represent a major reduction from the current ratios without going all the way to zero. In addition, we suggest parking policy can be used to encourage use of electric over gasoline-powered vehicles. Charging stations are expensive to install, and the charge at an assigned parking space is not used 24/7. Therefore, consideration should be given to adding permission for shared charges. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks, Jeff. Our last speaker on this item is Rick Green. Rick, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment at this meeting. I represent FOSTRA, which is the Federation of South Toronto Residents Associations, and we support all well-reasoned initiatives to reduce reliance on automobiles in the city, both from an environmental and livability perspective. However, any efforts to reduce parking needs to be the result of city-funded independent research and community engagement that identifies areas that are overserviced and those that are underserviced. A one-size-fits-all solution will certainly aggravate those communities already stressed with insufficient parking. We need to build consensus based on analysis for an effective strategy to work. On the issue of savings on construction costs being passed on to the consumer to make units more affordable, the major question here is how would this be substantiated in a market-driven pricing environment? Would savings actually be passed on or simply absorbed as additional profits by the developers? Perhaps negotiating deals for less parking that result in green space, public realm, bicycle parking, and or social improvement to the community might be a wiser approach than a blanket reduction of spaces. Having said that, there are opportunities. Downtown Toronto Policy Area 1 would be an area where bylaw amendments could be applied reasonably quickly. The 16 protected major transit station areas should also be fast-tracked. However, in 180 other MTAs across the city, a phased and rationalized approach would be more appropriate if proof of excess parking can actually be substantiated. Finally, regardless of the approach, we would recommend a built-in review cycle to ensure shifts in demographics and community needs are kept up to date. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes the list of speakers. Sorry, let me ask if there's anybody with questions of the speaker. No? Okay, thank you, Rick. That concludes the list of speakers. Do we have questions of, before we go into questions of staff, there is a staff presentation, so I'll move into that and then we'll move right into questions of staff.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Michael Hain, our project lead on this, has a short presentation for you to go through the highlights of the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. In January, this committee directed staff to review the parking requirements in the citywide zoning bylaw 569/2013. This report makes recommendations emerging from that work. I'll briefly describe the recommendations and the multi-factor approach we used to reach them. The existing parking standards in the citywide zoning bylaw were adopted by Council in 2013 based on studies conducted between 2005 and 2007. Many of the existing requirements were actually carried over from pre-amalgamation requirements, making many of these requirements quite dated. The rates no longer reflect the current transportation preferences or global best practices for managing parking. The recommended amendments will update vehicle and bicycle parking standards and include
the removal of most parking minimums citywide, the introduction of maximum parking standards where they don't already exist for most uses, the maintenance of accessible parking requirements, the introduction of requirements for electric vehicle infrastructure, and the introduction of a new mechanism to fund bike share expansion. These recommendations are the result of a multi-factor approach used to consider the implications of parking standards, and I'll discuss each of these factors now. The elimination of minimum parking standards brings a market mechanism to parking supply and pricing. Parking will only be built where there is a market to support it. Eliminating or significantly limiting minimum parking requirements is a growing trend globally. Many cities, including London, San Francisco, Mexico City, Edmonton, and Buffalo, have already removed their parking minimums. In these cities, parking continues to be constructed after the minimum requirements were removed, but less of it than before. Using a market mechanism will better achieve a balance between building too much and too little parking, ultimately contributing to building more sustainable and healthy communities. Removing parking minimums supports land and cost-efficient forms of development, an official plan policy objective. The cost of constructing parking is very significant, in some cases exceeding $150,000 per space, and maintaining minimum parking requirements limits households' abilities to avoid those costs. Removing parking minimums will streamline the development approvals process by removing red tape, cutting costs, and saving time for both the city and developers. Already, nearly half of developments approved by the city are approved with less parking than the zoning bylaw currently requires. Over 80% of mixed-use development is approved with less parking than the requirements. To get these reductions, developers must submit supporting studies, which the city in turn must review. Constructing parking is time-consuming and disruptive. Less parking will result in faster construction with less traffic and noise impacts on surrounding areas. Further, minimum parking requirements may result in households in multi-unit residential buildings who do not own automobiles, subsidizing the cost of parking for other residents in the building who do. This is inequitable as higher income households are more likely to own automobiles. Removing parking minimums will help curb greenhouse gas emissions. Minimum parking requirements lead to the overbuilding of parking. Easily available parking in turn encourages people to drive more frequently, contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. The transportation sector currently contributes more than a third of the city's greenhouse gas emissions. In order to achieve the Council's target for net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, aggressive action must be taken to curb the emissions from the transportation sector. Some of the required actions include transitioning the entire vehicle fleet to low carbon energy. The recommended requirement for parking spaces to be EV ready will support that transition. Parking facilities themselves also contribute to greenhouse gas emissions due to the abundant use of concrete for their construction. Underground parking facilities also interfere with groundwater flow. Introducing maximum parking permissions will slow the growth of automobile use and also the resultant emissions. Limiting the growth of parking by removing parking minimums and imposing maximums will better manage car dependency and encourage the use of walking, cycling, and transit. Already, the importance of cars to people's travel is declining, and the decline is expected to continue as a result of ongoing significant investments in new transit and cycling infrastructure. To accommodate the growing demand for travel that will come with the city's growing population and employment, the city will need to encourage walking, cycling, and transit use and discourage automobile travel to move more people in the same amount of space. It's difficult to change travel patterns after they've been established, so early action is important. The report also recommends new measures to support the transition to non-auto modes, particularly cycling. The first is a payment in lieu of bicycle parking provision. The provision will establish a clear mechanism by which development can support the more rapid expansion of the Toronto bike share, contributing to meeting the mobility needs of new residents. The second is a requirement for bike maintenance facilities to support personal bike ownership. To support users in trips that cannot switch to non-auto modes easily, the recommendations maintain existing accessible parking requirements to better align them with the AODA's Integrated Accessibility Standards regulation. The recommendations also maintain a requirement for visitor parking, but at a lower level than today. This will ensure building maintenance vehicles can still park on site and recognizes that visitor parking is not always a focus when people look for housing. I also want to emphasize that the removal of minimum parking requirements is not the same as removing parking or requiring no parking. Parking will continue to be constructed where there is a market for it. The recommendations will not remove any existing parking, and the parking maximums proposed will impact very few developments. The official plan directs development to provide adequate parking on site.
To ensure that this direction is followed, staff are recommending establishing a process to exclude users of all new development from participating in the city's on-street permit parking program. This is frequently done for individual developments, but in an ad hoc way, which results in some developments being missed or only excluded late in the development process. The new process will minimize these risks and provide strong incentive to developers to consider the parking needs of their development's users. Additional measures can also be considered to discourage illegal parking on street. This report is not the final word on parking standards in the zoning bylaw. The effectiveness of the recommendations in achieving the city's objectives will be monitored over time, and further amendments will be proposed as required. The recommendations also represent only a first phase of work. Further work will be required and planned related to bicycle parking to reflect the growth of cycling, loading standards to reflect the changing patterns in urban freight and vehicles for hire, and also accessible parking to reflect the aging population. Staff will continue to work across divisions and agencies to advance the city's policy objectives related to parking. Staff will present a framework for the development of a citywide parking strategy to Council early next year. The strategy will consist of a number of parking-related initiatives that will work in concert with city policies to address numerous parking-related considerations in Toronto. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And let me just get my screen back, make sure I see everybody. Okay, questions of staff. Visiting councillors, Councillor Ainsley, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is for Michael. Michael, I just wanted to ask, I guess the city that you mentioned in your presentation, and probably one that's the most advanced in eliminating parking minimums, is Edmonton. Can you comment a bit? I don't know if you looked at Edmonton, you did mention them. Can you comment a bit about whether they're succeeding or not succeeding in reducing parking minimums?
Edmonton removed their minimums in 2020, so it's been a relatively recent change. We haven't heard much other than anecdotal comments from Edmonton staff, although we have discussed with them. Examples of cities that have made the change longer ago, London, UK changed their policies in 2004 and found about a 40% reduction in the amount of parking that was being provided. Buffalo, New York changed theirs in 2017 and only saw a slight increase in the number of developments that were providing less parking than the former requirements that they had.
Okay. And then around housing affordability, I've heard questions from some of the deputants. They made comments. I've heard from some of my residents that, by eliminating parking, it's not going to increase housing affordability. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, the cost of parking is quite significant, and the cost of that construction has to be paid by someone. If it's not paid for directly by the person benefiting from it, it's paid by someone else. And generally, that would be other users of the development who may not be benefiting from the parking. So it would represent a subsidy from non-drivers or non-auto owners to auto owners. Generally speaking, auto owners are better off than non-auto owners, so that would be a subsidy from lower income households to higher income households. It's difficult to say what the direct impact on housing affordability would be, but if costs come down, it's reasonable to expect that the price of housing would also decrease.
Okay, so you'd envision, for example, if you had two buildings across the street from each other and one reduced the parking minimums at currently it's $100,000 a spot, you would envision that the market would come to bear to help reduce the price of housing units?
That's correct. You can see that already in actual real estate transactions, that the cost of a unit with a parking spot is higher than the cost of a unit without. So there is a value that the market places on parking already.
Okay. And then one of the, articles that I read when I was doing my research on this was done by the Residential and Civil Construction Alliance of Ontario, and they gave an example. Our general manager of Toronto Water, Lou DiGeronimo, in a presentation, he talked about there was 7 high-rise building projects that, with the private water discharge permits and the long-term agreements for groundwater, for the amount of infrastructure that had to go into place because of the parking,
the equivalent of nearly 20,000 additional suites could have been built. Would you consider that accurate?
I'd have to look at the details of the proposal more, but certainly you could build more units if you had to build less parking.
And I think if I could just supplement Michael's comment, Councillor Lindsay, it has been a priority of the city through Toronto Water to approach a new way of building underground garages around bathtubing and other experiences, other ways of doing it, such that that water leakage doesn't end up in the city's pipes, in the city system. It's been a problem in terms of the planned amount of water getting into the system. So the more that we can make these basements watertight, the better off our systems will be. And one of the ways of mitigating that is to build smaller basements. And it lowers the overall cost for the developer, but it certainly is going to make the city's efforts to contain the impact on our water system much more manageable.
Okay, all right. And my last question, I just wanted to ask about Toronto's tall building design guidelines. There seems to be a stated preference in them for below grade parking. Is that something that's going to be examined within the context of the work being done here?
I would say that it's somewhat a separate exercise insofar as the above grade parking often has other urban design impacts, other built form impacts that need to be mitigated. Our general approach is to avoid above grade parking where possible. In some situations like the waterfront, we've had no choice with water table issues, and I know parts of Scarborough are the same, out in the east end of Scarborough, for example. But certainly we'll continue to monitor the way that this change plays out with potentially much smaller underground garages over time, and whether or not that triggers more requests for above grade.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata, followed by Councillor Bradford.
Yes, I just have a couple questions. For the adoption of the zoning bylaw amendments citywide, what about in areas where there is improved transit, where you have a GO station and up and the Eglinton line? Would that be the same, or would that be different in those areas?
Well, through the speaker, maybe Michael can comment further. But generally speaking, the approach here is to eliminate the minimums, and in areas that are very, very close to transit, one would argue that a market-driven approach will make the conditions perfect for a much reduced provision of parking because of the availability of transit, immediate proximity to transit. Michael, do you want to comment further?
Yeah, to build on what Greg said, we are proposing maximums that are lower, closer to higher order transit, so subways and LRT lines, and another rate that's relatively low, close to frequent surface transit routes. So there is a bit of a consideration of location relative to transit.
Okay, I didn't see that in your presentation. Maybe I missed that. But does that include visitors parking as well?
So the areas are mostly linked to parking maximums. There is a slightly different rate for visitor parking as well, if you're not as close to transit. It's higher if you're further from transit.
Okay, and the attachment 3, as far as the payment in lieu of bicycle parking, and the funds will go into a reserve fund, and that will go towards bike share stations and to the parking authority?
That's correct.
The funds in that reserve fund will go into to Toronto Parking Authority to create bike share stations.
That's correct, or acquire new bikes. Yep.
Okay. But what about areas where we can't have bike share stations? That revenue goes just to Toronto Parking Authority to.
So right now we're only proposing that provision in Bicycle Zone 1, which is generally served by the bike share system already.
Okay.
Over time we may extend it to the rest of the city, and Toronto Parking Authority is also planning to extend their system.
Yeah, so,
It's going to so that the parking authority is actively pursuing the expansion of the bike system.
Right.
So this will provide a foundation, funding mechanism, if you will, for that eventual expansion.
yeah, because I have requested bike stations in my ward, you know, especially around the stations and that through TPA. So in areas where we don't have it, then those funds could be used towards that, correct?
As that system comes online, these
Yeah.
funds, and as these funds are collected in those areas, they'll be mutually supported. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Annunziata. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to staff for this fantastic body of work here. Who determines the parking maximums, and what is that based on? I know we have those established in different parts of the city, but going forward, where we are introducing a parking maximum, what are the calculations that go into that?
So generally speaking, we maintained the maximums as they already exist.
Right.
There's one exception where we lowered it, and that was for apartments and mixed-use developments. We lowered that to the existing minimums, reflecting that over 80% of that type of development is already providing less parking than what's required. For uses that didn't already have maximums, we set maximums that were the same as other uses that had similar characteristics. And over time, we could lower those as we see what the demand for parking in those uses is.
How did you calculate the maximum number?
Do you mean the actual mechanics of it for
Yeah,
dwelling
yeah.
units?
Like, what are the factors that go into coming up with that formula? What are you looking?
Our intent was to maintain the existing maximums and to set up just the precedent that there is a maximum amount of parking that should be allowed.
Okay.
We looked at it based
those
on
existing maximums. What were the factors in calculating those existing maximums? I understand that you rolled those out and reduced it in one instance.
Mm-hmm. So in those cases, they were looking at what the typical demand is in those uses to limit how much demand there would be to that use by car as opposed to other uses, or other modes rather.
Okay. Do we have one of the deputants was talking about they're building in Corktown. Folks are converting parking spaces that come with the units to storage. I've seen that in lots of different buildings. Do we have a sense of market absorption for parking spaces in new developments as it exists today? Do they all end up being sold in tandem with the units, or do we have developers who end up sitting there holding parking spaces that they're not able to absorb in the market? What does that look like, and what research did you do into that?
So unfortunately, that sort of information is often considered commercially confidential by the developers themselves. So we have to rely on their goodwill in providing that sort of data to us. So take from that what you will. But they've indicated that on average, about 30% of the parking is unsold. They cited one example where 90% of parking in a particular development was unsold.
So we often have scenarios where developers are coming in to push for lower parking, less parking for the requirements in our bylaws. And you cited in the report a bunch of examples. We often move in that direction for a variety of reasons. Do you think that they're doing that because they don't want to pay for the high cost of parking? You talk about how those spaces can be anywhere from 40 grand to 120 grand or something to construct. Is it a cost based decision, or is that a market based decision where they feel like they just can't sell those parking spaces?
Well, I would say those are the same reason. That if you're not able to sell something that has a high cost, then you'd have no reason to construct it.
It would clearly be a pressure on the pro forma for the development, not that that's driving out our public policy choice, but certainly the cost without a revenue at the other end has been cited often as a challenge.
I'm running out of time. I may need a second round if we can, but because I want to talk about the bike component. But we had questions about affordability, and I think this is something that I'd like all of us to understand. you may not be purchasing a parking space with your unit for 50 grand or 80 grand or whatever on top of the cost of the unit. But how do condo corps structure their fees and their amenity fees and those monthly payments that you make for maintaining something like a parking structure? And is that likely to factor into the cost borne across all the units in the building? What does that look like?
Want to try that, Michael?
Sure. I believe it varies from condo corporation to condo corporation, but generally there is a monthly maintenance fee associated with the parking spots as well.
So if the parking garage needs to be cleaned every winter and every spring, if it needs to have concrete work done, if it needs to be painted, if it needs to be maintained, those costs are costs that are borne on the building. And, you know, in a lot of instances, there's folks who are paying those costs, whether or not they have a parking space.
Yes.
And those costs can be quite significant.
Okay. Madam Chair, I have more questions, but I know I'm at 5 minutes.
Okay, let me see if anybody else has any questions. Give me 1 second.
I have one, Chair.
Give me 1 second, I'm just getting my screen back. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, followed by Councillor Wong-Tam.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to understand why you believe, you said this will lower the cost of housing and units. How can we make sure that's the case and that it doesn't simply go into the developers' coffers and people are still paying higher rates to purchase, etc. And the questions that Councillor Bradford asked were very important, just about the fees and all of that, that we make sure that this doesn't have a negative effect on affordability, because it's supposed to have a positive effect on affordability.
Well, I'll begin by repeating the main point that the overall size of the garage, if it's more appropriately sized based on the market demand, will, in the long run, in the life of the building, be less of a burden to the entire building. For those people who don't own a car in that building, that reserve does not have to be as large. And it translates over time into a lower cost or a lower cost burden for the various owners of the building. Whether or not in the first instance it results in affordable, I don't know that we can control that, as you point out, Councillor, because we don't have our hands on the exact nature of the costs that are passed on to the consumer or not. But we are aware of the general benefit of this overall. If the building is less expensive to run and operate over its life cycle, that would inevitably benefit the affordability, especially from a maintenance point of view.
And so I just want you to let me know about kind of the building pro forma, and are all the costs of 200 spots or 100 spots borne only by those who are borne only in the purchase price for those who have decided to buy a spot, or is it smoothed out over the entire number of people that are buying units? Do you know the answer?
That's a very good question, and I can't answer that with any precision. I don't know if Michael has any specific evidence on how that actually plays out. A very good question.
It really depends on the individual development and how much the developer is able to sell a parking spot for. They're not going to not sell a parking spot even if they have to sell it at less than what it costs them to construct. And in those cases, that loss on a parking spot will have to be spread over other purchasers of units.
I'm just talking about the cost of construction overall. You don't have a pro forma showing that. That would be very helpful if you were to take a couple of developments and just look at how this could lower the cost of purchase for everybody in
a development. Are you able to do that, or we could get someone to do that? I'm sure you could find somebody who knows how to do that, and Barry Lyons or somebody like that can give you that info, if should you not have it right now.
We don't have an example, but we'll be able to get one.
So I'd like a couple of examples for council, or beforehand, please, 3 or 4, where parking's all sold, and there are, I'm just looking at how much of the costs of construction are borne by those who are purchasing compared to the costs that are smoothed out over all purchasers. So I think one of the things we're talking about is lowering the price of units. But if we don't understand how it contributes to the price of units, then I'm concerned that developers will say, well, that's great, they don't have to buy that, and be selling units at exactly the same cost. So if we were to look at a couple of buildings and say, currently, this is how this worked, and if they didn't have to build this, this is what typically we would expect for purchase price in the range of options. So that could be my expectation, that we would have that already, but you don't. So I guess I'll ask the chief planner if you can get that, please, before the council.
No, we're happy to look into that further. I think we're taking our emphasis has been on the long term.
No, I understand, but I'm looking at.
But we're happy to. I think it's a great question, and we'll probe on that and get you some information for sure before council.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you. Many of my questions have been asked, so I'm certainly not going to ask them again. I want to just ask about UV charging stations in particular. The report sort of speaks to that. Can you explain to us how you envision this would work?
So the proposed requirement is that 100% of resident parking spaces would have to be EV ready, and 25% of other parking spaces. That matches the Tier 2 requirement within the newly adopted TGS V4. And what that EV ready means is that a parking spot is equipped with either a junction box or an outlet capable of supporting a level 2 EV charger, which is the industry standard these days. So that looks very much like the sort of outlet you'd plug your oven or your clothes dryer into. And each parking spot would have to be equipped with one of those.
And thank you. And does that include the visitor parking spaces, or perhaps the spaces that are not privately owned?
The visitor spaces would fall under that 25% requirement as opposed to the 100% requirement.
And is there any anticipation that cost will be sort of passed through to the buyer, or is that absorbed by the developer?
I would expect all costs like that to be passed on to purchasers.
In the report, it mentions the sort of the diversion of funds into the bike share expansion. Can you elaborate on more how that would roll out? And namely in particular around geography, because obviously we know that there are certain parts of the city that are that where we are expecting to see growth and intensification, and then there are others that don't. So how do we ensure that the cities that don't have, the neighborhoods that don't have a lot of intensification can also benefit from the expansion of the bike share program?
The proposal right now is that the provision would only apply to Bicycle Zone 1, which is the area contained by the Humber River, Lawrence Avenue, Vic Park, and the lake. It would apply only to short-term bike parking requirements for resident uses. We're doubling the requirement for that in this report as well, but allowing developers to reduce it back to the current requirement at a cost of $500 per space reduced.
Thank you.
That fund would go to a general reserve fund that TPA could use for expansion anywhere in the city.
Okay, thank you. That's incredibly helpful. So I guess with respect to parking lots, especially in the core that are quickly evaporating, they're oftentimes being redeveloped, as we know, but there isn't the same type of reintroduction of commercial parking space. So has the report factored in that? Because I don't think cars are going to go away tomorrow, So how do we make sure that the visitors who come into our neighborhood have a place to park their vehicles where it's not going to be on the roadway all the time, because that competes with on-street permit parking, but we have commercial lots that are available for them.
Well, maybe I'll start by saying that we're, as the pointed out, council, cars aren't disappearing tomorrow and likely will be around a long time. We're in a transition where we're trying to pull levers to induce behavior that focuses mobility on other choices. And I don't know that the city's, I think the parking strategy overall, the report that Michael referred to that is being led by Transportation Services, that you will see in the new year, needs to speak to that transition overall. And we're working with the Parking Authority and other agencies and interests who are engaged in that parking space, excuse the pun, to see what we can do to move us toward a less car-dependent world. I don't think we're going to be building more parking lots without a very serious consideration of the impacts of all of the other factors that we've talked about today.
Okay, thank you. And I have one final question. So there have oftentimes been conflict between the occupants of the unit. So therefore, people who move in after the pre-sale agreements are done, the building is built, the developer didn't build the parking, and perhaps the owner never purchased. And then there's a lot of pressure from people who live in the high-rise buildings, the new construction, who want on-street parking. So how will you address that pressure currently exists in the community today?
Want to answer that, Dave?
Sure, I can answer that. So we are changing generally the way we're doing this on-street parking issue, tackling this on-street parking issue in general, right? So we're going to try to catch these things at the zoning stage, for one. The second piece is we're going to be putting in the notice of approval conditions that the owner has to contact us to tell us that they are to be excluded from the permit parking program. And there's also going to be a clause in the purchase and sale and lease agreements so that folks know that they're not going to be able to get on-street permit parking. So and then we'll also have the ability to report as necessary to community councils if one of those things doesn't catch the issue, or if we're still dealing with pipeline applications, as we move into this new zoning bylaw change.
Dave, thank you. Where has that answer been for the past 11 years of asking? Very exciting.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 second. Any other councillors with questions? I think there's only Councillor Perks left. Councillor, you have any questions?
Oh, I've been troubling the planning staff for weeks on this issue, so I've had all my questions answered.
Okay.
Never trouble.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. I'll try and be brief. What's the cash value? Do we accept the cash value in lieu of providing parking on site today in developments?
For auto parking, there is. Dave, are you the right person to speak about the details of that?
No, I don't have those details, Michael. I know that it hasn't been
I don't need the
used
number,
in the last several years. Yeah.
I don't need the number, but what I want us to think about and talk about is how does this translate, especially in the forthcoming world of community benefit charges, CBC, how does this translate into our ability for securing other sorts of things where that cash in lieu of parking would be secured?
Well, I can speak to the amount of money that's currently being secured through that program. In the last 5 years, it's averaged less than $100,000 a year. So it really isn't securing very much money. Of course, removing minimums really removes any potential for that program to secure funds.
Right.
But we think that direct requirements for the sorts of infrastructure that we are trying to pay for with that funds is really more effective.
Okay. So it's not a significant financial revenue cash in lieu of parking currently for the city.
That's correct.
Okay, so what about the value of a parking space? You've got that recommendation. We're introducing cash in lieu, $500 for a bicycle parking space. How often are we, this program doesn't exist today, is my understanding. You cannot do cash in lieu for bicycle parking. What are we anticipating in terms of revenue? I see that you have in the report it's 50 grand to do a bike share station. So it's 1,000 spaces at $500. What's our forecast for how much cash in lieu we're actually going to collect from folks not opting to include bicycle parking?
If about half of the spaces that are eligible to be reduced are reduced, it would produce about $225,000 a year. So a little over 4 stations.
I guess my question is, are we anticipating, like, do we, when you're working with the development community or builders, do you get a lot of pushback against including bicycle parking?
No.
Okay. So the option is there to do cash in lieu, and we're going to direct it towards bike share, and that's great. But this also similarly may not be a big financial windfall.
It's possible, and we'll report back on the effectiveness of the program, potentially recommending changes to it if necessary.
Okay, and then just there were some other questions on the bike share program, aspirationally as it's radiating out from the core and moving into what would be here as Zone 2. What sort of work are we doing right now with Bike Share and Toronto Parking Authority to align this program, Zone 1 and Zone 2, with their subsequent direction to expand outside of the core? Are those things being synced up, and how easy is it for us to amend that to include this program into Zone 2? That's really what it's about.
So we've been working with TPA on this program, and they've been quite supportive. The requirement, or the steps we'd have to take to extend it into Zone 2 would be another zoning bylaw amendment to change the boundary.
And a municipal code amendment. So as the expansion comes online, we would make the necessary regulatory amendments to be able to implement that.
Now, I may have missed it, but why, and I apologize if I missed it, why are we not just doing it across Zone 1 and Zone 2 today, and, sort of not having to go through that process of revision, in 5 years from now or whatever? Is it so onerous that we wouldn't want to do it in Zone 2 today?
We wanted to have a more comprehensive background study on parking requirements for bikes, and we're planning to do that next year. Once we've done that study, we may already recommend extending the program to Zone 2 as well.
Okay, and last question. I appreciate all the cross-divisional work that takes us to this moment today, but have we established formally the responsibilities within transportation planning and TPA for the bike share aspects? So we're going to have this new reserve fund, but when an application is submitted, who actually has the carriage of setting out the new requirements and ensuring that the bike parking or bike share stations are delivered within the application process or site plan, or who's taking carriage of that piece?
So it is city planning ensuring that the amount of reduction is appropriate and consistent with the regulation. That money would go into a reserve fund, and then it's TPA who's responsible for allocating that fund to specific stations or bike purchases.
Okay, very good. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple of questions. I just want to make sure that I heard you correct when you said that currently, was it close to 80% of the applications ask for a change in the parking ratio and get approved?
It's about half of all applications, but over 80% of mixed use and apartment applications.
Okay. And so there's half of the applications, they come in, they ask for a parking reduction based on their own market studies, right? So they do market studies, transportation studies, they prove that it's viable. So there's all that work that is done, and we approve it in 80% of the times. Do we expect that will become the norm, that every developer will now actually do the market study, feasibility study, in order to find out what parking they need? Because we're not getting rid of parking. We just want to make sure that is the adequate parking in that specific development that gets built that is actually needed. Isn't that what we're doing here?
That's right, and maybe Dave wants to comment from a transportation service point of view, but it would simplify the discussion around whether or not the provision was adequate, and we would improve and simplify our processes around that. Dave, do you want to comment further on that?
Sure. We'd still be reviewing parking studies, so particularly when it comes to somebody who wants to build more parking than the parking maximum allows, that would certainly be something we would have to review very carefully. But in my view, we'd still be reviewing parking studies for the bulk of planning applications.
Okay. And you mentioned as well that there in other cities where the parking minimums were eliminated, that there was just a slight decrease on the number of parking that was actually being produced. What city was that?
Correct. In Buffalo, there was only a slight decrease. The other example I gave was London, UK. There was a 40% reduction there in the amount of parking, but their reduction brought them to a level that's approximately equal to what Toronto provides today.
Okay, so most likely they had again, this is going to be, it's not going to, I think that sometimes people think that this report is about us starting to have buildings without any parking tomorrow. That's not it, right? What we're saying is behaviors, as much as we're disappointing Councillor Perks, as much as, we know that we have climate issues that we have to deal with, we know that this is an impact on the price of the building the price of the building that we're building, and that people are just living differently, and we want to induce some of that behavior. But the reality is that, we're not expecting that now most of the applications are going to come in here without any parking. The market is, and people's behavior is still going to dictate quite a bit of that, correct?
That's correct, and I think you'll see a variation across the city because there are different contextual circumstances in certain areas of our inner suburbs. You'll still see a market-driven amount of parking being built, probably very close to what is being built today. But this does allow a very careful fine-tuning, such that when there are opportunities to build less parking, we will build less parking. It will have all those other incidental benefits that we've outlined in the report, a much better fit to the actual context.
And to you, Chief Planner, I mean, the city is growing a lot. I mean, we're talking about an extra 1 million people in the next 30 years. I mean, we have to give options for people to move. That's why we're doing investments in transit and cycling infrastructure and so on, because we can't have every new resident to own a car and come to the city and think that every resident, the only way to move around is through cars, correct? So we shouldn't be looking as well at this policy in isolation of everything else that the city is doing as well.
The city is only 630 square kilometers. It's not getting any larger. We have to understand how to use our space more wisely and in a more climate adaptive manner. So we've got to take these steps, I believe, in order to support people's choice to move around differently. And I think this is part of that whole package of changing the way the city works. I think in a very beneficial manner.
Okay. I've heard some stories. Sorry, Councillor, I'm not done.
I think Mr. Hain has his microphone on, and it's creating some static in the background. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Just one last question. I don't know if you heard this, but I've heard this from a few people that they had been, even though they didn't own a car, that they were actually at the time of purchase of their condo, they were basically forced, they could only buy that certain unit with a parking spot, because the city had forced the developer to build the parking spot, so they want to get rid of it. So there were certain units that they said, well, if you want this unit, you have to take the parking spot. Have you heard situations like this before?
I have heard a whole different range of situations where units get sold with parking spaces, without parking spaces. Some are conditional on the parking spaces. So this just creates a better fit for the actual amount of demand coming out of that building, and doesn't build too much, doesn't build too little. It actually builds a better, a more appropriate number of parking spaces, depending on the context and the number of units that are being constructed.
But for a family or an individual that doesn't need that spot, that could and has an impact on the price of the unit as well, correct?
It may indirectly. I think that's why Councillor Fletcher's question is good. That how often this translates into an actual savings is something that we necessarily can't control. Okay. But the life of the building is definitely benefited by a better sized parking garage. That's for sure.
Okay. Thank you. Speakers. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank, first of all, I want to say that in my questioning, I asked about the city of Edmonton as the first example. And when it comes to parking, I will also say a former famous Edmontonian said, you always skate where the puck is going, not where it's been. And when it comes to parking, one of the reasons that Edmonton is at the forefront is they're trying to meet their climate change goals for 2050, something that we're trying to do as a city as well. And parking has a lot of hidden costs to it, as we've already heard, both to developers and to the builders. And I first asked for this report. I had a letter before the committee in September of 2020. I want to thank the committee for supporting that, for staff moving this forward again last January. And a bit of history. When I was first the new part of my work was what's going to be the Scarborough subway station, is where most of the tall buildings are currently being developed in my ward. When I was meeting with developers, one of the first things that they always raised with me was the high amount of parking that they were expected to build below ground. At the time, the spots ranged in price from $50,000 to $60,000. Sometimes I heard $70,000. Now the minimum price for a parking spot is $100,000, and that's expensive for the developer. We all know that developers aren't charities, that any money that comes out of their pocket is going to be passed on to the buyer. When asked about reducing parking spots, they also point to the fact of a lack of bicycle infrastructure in Scarborough, something that our staff have been working very hard at addressing. That the parking concept in this report is going to go very far to addressing as well. So I'm very happy with this report. When it comes to parking, there's so many costs, stormwater and sewer system connections, which I mentioned in my questions, the increased construction costs, and overbuilding for a declining parking demand. Even the environmental costs I've read about, just building an underground parking garage, having to dig out the dirt, transport it, the amount of concrete that goes into it, all factors that can significantly increase the cost of parking, and by reducing the parking minimums are greatly going to reduce that. Overall, I think we have to embrace the flexibility and plan for the future parking in our city, and I want to thank staff for the work they've done to date on this, and I look forward to the continued progress that they're going to be providing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perks, can I have a motion just to extend the meeting by 2 minutes so I can clean up the heritage items? Thank you. All in favor? That carries. So I need, I'm putting forward a motion to reconsider item, give me a second here, 2916. So I need a motion to open the item. Councillor Perks, all those in favor? That carries. And now I have a motion on this item. So we approved one item, and it was the item that staff had asked me to move the motion. So I'm sorry for that. So this is item 29.16. All those in favor of the motion? That carries. Item as amended? That carries. And now we can also move on item 29.17, 2365 Bayview Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Councillor Bradford moves the report. All those in favor? That carries. And item 29.18, 516 and 526 Yonge Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Councillor Wong Tam moves the report. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, we can break for lunch. We'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are now going to bring it into committee for speakers. So I'm going to start a list. Any members of the committee that wish to speak on this item? Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair Bylaw. I have a motion on this item. It does a number of things. First, it adds two pieces to the review that the chief planner is required to do under recommendation 13. It asks for a review of the visitor parking requirements and a review of the electric vehicle requirements, just so that we can stay on top of that over time. The second motion, or as part to my motion, refers this issue to the chief planner for part of his consideration when he does his annual review of the inclusionary zoning bylaw. And the second asks the province to consider changes to the community benefit charges as a result of us implementing this bylaw. What I'm doing with those last two is taking note of the fact that we are effectively lowering the cost to developers of developing housing units by reducing the parking minimums or the parking requirements for new constructions. And because we are doing that, building in the city of Toronto will, for many developers, be more profitable. I want to ensure that we acknowledge that extra profit when we think about how many inclusionary zoning or think about the requirements we have for developers to do inclusionary zoning. If their business model or their profitability increases, we might be able to increase the number of affordable units we require under the inclusionary zoning bylaw. That's just something for the chief planner to think about. The second part of it similarly says to the province of Ontario, you very recently reduced the revenues that the city of Toronto gets when new units of housing are built in the city of Toronto. Your argument being that this would allow more development to take place. Well, again, since we are making it easier for developers to make profit developing in the city of Toronto, the province might want to rethink their cut to the public benefit of development and say, well, now actually developers can afford to pay a larger community benefit charge. So that's my introduction to the motion. If we could take it down, I'm happy to move along. So I wanted to address a few things in here. There will be profound impacts on how the development review process takes place as a result of these changes. Like many of my colleagues, it's been my practice to approve developers and send us a very clear signal when they make their application that the existing parking minimums were far too high and that I would welcome reductions in the number of parking units the applicant was applying for. Sometimes in exchange for that, we would get additional bike parking spaces or additional visitor parking spaces or car sharing spaces. Sometimes I would make the argument to them that since they didn't have to build an additional layer of underground parking, they could step forward and offer affordable housing units instead. And I was successful in that on a number of occasions. So my motion attempts to get some of those affordable housing units that we will no longer be able to bargain for back in through the inclusionary zoning bylaw or through the community benefit charge. I wanted to make an additional point though. Not everything about how the staff are rolling this out is exactly the way that I would do it or any of us would do it. A major change like this will always have knock-on consequences. One piece I'm concerned about is shrink wrapping the building in terms of the parking spaces and not allowing people to get on-street parking. if they can't get on-street parking in the first 5 years, that's great. It forces the developer to meet the need on site. But what about in 20 years? We're going to effectively create two tiers. People who live outside that building will have access to on-street parking, and people who live inside won't. And they won't be the people who purchased it. And I think there's an inequity there. And I'm looking at you, Mr. Chief Planner. We got to keep our eye on that going forward, and we may have to make corrections at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Fletcher.
I have a question for Councillor Burke.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Go ahead. Questions of the mover.
Yeah, you heard my questions earlier to the Chief Planner and to Mr. Haynes about looking at pro formas and taking out the actual cost to build the parking, and then what would that have meant to the reduction of the cost of construction, cost of operation, cost of purchase. So in your motion, are you trying to get at if that these changes should not be a bonus to the developer, a windfall to the developer, but should make the purchase price of units and the rental cost of units lower?
Close. That's close to what I'm saying. I am acknowledging that by eliminating parking minimums, we make the cost of construction lower.
Mm-hmm.
And I am also acknowledging that when we no longer have the ability to bargain for a reduction in parking spaces, we don't get community benefits that we would have otherwise been able to bargain for, like affordable housing units or enhanced bike share or any of those things that all of us fight for every time there's a development application. But what I'm proposing is that we take a close look to make sure that our inclusionary zoning bylaw take into account that developers are now making more money and probably can afford to put more affordable units in under the IZ program. And similarly, I want us to tell the province, we have done something that will make it cheaper to build in the city of Toronto. It will help private developers. So perhaps you should revisit your decision to reduce the charges that we levied on private developers to pay for things like parks, affordable housing, the infrastructure that we used to get, payments that we used to get for things like TTC through the development charges bylaw. So I'm doing something similar to what you suggested, but I'm doing it in a slightly different way.
But it will be helpful to get back the information about basically what money would have been available had that already been in existence. So we're looking at the delta in a number of scenarios of existing.
Yeah, we have to make sure that in changing the economics or the business cost of building a new unit of housing, that the slice of that has to pay for the various pieces of infrastructure, social and physical, to support those new units accrues to the public and not to the private developer.
Right. And in some cases then, anyway, that, yes, I get that it's not a windfall. It has a social purpose of some kind. Correct.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. I think you all have a little word on this one.
Thank you. Any other questions of the mover? Seeing none, other speakers? Councillor Wong-Tam, followed by Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. I do have a motion, if the clerk can put it on the screen. The motion is to amend one of the recommendations, number 10, and to ensure that at the earliest opportunity in the development application and review process, including at the rezoning and official plan amendment process, that we notify the affected parties, that we alert the developers that they have to put it into all their pre-sale agreements and other type of documents, and to ensure that that happens as early as possible. My fear is that site plan is just a little bit too late, especially considering we all know that developers oftentimes pre-sell their buildings even well before the development review is over. Thank you. And then to the study in itself, I just, you can take down the motion now. Thank you. To the study itself, I want to just thank Councillor Ainsley for initiating this body of work. And as you all know, at Planning and Housing Committee, we oftentimes take turns initiating, new initiatives and policy reviews, and even the creation of new policy for city staff. They don't always jump on our requests to do new work so quickly. They did that very quickly in this case. So it tells me that they were either already thinking about it, it was something that they wanted to be motivated to do. But in any which way, I want to thank Councillor Ainsley for his leadership and starting this ball for all of us. And to thank city staff for their quick and steady work. I'm really excited about this particular new policy change. I think it's long overdue. I'm a firm believer that the only way we're going to reduce our car dependency is to actually make that shift. So therefore, we have to not subsidize parking at the expense of everything else, because and oftentimes it takes up real estate. It's hard, non-permeable surface. It creates congestion and gridlock. And in this case, there's an economic case to be made, is that people are starting to move away from that modal shift anyways. And so we have parking lots underneath condominiums that have not enough cars in them, which is probably a good thing. They were overbuilt, but now we need to start thinking about what to do with those empty spaces. I've been approached by a number of tenants in TCHC buildings in particular that have been asking for us to repurpose the parking spaces underneath TCHC building. If these are perhaps some low-income residents, chances are they're going to be using transit, cycling, and walking. Private passenger vehicle ownership and operation and maintenance is highly expensive. And so that means that there's a lot of wasted space under TCHC buildings. I'm just using it as one example. It could exist in private rental market buildings as well. So we now need to sort of move to a place where we're going to have conversations of what to do with these aging assets. So if we were to break it off, we need to figure out, can we do something else? Because there is a residual cost always to those who own those parking spaces. Anybody who owns a parking space downtown will attest to the fact that you still need to pay property taxes on it. You need to pay your condominium maintenance fees if it happens to be condominiumized, and you don't even have a vehicle in there. So in some ways, we are going to, I think, open up an avenue where it's not just about the reduction of parking, which is clearly what this report is doing, but we're going to be unintentionally opening up a whole new sort of quantum of real estate that now needs to be repurposed. And so I know that in some cities and other jurisdictions, they're starting to look at agriculture, almost like, horticultural green spaces and parking lots, even underground or in parking arcades. They're doing the same thing when it comes to trying to figure out if they can put aquaponics in there. And Councillor Bradford just cited one or two examples of people trying to repurpose them for locker use spaces because the units that they're living in are so small. So this is fantastic. I just want to say I'm fully supportive, but it's going to probably feel painful at times, just because it takes some time to get used to. But I think we're heading in the right direction. And it actually will help us meet our Transform TO goals, which, of course, is something I know everybody is committed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I just wanted to say I thank Councillor Perks for that motion, and I thank the staff for agreeing to really look into what we might find as the delta between the cost to construct with the required parking or the cost to construct without it for the same developments. I know recently in one development in my ward, based on even the delta between what the requirements are and what the developer has said they will
would like to build, it's a $17 million delta. So in a certain way, there's been a lot of, I'll just call it bonusing for developers over a whole number of years. And I don't see we're really getting much back for it with this change. But I know we can't put an equal sign there. But it is troubling in that way. Particularly when we're looking at housing affordability and creating affordable housing, and Councillor Perks has been very creative in using that in his ward to get some inclusion long before inclusionary zoning, as have many of us had to be very creative. So the other thing is that at the same time that we're doing this, I'm not sure how aware we are that the Toronto Parking Authority is under a mandate to rid itself of a lot of surface parking lots. And we do have to make sure that all of our parking changes are in tandem here. So I'm just raising that just for information, because I don't, if we're having a larger parking strategy, all of this has to fit into a larger parking strategy. And if people are not going to be building parking and you're not able to park on the street, then you might want to be in a green P, but many of those are now being served up or changed over, and then they'll also not have any parking required. So I want to be really careful and clear that we're not undermining the public parking aspect, particularly in business districts and areas where people are, hospitals, business districts, where BIAs and others rely on having public parking lots. So that is, I didn't make a motion on that, but I thought I'm just going to flag that here because it's something that's starting to concern me, and that we have a whole number of goals. We've got housing goals, we've got transportation goals, we've got economic development goals, and we have accessibility goals, and they all kind of have to work together. And when one thing happens that hasn't taken all the rest of it into consideration, then we can end up not with a great situation going forward. And as Councillor Perks says, maybe not in 5 years, but we're looking at 10 or 20 years, because these decisions that we're making are long-term decisions. And for those people who choose to move downtown and live downtown and not have a car, that's very understandable. For folks who visit downtown and don't have access to transit, you know, in 2013, City Council approved the Scarborough subway. That's 8 years ago, over top of the LRT, which would probably be well underway by now. And so there are people in this city that actually are cutting bus routes. So I just have to flag that one hand has to know what the other hand is doing here. And to my deputant that came today to talk about my constituent, talk about the two large grocery stores, that's right at Lakeshore and Leslie, where there is no transit. As a matter of fact, when the Leslie Barns were built as the home where all of the streetcars, these 200 of them, are cleaned and maintained daily, we were denied even a stop anywhere near those shops, and there still isn't a shop, and that opened about 6 or 7, still not a stop. So it is on a transportation route, and they're kind of there for people to drive to. So we just need to find the right balance all around. I think this is a good report. I'll support it, but I am reminding everybody that there are many parts to the city, there are many designations in this city, and we do have to be extremely thoughtful about how we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to staff for this great body of work. You know, as Councillor Wong-Tam said, it was great to see this come forward so quickly, and I think when we generally think about the things that are going to transform our city, probably not too many folks are necessarily thinking about parking, and yet that's probably an area that really warrants a lot more of our attention. So it's great to have the body of work in front of us today. We all know that there are very real costs to the parking policies that we have here in Toronto and any large city. There's the financial and economic costs, but there's also the social and environmental costs. And one of our deputants today referenced the book, The High Cost of Free Parking. And it is a really good read for anyone who wants to take a deep dive on this subject. That's one that I can recommend. When we think about Toronto's parking standards that have been embedded in our planning policies and our zoning bylaws, they really are relics of a different era. And the standards that we have today were adopted, of course, in 2013, building on work that was done, previously, data that we were referencing from 2005 and 2007. And that was a time when the accepted wisdom in planning was that, folks are moving around the city in a single occupancy vehicle, and that the most important infrastructure that our cities could build were the roads that would take us from residential communities, often outside of Toronto, into the downtown for work and employment. Think about that era. Think about that time, even just a handful of decades ago, and think about where we are today when so many folks are participating, in the meeting online, and they're working remotely, and we invest in transit and we do active transportation. So much has changed, and those may have been generally accepted principles in the 80s and the 90s, but it really is antiquated thinking and out of step with our policy objectives here at the City of Toronto today. So what we're doing today is moving us into the 21st century with a parking strategy that reflects, the directions that we want to go from a policy perspective, but also is in line with a way a lot of Torontonians are living here in the city. New standards for bike parking, EVs, accessible spaces will bring the benefits that we heard about today. But most important to me are the housing affordability and environmental benefits that it's going to support, shifting us away from emissions associated with combustion engine automobiles, and helping us double down on active transportation, walkable communities, those hyper local trips that so many of us have been taking in the neighborhoods, especially during the pandemic. The report really does kind of hit home about how expensive parking is to build and maintain. There's an upfront capital cost that is borne in construction, as we heard from staff, that is passed right through to consumers. We see countless developments and buildings across the city, and if you talk to folks who are living in condominiums or apartments about the vast seas of parking that just sits empty in a lot of these projects, those costs, both financial and environmental, were borne in construction. It's very difficult to do. And then the folks who are living there, whether it's through their rent or their condo fees, they're paying to maintain that as well. So, the contextual piece that you found in the report really hit home for me was, so many folks that are purchasing in a new building today, they might be starting in a one-bedroom condominium. That one-bedroom condo may be 450 square feet. With our old sort of bylaws and way of thinking, you're required to purchase or take on a parking space that's 236 square feet, more than half of the size of your actual unit. And so 40% of people who are living in an apartment building right now actually don't have car ownership. So it's really about bringing that alignment of how people are already living, and also encouraging us to, help facilitate that transition off of single occupancy vehicle ownership, recognizing folks are, they're still going to be driving for a long time here in Toronto, but we want to help facilitate ways for people to find alternatives. And I think that we're building a policy at a critical time here that's going to focus on the implementation side of it. I like that there's different zones and that we're still providing for the unique circumstances in each communities, so that, we have a framework that's really based on removing minimums, introducing maximums. That is a balanced approach that will allow incoming residents to determine if they need a place with parking or not. And if it's, a consumer or market-based choice that drives how much parking gets built, I think that with the right caps and release valves and continual analysis from staff, we're going to make sure that we're not building too much, which has often been the case here in Toronto. So happy to see this going forward. Really appreciate all of staff's work on it. And I think we're moving in a direction that, as travel choices for Torontonians are changing and evolving, the city and our policy framework, our zoning is continuing to evolve with those changes. So that's it from me, Madam Speaker. Thanks. Back over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion.
this motion was drafted by city staff, that the Planning and Housing Committee requests the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, to report directly to the December 15, 2021 meeting of City Council on whether to apply the proposed parking rates to any future development on blocks 2 and 4 in plan of subdivision for 1400 Weston Road. Thank you. So as I mentioned, city staff drafted this motion for me, and the report will be coming to City Council. I will be supporting the recommendations that in the staff report, and I'd like to thank the staff as well for the report. But some of the questions that were asked and some of the comments that were made by my colleagues, there are, it's true, there are condo buildings that I know where the owners are actually renting out the parking space because they don't need the parking space, and they're renting them out to people, and so they're not used, and that's happening in a lot of the buildings, and that I've heard in my ward, especially in the condo buildings. I'll just give you an example. I think what we need to do is we need to educate the public as well, because I had a public meeting last night on a development in my ward where the parking requirements by city was 171 spaces. The applicant is proposing 176 parking spaces. But during the public meeting, all the residents that attended the meeting wanted more parking. So I think it's important that we do educate the public on the bylaw, because every development application that I've received from the public has always asked for more and more and more, which you don't need more, especially around transit, where there's improved transit, where we have a subway and a go and an up. So that's very important as well. So I do support the motions by Councillor Perks and Councillor Wong-Tam, and I do support the report that we have before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. I'll be just very brief. I do want to thank staff for the report that is in front of us, and I think that between our deputants and the colleagues, we said it all. But I think there was one deputant that said, we have a climate crisis and we have a housing crisis, and we need actions that respond to those crises. And I think this is a report that actually responds to and brings that lens to those two issues. We need to act quickly, we need to update our zoning and planning tools, and I think that's what we're doing in here. As Councillor Bradford said, we need to adapt to the way also that people are living. Why are we forcing to create hundreds of extra parking spots while they're not being used? It makes no sense for the economics of that housing that is being built, and it makes no sense environmentally. There's been a lot of conversations about highways, for example, lately, and people keep saying, you built it, they will come. This is not the response. I think about this issue the same way. If we built it, they will come. Why are we building all these parking spots? That's not the way that we create a mobility strategy for our city. We need a mobility strategy that includes transit, that includes other ways of transportation, and it will include cars as well. It will include cars. I want to make sure that people understand that we're not saying that all these buildings will not have parking. All we're saying is that people will move and are moving in different ways. They're choosing to have different modes of transportation. We as a city need to respond to the climate crisis that we have, and we need to give options to people, and this policy goes according to that. And so I'm very supportive of the policy. I will be supporting the motions that have been put forward. I think they're very valid, and looking forward to continue to pay close attention to the policy. I think Councillor Perks raised a couple of really important issues that I think we need to monitor as the policy progresses, but I'm really looking forward to see this adopted and us to move into this direction. And those are my remarks, and let me ask the committee if everybody is okay to move the motions as a package. I do. I have a motion. So I'm so sorry. I do. I do have a motion as well. But because I'm the chair, Councillor Perks, I will move it now at the end. Is just to request some information that I hope it will help this conversation as well when we get to council. So I'm looking forward to having further information on this topic for the discussion that we'll have on this item at council. So with now this motion, can we move it as a package? Everybody had said yes. All those in favor of the motions as a package, that carries. And all those in favor of the item as amended, recorded vote.
Members of the committee, when I call your name, please indicate how you're voting on the item as amended. Councillor Bailão?
In favor?
Councillor Fletcher?
In favor?
Councillor Bradford?
In favor?
Councillor Nunziata?
Favor?
Councillor Perks?
In favor.
Councillor Wong Tam?
In favor.
That item carries unanimously.
Thank you, members of the committee. Great work. Now on to 29.4, Etobicoke Civic Centre City Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Final Report. I believe Councillor Fletcher, you held this item?
Beside that, but
Do you have questions of staff?
fine. No, I just have a motion.
Okay, anybody has questions of staff?
It's a real quick one.
Okay.
Very quick.
Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, I just have a motion I'd like to put at the committee. This is part of, it's on the Housing Now site, as you all know. Amazing, fantastic, many thousands of units. But this is actually the Etobicoke Civic Centre, so it's not actually residential construction, but it is part of the large construction package. It will be over $50 million to build this, and so I'm asking that CreateTO ensure community benefits agreements in place for the construction of this center. Thank you. That's all. With that, I move the motion in front of us.
Okay, all those in favor, Councillor Fletcher's motion, that carries. Item as amended, that carries. Thank you. Item 29.5, implementing tenants' first authority to enter into municipal capital facilities agreement for the single-family homes being transferred to the nonprofit housing sector. Councillor Fletcher, you've held the item. Do you have questions of staff?
Yes, I do have questions
Okay.
of staff, and it really is, it's about the report. And as we know, this is a great report, long-standing. And I don't know who's here to answer those questions, Chair.
I believe Doug
Through the Chair,
Rollins.
Councillor Fletcher, it's Doug Rollins, Director of Housing Stability Services. If I can help you, Councillor?
Yes, I just want to confirm that the majority of these homes, the 600, are 3, 4, and 5 bedroom homes.
Yes, approximately over 80% of the units are what we consider larger units, those being 3 units or higher.
Right. And I guess I would just ask someone from, if Ms. Bond is here, how often are in the revitalizations or just new construction or affordable housing, how often are 3, 4, and 5 bedroom units being built anymore?
Through the chair, yes, it is certainly a challenge, councillor, to get the inclusion of certainly 4 and 5 bedroom units. We do often require a certain number of 3 bedrooms, but yes, this is a difficult area of housing to get implemented.
So to replace over 450 units, that 450 apartments or structures that would have 3, 4, or 5 bedrooms would be a Herculean task, right?
Through the chair, it would be more difficult than our regular mix that we try to include, yes.
I wouldn't want to ask you now to have to do a report and come back and say, percentage-wise, how many 3, 4, and 5 bedrooms have you managed to achieve in affordable housing developments? Because it'd be a lot of work, and we know the answer already. Very hard to achieve, not that many. Particularly, there's no 4 and 5s. So maintaining this housing has really been something important because rebuilding it would have been tremendously difficult. Would you agree with that?
Through the chair, I would, councillor, yes.
Thank you. So in these, there's a list at the bottom of houses that, unfortunately, somehow have a high degree of maintenance. And
I don't know who's here, maybe Mr. Rollins, since he's the service manager for all of these and many of them are RGI. How can it be that TCHC units weren't inspected every year? Isn't there a requirement to inspect units yearly?
Yeah, TCHC over the course of this process has continued to inspect and make investments in the scattered portfolio, but there were, to your point, a number of units when they became vacant were identified as having significant repairs that prevented them from being reoccupied.
Yeah, but I just have a question. It's an annual. Can you tell me if there are annual inspections on 110 Main Street, 124 Morse, 126, 128.5 Morse, A and B, 51 Tiverton, when the last inspections were? Prior to being unoccupied?
Yeah, I'm not able to provide that data, but I can certainly follow up with our colleagues at TCHC and confirm.
And how, if you were doing, since 2018, a number of those haven't been occupied, and one since 2014, but if it required $600,000 of upgrade in 2018, how could that be if there was an annual inspection? I'm quite concerned that perhaps they weren't being done properly or done at all.
Yeah, I think part of it was the latter, Councillor. I believe, there was some units that became repaired with significant repairs that were required. And so the city is working closely with our partners at TCHC, and we'll enter some conversations with the new nonprofit proponents to determine whether TCHC should carry out that repair or whether the nonprofits can be funded to carry out that repair. Obviously, when there's such extensive repair necessary, the nonprofits may wish to deploy those fundings to make different repairs should they want to make structural other changes within those buildings.
That's fine. But I think my point really is to have something where in 2018, there was $600,000 worth of repair required. Can we really honestly say that somebody inspected that and someone was left living? If it's uninhabitable at the end of 2018, it certainly was pretty close to uninhabitable when somebody was tenanted in that location. So I don't want to call it negligence, but I'm extremely concerned that this seems to have fallen off the radar. And I need to make sure, and you ensure me, that every year you get a report that says every single unit in Toronto Community Housing, and as well the new seniors housing, but it hasn't been transferred yet, is inspected, and you have the results.
That was your last question, Councillor.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, it's on mute. You're on mute, Doug.
You have to start over again, Doug.
Okay.
It had to happen to someone, and it was me, unfortunately. As you're more than well aware, then most councillors, Councillor Fletcher, will be working with TCHC through the Tenants First implementation to provide greater oversight and accountability as our role of shareholder and service manager for TCHC to ensure the units are maintained in appropriate state of repair, are inspected regularly, and serve to the benefit of the community.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this report. I'm just curious to know, as we are doing more and more work in shifting these types of properties over to nonprofit housing providers, oftentimes the reason for us doing so is because, number one, they're very expensive to operate. They do end up having operational deficiencies year after year. How do we ensure that the nonprofits are not going to then inherit the problem that we are struggling to address ourselves? How do we ensure that they have the financial means to really carry out the work?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. Obviously, part of the Tenants First work was to focus TCHC on the bulk of their portfolio, which is multi-residential buildings, and to increase the capacity of the nonprofit sector by putting out through an RFP and coordinating the new agreements with two land trusts that are uniquely positioned based on their current models and composition of the board members and host corporations to better manage a scattered portfolio. We've included exhaustive work with them through their financial modeling to ensure that they have the financial resources to not only maintain the ongoing operation, with the required rent supplement to make sure the tenants are supported, and the capital to continue ongoing capital repairs for those buildings. This report is one valuable push to make sure that they have that financial capacity, and we'll continue to work with them, particularly on the early years, to make sure the funding we have in place is sufficient for them to carry out their work and provide better service and housing for the tenants they support.
Doug, thank you. And I guess to your, you mentioned the long-term funding model. The long-term funding model, is that only for operational subsidies, or does that also include enough money to take care of all the state of good repair and other unexpected costs in operating a house?
So the funding model is set up to do both. So not only maintain the operating, but put aside a portion of that operating for long-term capital. We're also supporting conversations with the Land Trust with our federal partners at CMHC to acquire additional support through federal programs such as the National Housing Strategies Co-Investment Fund.
Okay. Will there ever be a time where these nonprofit providers and land trusts may have to come back to the city for funds? So if the funding doesn't come through from the federal government, or provincial subsidies run out, or federal subsidies or municipal subsidies run out, who backstops them? And the reason I ask is because we're going through great trouble and expense in making sure that they're set up in a strong place to start off with. But I just want to make sure that we're not going to be no one's coming back to the city 5 years out while we're not necessarily managing or perhaps watching the financial handling of these properties, or the management of these properties, and then we don't find ourselves with a letter of request asking for more money. Because does this mean that we are done? It's what I'm trying to get at. Like, are we relieved from our responsibilities? Have they been shifted over?
So there's a lot in that question. So let me unpack it a little bit. So I think first and foremost, staff have done a great job across many divisions to ensure that the pro formas submitted and our review of those RFPs were solid, and that the groups coming in have the capacity, the expertise, the professionalism, and the funding to manage these properties in perpetuity. That said, there's a big portfolio, lots of different components to it, and our role as service manager will be to make sure that we monitor on an annual basis those ongoing operations, do deeper dives periodically to make sure the operations are solid, and most importantly, maintain very good relationships with the provider. Should they be getting off track, we can get in and work with them and understand why, and put in place corrective measures to make sure they maintain and are sustainable.
So I guess my question was, will we find ourselves ever where there's a request for us to step back in to financially support any of the providers here in case there's not enough money in the bank?
So very hard to have a crystal ball and foresee years in the future. As you know, the agreement here puts these houses on title to ensure they remain affordable in perpetuity. As you know, through many of the reports you've been dealing with today, the real estate market is volatile, housing is challenging, and we're going to continue to manage it. But we are confident that with the forecast work we've done with this group, that they will have the financial wherewithal to stand on their feet and be self-sufficient.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I don't think I have a motion on this one, but I did want to hold it because I think that we're getting closer and closer to that moment where they're going to be transferred. And I think you all know I call these single-family homes, not scattered units. I feel like somehow your apartment or your home got dropped out of the sky and just scattered across Toronto. As a matter of fact, they're very concentrated in certain parts. In my ward, in Councillor Bradford's ward, and Councillor McKelvey's ward, the lion's share of single-family homes that were purchased for whatever reasons at whatever time, and have, I want to assure you, Councillor Wong-Tam, that those who are involved in the land trust in the East End are those who have been part of housing provision and
good housing provision for decades. Wood Green, the co-ops in the East End, there have never been the issues related to the state of good repair, et cetera, in these co-ops and this other type of housing that we found in the single family units in TCHC. And since 2008, very happy to say, working with tenants, we have maintained this portfolio. And I would say we've maintained the existence of the houses. I'm always a little concerned at how poorly maintained they have been by Toronto Community Housing. They're kind of last on the list. I would dare to say that Mr. Rollins would have a hard time finding the annual inspections from 2018, 17, 16, and 14 if he was to go back and look at those units that are ones that have a lot. I know I've often told the story about we did sell a number of them under pressure. We did transfer some to Wigwaman. Many of these will be transferred for Indigenous housing because Wigwaman's part of the Circle Land Trust. So we are just meeting our obligations in the best way. It's taken tremendous work. It's a part of Tenants First. I really want to thank our deputy mayor, who 2010 was the one who led this piece, that our mayor, who included this in Tenants First. And this will be the first kind of tied up with a bow of all of the Tenants First initiatives, which, as you know, are the transfer of single-family homes to those providers who use that model. So the City of Toronto had most of these homes, and Metro had some. But the model was once through City Home, they had many of these. So it was on an even plane with the rest of the housing. Once the new corporation was created, they were a very small segment and easy to overlook, and overlooked they were. The tenants weren't allowed to actually have a tenant representative of single family homes, whereas all other tenant buildings could. It just goes on and on. I could tell you far too many stories here today. But this is an achievement, and why I asked about the 3, 4, and 5 bedroom homes. That really is the reason why. If you had to replace all of those, which you would have to, replace them, then imagine the time, effort, and difficulty of replacing all of those. Because nobody builds those anymore, my friends. Nobody. It's very tricky to get 3 bedroom homes added into the mix in all of these new developments that we have in all of our affordable housing. They're simply not being built. And yet many families, as you know, and anyone who has Toronto Community Housing in their wards know that there are families that require a lot of bedrooms. They have many children, and it's very important that they're able to live comfortably, and that boys and girls and young men and young women can be in separate places. So I just have to pay tribute to all those tenants that stood firm, to all the councillors that saw the wisdom in maintaining a mixed communities. We're spending, I can't remember, at Regent Park, it's at least $500 million to mix a community. And this is the other side of the coin. We have mixed communities. We have many people who live in these communities, their kids are going to school in these communities. That makes what makes Toronto strong, which is we are a city, an inclusion city, devoted to inclusion, devoted to equity, and that has place for everybody in every neighborhood. And that's why it's so important to keep these. So a big thanks to everybody. And I certainly will be following this closely to make sure that all of these are maintained, and that no matter who does it, that TCHC obligation was to have these in a state of good repair. You can see it was not done. And when budget time, we need to make sure that they're whatever little is left over on the table from TCHC, from the capital side, that it can go to make this whole and we can transfer everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for your remarks. I think it's your leadership. You were thanking a lot of folks, but you didn't actually necessarily thank yourself. So I want to make sure that you were also acknowledged as one of the major proponents in trying to retain these properties. Because you're right, absolutely. Council was looking for a lifeline, and the quick way out seemed to be to sell them. And certainly we did lose some before we changed our course. I wanted to just explain further my line of questioning. You know, I am very aware that we have struggled with the effects of downloading of housing onto municipalities, and in particular at the city. You know, whether it was metro housing or the amalgamation of what is now TCHC, we've never really been able to dig ourselves out of it because number one, it was aging housing stock. It came down pretty fast and furious without any explanation or consultation. And there were a lot of vulnerable people there who needed additional supports. And as the building started to age, TCHC, I think, was really and continues to grapple with the state of good repair. And there has been a lot of attempts right now and underway, big effort and a lot of energy and money in trying to revitalize the big parcels of land, whether it's Alexander Park, Regent Park, or Lawrence Heights. So Councillor Fletcher is absolutely correct in saying that that's where the energy and quite honestly, the money has gone into, you know, how to do the bigger projects where you have so much land. In some ways, it's actually the easy projects to take on. And the harder pieces are the ones that are before us today in this report. So I want to just thank staff for their hard work, because I know that this was not easy getting to this outcome. And I want to thank the community, because many of these land trusts didn't exist necessarily beforehand. Obviously, some very experienced individuals who have a career built in nonprofit housing got together and said, let's make this happen. Let's go meet the city's call for proposal. And I want to make sure that they're going to be successful. And it has nothing, my comments had nothing, my questions, I should say, had nothing to do whether or not these individuals were qualified, because obviously they are. That's why they're before us. But I don't want to ever be in a position where we then downloaded a problem or a responsibility that we couldn't take up onto them. So sending everyone up, and everyone meaning the land trust up, so that they are working from a position from strength, and they go from strength to strength in order for them to get a good outcome is really what I'm trying to say. And hopefully I'm saying that now clearer now. I recognize that, you know, nonprofit housing in the context of the market and the rising cost to heat a home, to insure a home, to maintain the home, when the rents remain stagnant or below market rent, there is going to be a tipping point, which means that government has got to step in if we want to keep this housing stock affordable. And we want to see these, like, quite honestly, they're aging assets well maintained. They're not easy to replace a furnace or to replace a roof. And at some point in time, if they're not maintained properly with annual inspections, when you can make the modest intervention around maintenance, then the larger cost for replacement will be much more expensive. And it doesn't take very long for these costs to pile up. So I want it to be really crystal clear that if we're setting these these properties off into the hands of our new good stewards, then we have to make sure that they're going to work from a position of strength. Doug Rowland was pretty emphatic that he felt that they have everything they need to be successful. The one thing that he couldn't guarantee us is that they won't necessarily, come back if they run into financial trouble. So if they do come back, if there is a need for us to step back in, I just wanted to say that on this day I flagged it, and that we should then be prepared to step back in and to give them a hand if they ever run into any type of financial problems or something bigger around governance. I don't think we're going to be out of it altogether, but I am very pleased with the result today, and I want to thank staff for all their hard work. This was not easy to get out of the gate, and here we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none? Yep, seeing none. All those in favor of the item? And that carries. Thank you. Next item, we have HousingTO 2020-2030 Action Plan, 2021 Annual Progress Update. We have one speaker, Kira Heineke. Kira? Nope, not present, so we have no speakers. Okay, so we have Councillor? Yes?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to ask for questions of staff.
No, we have a small presentation first, and then we'll proceed to
Okay.
questions of staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. I'll just begin to share my screen. I'm Abby Bond, Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat. Just bear with me. Okay, so hopefully you're able to see that now. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We're very pleased to bring forward our annual report. This report really builds on the work that we did when we initiated HousingTO 2020 to 2030 in 2019. It's a blueprint for action across the whole housing continuum. We came back last year with an implementation plan which helps us really drive forward progress. And then here in this report, we have an update and an overview about the progress we've made over the last year, as well as including some updates to our costs, which underpins our advocacy to other levels of government. And we've also outlined some key priorities for 2022. So just beginning, I wanted just to highlight how in our housing charter, we've really made the progressive realization of the right to housing a central feature of HousingTO. This enables us to really center commitments around equity and climate resilience in our work. It really drives some of the changes and policy changes that we want to make, and is really aligned with both the federal government in terms of the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, to which Canada is a party. And it really aligns with the fact that housing as a human right is also a central part of the National Housing Strategy as well. So HousingTO, as everyone here is aware, is a 10-year comprehensive strategy with 13 key focus areas and over 76 actions. It really relies on all levels of government to commit funding and action in order to deliver on it. Some key features noted here are the goal of 40,000 homes, new affordable homes over the 10 years, including 18,000 supportive homes. And again, it really is an all government and all community approach that is necessary to deliver on this comprehensive plan. So just want to highlight some of the context in which we're working that is certainly challenging. As you see here, the updated numbers from Toronto's 2021 Street Needs Assessment indicate that there are, just over 7,300 people who are experiencing homelessness, 77% of which are chronically homeless. And we really are still relying on our shelter system, importantly, to save lives and provide emergency shelter. And yet we all know that housing actually and upstream interventions really give people the stability, dignity, self-sufficiency, and improved health outcomes that we would all much rather see. So I want to highlight here some of the challenges that we're experiencing in relation to affordability. The scale of the challenge is sometimes daunting. What you see here on the right, it shows what a median renter household, so someone who's earning about $50,000 a year. So this could be someone working in the community service sector, someone working in long-term care or in one of our shelters. This is what this shows where they can afford to rent in the city if they spend no more than 30% of their income on rent. So right now, they can actually really only afford to live in 3 neighborhoods in Toronto. To live everywhere else in the city, they would be paying much more than 30% of their income on rent. And this is kind of aligned with what we see. 1 in 2 renter households in our city are certainly paying more than 30% of their income on rent, and 1 in 4 of them are paying more than 50%. This doesn't leave much money for other disposable income to spend on, education, transportation, food, all of the other life essentials. So it's really continuing to squeeze our renter households. So the benefits of housing, affordable housing, are clear. It's a social determinant of health, and it's really an essential part of someone's ability to move successfully through life. It enables people stable employment opportunities, and as I said, it gives people sufficient disposable income that they can spend on education and food, etc. I also want to point out that the economic case for investing in government or public investment in housing is also clear, especially when it comes to supportive housing. This is a chart that we use often in the work that we do to highlight how an investment in supportive housing makes much more sense than continuing to invest in kind of the expensive part of this continuum, which is around emergency shelters, the justice system, and hospital stays. And basically, we can choose to spend our money collectively differently and get better outcomes. So an interesting report that was released this year, a great report done by the Toronto Board of Trade and Wood Green collectively, really shows the inaction, the cost of inaction in relation to affordable housing. Through their work, they identified things like employee turnover, additional recruitment costs, productivity losses from long commuting, upward pressure on wages and salaries, and potential migration out of the GTA. They estimated that this could cost our economy up to $8 billion over the next 10 years, and really is another piece of why we should collectively be taking action on affordable housing. So how have we been doing? This is a progress report. We have made real progress over the last year, and we've really been gaining some good momentum. You see here that we've been able to open 220 homes with support services for people experiencing homelessness. We've seen a significant investment through rapid housing, and we've also partnered strongly with TCHC around rapid housing for people experiencing homelessness, people moving into TCHC units. We've also entered some pretty important partnerships as well with the United Church and also with Misway Beak. So on the right-hand side, you see some of the progress. So in one of the areas, we really are exceeding kind of expectations that we set at the beginning of the plan, particularly around our ability to deliver on new housing development. So we're currently tracking at about 37% achieved towards the overall goal of 40,000. For the other areas of work, like helping renters and protecting and preserving existing homes, as supporting first-time home buyers, we're very much on track with where we need to be at this point in the process. We've really focused our efforts over the last year on prioritizing our investments using an equity and climate resilience lens, with a specific focus on equity deserving groups. As we know, particularly the pandemic is really creating or worsening inequalities for many in our city, and that's particularly felt by those people in equity deserving groups. Some other key things that I want to highlight briefly are through the work that we did thinking about how we would be organized at a city level, at a city staff level to deliver on this plan. We're able to confirm the Housing Secretary as the lead agency to consolidate many of the housing accountabilities, responsibilities and functions within our group. We've also had a lot of success being able to secure money from the capital investment from the federal government. And we've also been making good progress on pivoting from an emergency response to homelessness to something that involves permanent housing solutions. We've also established a permanent advisory committee on the protection of affordable rental housing. And really overall, I would say that we're on track for many of our objectives and perhaps ahead on some others. And there are some priorities for 2022 where we will be able to further our attention as well, and I'll come to those later. So a little bit about the funding. We've been clear in this plan about how much support we need from other levels of government, and the city really is leading with our financial commitment. We see that right now we're committing $2.3 billion in capital funding, land value, and our financial incentives. We've seen from the federal government investments over the last year of around $350 million towards affordable housing and supportive housing, on top of their $1.34 billion towards TCHC capital repairs over the 10 years. We're also seeing investments from the federal government around reaching home and also in retrofits as well. From the provincial government, we've seen investments in community homelessness prevention initiatives and also a commitment of 1 year of supportive housing operating funding, as well as additional funding for the redevelopment of Carefree Lodge, as well as Homes for Good. And jointly from the federal and provincial governments, we've seen an investment in the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit and the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative. So where are we in relation to the 40,000 homes? As you can see here, based on our current trends and in terms of the pace of project approvals, we're estimating that we should, if we stay on track, we should be able to achieve that 40,000 goal in about 2027, so slightly ahead of schedule. There are a number of caveats to that I want to highlight. For us to be able to stay on track and meet these goals, we really need to see some changes in the way that the National Housing Strategy investments are being made in Toronto. And we're in direct discussions with CMHC and the federal government, providing them feedback about how we feel we can spend money better in Toronto. We know that we will see part of that supply that we'll see over the next few years will be coming through important initiatives like inclusionary zoning. And one of the important things I want to highlight here is that while we're showing we're able to potentially meet that 40,000 goal, we will need to see a layering on of supports to much of that supply if we're able to meet our supportive housing goals. So we're making some good progress there, which I'll come on to in a minute, but more work to be done for sure. So here's a little bit of a breakdown about the 16,800 homes that we currently have under development in our pipeline. So we have 2,100 supportive housing approvals that we're reporting, as well as just under 15,000 affordable rental housing approvals. And there are many different avenues that we're able to move forward on those goals. A key one that we've talked about recently at committee and council is Housing Now. So this is an important initiative. We currently are now at 21 sites. Across these 21 sites, we will see 5,600 units of affordable housing to be delivered. We also are having success through our open door annual call. The current year's annual call actually went live yesterday. And earlier this year, we were able to see an approval of 971 units across 15 projects. We're also really proud of some of the new partnerships that we've been able to make this year. So our partnership with Midtown Development Corporation, this is enabling or setting a path for us in developing the for Indigenous, by Indigenous carve-out that we've made of our 40,000, giving us a way to deliver on that 5,200 homes. And also the partnership with the United Church, where we're working on approximately 500 units across various sites. The other thing of note, I think, is our ability to really start to ramp up our delivery of supportive housing. And this has been made possible through the partnerships with the federal government and also the provincial government as well. So it's really important for us to create and support affordable housing all across the city. And so here is some information about how we're doing on our geographical spread across the city. And as you can see, we're making good progress. What you see here is a map that shows 8,600 affordable and supportive homes approved by council since 2020. What the map doesn't show you yet is the homes that we're delivering in partnership with Midtown and the United Church, as many of those projects don't yet have addresses. So I think it's really important that we recognise the importance of the work we're doing with TCHC. This is a really important part of our need, not just to create new homes, but also preserve and protect what we have. So TCHC, a key partner in relation to affordable housing, they have 2,100 buildings worth over $10 billion. And as part of the HousingTO plan, we committed to support their 10-year capital repair plan. And this includes important upgrades around energy efficiency and retrofitting, ultimately improving the quality of life for tenants. In both 2020 and 2021, we were able to support their budget of $350 million each year for building and capital renewal. And this is a good point to say that this was the first time in TCHC's history that they've achieved a fully funded 10-year capital plan, a really important step forward. We really want to recognize the partnership that we've developed with them around people experiencing homelessness, and we've done this in two ways. Through the rapid rehousing that was launched back in April 2020, they've housed over almost 460 people in 300 permanent homes. Helping to ease the pressure in our shelter system. And we've also partnered with them to identify 2 modular housing sites where we've been able to deliver on the Rapid Housing Initiative money that we secured from the federal government. And so in the last part of the presentation, I just want to switch to looking forward to some of our 2022 priorities and some of the bold steps that we're hoping to take. So a key one is really how we scale up our supply of housing, including affordable homes. So as I mentioned before, we're now really advancing on Housing Now at 21 sites, delivering 5,600 affordable homes and over 11,000 homes across all of those sites. We're looking at implementing a vacant homes tax in 2022. And also we will start to see steps forward in relation to inclusionary zoning. Another key area of focus for us in 2022 will be our work supporting equity deserving groups. We're going to continue to prioritize and roll out steps, working with Ms. Waybeek to deliver on that 5,200 homes for Indigenous residents in 2022. We're hoping to establish a working group with Black and Black serving organizations to come up with a set aside for new affordable and supportive housing for Black residents and Black-led affordable housing projects. We want to increase housing opportunities for women and girls, particularly in collaboration with the violence against women sector. And we're also continuing our work with the Accessible Housing Working Group, which includes many advocates and people with lived experience, to look at the adequacy of our accessibility requirements in line with current city programs. We'll also be using an equity lens to develop a one-door approach and an online portal for how residents can search and apply for affordable housing vacancies across the city. And also we'll be continuing to prioritize our resources in relation to climate resilience. This includes the retrofit of existing residential buildings like TCHC, as well as working to bring in and adhere to, in relation to affordable housing, Toronto Green Standards version 4 in all new affordable housing projects. And finally, how we can also leverage additional investment from the federal and provincial governments to take action here on housing equity and the environment. The other thing we're going to be doing is continuing our efforts around the supply of people-focused supportive housing. So we're looking to complete the delivery of our 24-month COVID housing and homelessness response plan with at least 500 more units to be secured from the federal government, and hoping to land our $48 million a year in operating funding, which will ensure that the homes we've been able to create and the homes that we need to create next year can serve people experiencing chronic homelessness in our city. A fourth area is around more help for renters. So we're looking to use the portable housing benefits through the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit Program as a way to move people out of homelessness and off the social housing wait list. We're continuing and will be increasing our work around raising awareness on tenants' rights and assisting renters facing illegitimate evictions. And we're also going to be looking at supporting nonprofits to reduce the likelihood of the loss of existing rental housing, such as rooming houses, through speculation as we roll out our new program, Multi-Unit Residential Acquisitions, or MURA. A key focus will be ensuring a fair and transparent process for tenanting our new affordable housing, and also a focus on supporting partners around achieving a good state of repair through the coordination of repair and retrofit funding as well, and as well as along with compliance monitoring and enforcement, as we've heard even today how important that is. And kind of our last key area of focus for 2022 will be our data strategy. And you see here some key elements of that around eviction data, affordable and supportive development tracking system, and also a data book as well. The aim here, through a new housing data strategy and also a HousingTO program office, is helping us to better understand Toronto's housing market and the needs of residents, to improve the way we're able to track and report progress on HousingTO, to inform our advocacy, to enable us to share more effectively information with our partners, and to facilitate new data needs as well. So we want to be able to kind of report and track data at a housing system, a continuum-wide housing system basis. We also want to do this around system-level policy, programs, and investments, so that we can really capture the health of Toronto's housing market. We want to make sure that we have a thorough understanding of our residents' needs and experiences, and ensure that we can use this information as a powerful advocacy tool. Setting up the HousingTO program office will help us do this in a really coordinated way, helping us to inform that advocacy and our decision making. So what does success look like for us by the end of 2022? We'll have created over 3,000 permanent, affordable and supportive housing opportunities. We'll have further helped through that and other efforts, marginalized residents and individuals, and specifically equity deserving groups. Through these efforts, we'll have reduced the costs to the public sector through things like the use of hospital, emergency rooms, and also the justice system. And through the investment in affordable housing, we'll have seen an increase in employment opportunities to help boost economic recovery at an important time. So we have gained momentum, and so this momentum will carry us through 2022, but we do need to see more alignment on funding as well. So just a quick snapshot: if we're able to continue that momentum, what does success look like by 2030? So really this is us being able to fully implement our plan, because it will be fully funded from all three levels of government. We would have been able to see chronic homelessness eliminated, and we would see many more affordable and supportive opportunities for equity deserving groups. We will see improved health, housing and socioeconomic outcomes, as well as really a diverse, inclusive and livable communities. We will see less renters in core housing need, and also more sustainable and resilient housing homelessness systems. So we're really on track with some of the success, but we really need to see that alignment of funding and action between ourselves and all three levels of government. And before I finish this afternoon, I do really want to make some thanks. It's really the success that we're having to date and the momentum that we've gained is due to major effort by staff at the City of Toronto. And I want firstly, though, to thank the leadership that this committee and council have shown around housing. It is making a huge impact on the work that we're able to do. But I do want to thank my colleagues at Team Toronto, including the city manager and the senior leadership team, as well as many staff from CREM, from MLS, from Planning, SSHA, and HousingTO, to name a few. And none of the success that we're having and the future work that we have to do would be possible without our nonprofit, co-op, and private sector partners. And also the funding that we've received to date and the work that we have to do. The success will come, as I've said, with alignment with our federal and provincial partners, and we're very grateful for their efforts and attention.
Great. Thank you. Okay, questions of staff. Councillor Wong-Tam, I know that you had questions of staff. Go ahead.
I do. Thank you. I'm trying to work on that motion. Through you to Abby. Abby, thank you very much, first of all, for your presentation. I always find them so informative, and I never get tired of hearing you talk about housing. So thank you so much. I wanted to ask. You finished your presentation with a thank you to the nonprofit housing sector, and I think that is absolutely right. You may have heard my remarks earlier about making sure that we're not downloading any additional hardships upon them, but rather finding ourselves in partnership. With respect to the reliance, and it sounds to me there's 5,200 units of Municipal property that you're counting as approved, and I don't know how many of those are United Property units that are also being counted as approved, but it looks like to me a large number of the sort of approved rental housing units don't have addresses, don't have a source of funding. They're approved in principle, but they're not approved through the zoning process. How are you counting that as approved? I just want to understand this.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the chair, the HousingTO plan is an enabling plan, and the 40,000 homes was a target for us to have approval of 40,000 homes. And so often a key step for getting projects underway, getting the funding they need, is through partnerships like we have with Municipal and also the United Church. So the fact that we're able to take those MOUs and those partnerships to funders like the provincial government, like the federal government, and say, look, we've got an approval, we know where we're going with this partnership, we've got a target of, say, 5,200 homes, come on board with us to get moving on both individual projects and also at a portfolio level, will really mean more likelihood of success. So we've been really clear that the approval, it is an approval target of 40,000, and we're usually counting the first approval. That can be either an open door commitment, planning approval, or it might be, in this case, the approval of sites, for example, under Housing Now, for use as Housing Now, or it might be the approval of an MOU. So there is a variety of ways that we're counting that, but all of that really does help us in our work with other partners to actually secure the funding and the further approvals necessary.
Thank you. And can you just remind me, and I'm trying to find the number, how many units of housing is attached to the United Property Resource Corporation?
So that's a target of 500 homes for that particular MOU across a variety of sites, and we're working hard with our planning colleagues on some of the next steps with those sites.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So I guess I think what I'm struggling with, and this is actually really helpful for me, is that if we don't get to a completion stage with the housing, it means that we don't house people, and therefore they're still in shelters and congregate settings and other places where they don't want to be. So they're still going to be deemed unhoused, but they can't live in a approval. They need to live in a
yes.
home. So should we be creating a new benchmark for ourselves that, we also need to look at what's built and people moved in? So I don't want us to rest on laurels if it looks like we're going to meet our target by 27 when we don't have the housing in hand with keys to hand over to someone.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for asking that question and pointing that out, because really getting partners on board, especially around funding, is proving, I think, that it's possible to do the 40,000, which is why we've really pushed demonstrating the idea that we actually see now a strong pathway towards delivery of that 40,000. But you're right, people don't live in approvals. They only live in real housing. And so we are also tracking occupancy and actual homes delivered. And that will be very much a part of what we hold ourselves and our colleagues accountable for in terms of delivery. It's just that we want to show success and a way to get that 40,000 delivered, because I think it encourages people to join us from a funding perspective.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I guess if we were to make some adjustments, and I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but I do want to keep us honest about what we have to achieve. If we were to make some adjustments based on the trajectory of builds, like completed projects and housing, will we meet our targets of 40,000 new homes in 10 years completed? If given our track record right now, are we on track?
So in terms of completions, the original target was actually not about completions within that 10-year period. So likely some of the approved projects within that 10-year period will complete after the end of 2030. And we can provide more information to committee and council if it's of interest around what that trajectory looks like. And a large part of that is, again, about funding as well as planning approvals. But we intend to be very transparent about our success around delivery and not just around the initial approvals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors with questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thanks so much, and thanks very much for this update. So good to see that it's really proceeding so well, and particularly on the housing now, that oversight of the build will come through you or come through CreateTO?
So we work closely with CreateTO. I like to say that we own the program outcomes. We set the approach and the general direction, and CreateTO implement Housing Now on our behalf. The other piece to add to that is that the Housing Secretariat also leads on any of the non-profit sites. We issue the RFPs for those, and we manage those through our office.
Thank you. And I didn't quite hear that around, you said something about TCHC, and it's my understanding that the development side of TCHC, under Tenants First, is moving to CreateTO in order to allow TCHC to fully focus on the family portfolio, which sometimes they have been quite distracted with the development side. So maybe I missed you saying that.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that is my understanding, that the development team is moving over to CreateTO.
And so the role of TCHC in new affordable will be what, in your understanding?
Well, we'll continue to work with their development team in CreateTO on the revitalizations. And through the revitalizations is where we see the additional of new affordable housing on TCHC property.
And up to now, there really hasn't been any significant, except for our goal is to include that as a significant piece of redevelopment, as the Auditor General found we had missed a few golden opportunities in the past.
Through the chair, yes, I'm aware of the auditor's recommendations. I think we're definitely having more success. It's definitely much more front and center in the conversations we're having with TCHC about the revitalization.
So that really is an important leg in our platform in the
absolutely, yes,
portfolio, including. Yeah, so the kind of role of infill, that won't stay with TCHC. That will also be under CreateTO. Is that your understanding?
I think it's around any kind of development role. So if there's development involved.
New build. Okay.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yes, Councillor.
And one of the issues, I'm just going to channel our dearly departed Pam McConnell, which is the role of co-ops. That was her ardent wish, goal. She did actually end up building one as part of Regent Park with the hotel and restaurant workers. But I didn't hear you mention that. And so how we make, as a management model for housing, it's probably one of the most successful because it does empower tenants, as you well know, coming from Vancouver. It's a very strong sector there. And part of Housing Now, at least part of the, I believe we put that in Housing Now and here, that migrating to a model that is more of a co-op management model, even in existing housing stock, would be a good idea. It's very empowering.
Through the chair, it was my intention, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention it at the end, to thank specifically not just the nonprofit but the co-op sector as well, because you're right, they really are an important partner. We're doing some great work and some with the Co-op Federation, and certainly they see, I think we collectively see a strong future for co-ops in the city, and certainly would like to find new ways of including them in large-scale redevelopment. Certainly it's something we're looking at in TCHC revitalizations, but yes, through also Housing Now as well. So
yes,
we very much want to support new co-ops.
40 units in Don Somerville, that will be
That's right.
Co-op, but Tenants First also includes migrating existing portfolio units into a co-op management model with ownership still by TCHC or Seniors Corporation, or the shareholder still owning through the corporations. Is that something that you want to touch on, or is that still part of our thinking, or do we need to spend a little more time bringing that into reality?
Through the chair, that is something we're still working with TCHC and also Tenants First on, and we'll try to provide an update to you, Councillor, and to committee in 2022 on where we've been able to get to with that thinking.
So if I was to ask for 5
Last
sites,
question, Councillor.
if I was to ask you to come back to 5 sites, that were logical sites, units or less, that could be moved to a co-op management model, would you be back in 2022?
Yes, Councillor, we'd be happy to take that direction and report back.
Do I need to make a motion, Chair, or not?
No.
And I have to really, I haven't spoken yet, so thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on the item? Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, I was just going to thank Ms. Bond for, from one rainy place to today, it is another rainy place to lead this work on behalf of the city. It's made a huge difference, and just your knowledge of the industry, your knowledge of housing, your knowledge of co-ops, your ability to work with levels of government is very striking, and I want to really thank you for your leadership. I also just want to thank the Deputy Mayor, because you did thank all of the councillors in the committee, but I think she's been the #1 champion as the housing advocate for a while until we set this up. And then if you've ever been on the receiving end of fixing something, it gets fixed when the Deputy Mayor gets involved. Something's gone off the track. So, and great vision and great energy. I just want to reiterate the piece about the co-ops. And I know when Dan Leckie died, he was a councillor here at the City of Toronto. And Jack Layton was a very close friend, and he went into Dan's Palm Pilot. Everybody remembers what a Palm Pilot is. Remember those little things long before our iPhones. And Dan had a list of things that he wanted to do. And Jack said, we have to do Dan's list. We have to accomplish Dan's list, because he died very suddenly. And over the years, all of those things were accomplished. And Pam McConnell didn't have a Palm Pilot. She did have her iPhone or her BlackBerry. I don't think she had the list, but I think we all know at the top of Pam's list were co-ops, and particularly the importance of co-ops in empowering tenants and empowering women as leaders. When you look across all of the co-ops in the City of Toronto and the Federation, you look at who are the administrators, who are the leaders. There's so many women, and it is an incredible growth to be part of a co-op and have to manage that property. It is not, it lacks any of the paternalism of having a manager and then dealing with tenants. There's a total respect for people and respect for their abilities and to grow. And I will note that Marilyn Shirley, former MPP, former city councillor, actually developed all of her chops, all of her ability by being a leader in the Bain Co-op. So I just want to focus on that for a minute. And I want to ask all of us to get Pam's list and make sure that at every spot we're inserting that in every way we can, because it's a sector, as we all know, that coming to power in 1995, Mike Harris simply cut every co-op program. It ended. They all ended and it has languished, and yet it is resilient, strong, aggressive, important, part of our Circle Land Trust. Everybody there understands co-ops. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I always speak about this when I have a chance. And this one, we need to make sure that in this housing plan, that is something that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. I do have a quick motion. If the clerk can please put that on the screen. The motion is to request the Housing Secretariat to pretty much take her excellent presentation and turn this into her PowerPoint presentation, that is, and turn this into a broad public educational advocacy campaign on the funding needed from the provincial and federal governments in order for us to meet our action plan for HousingTO 2022 to 2023, and to have that campaign presented back to this committee in January. I want to thank Ms. Bond, Abigail Bond, and her entire team, who I know receives a lot of questions from myself and from my team, but also we've received a lot of assistance from her in making sure that we understand the overall strategy of where things are going. I know that Abigail and her team are not doing this work alone, and I know it's a huge body of work. So I want to echo Councillor Fletcher's comments in thanking our chair, Deputy Mayor Bailao. I know that you've had your hand on the wheel for 11 years since we got to council together, and I know you've never eased up on the pedal. So I want to say thank you for all your ongoing advocacy. There are times where we may disagree on how fast we're going and how much we need to do, but I know we can always count on each other. I know this to be true when we just want to get housing and to get people into good, decent homes. I want to highlight for all of us that the housing strategy is only going to work if it is funded. And I wanted to just make sure that we weren't going to necessarily rest on our laurels and talk about things that were approved. And I recognize now that when the strategy was approved, when the strategy itself was approved, we somehow set ourselves a goal that we should count approvals as a benchmark of success. But I think it's time for us to revisit how we outline that benchmark and how we establish success. Success is when we actually see a reduction of people who are homeless. We can see that people have access to decent, safe, affordable housing. We can see the imminent closing of emergency shelters and transitional homes because everybody has a place to go. We can see a reduction in healthcare costs, emergency healthcare costs. We can see a reduction in people who are literally living in jails and detention centers and hospitals. To me, that would be a great measure of success, and the only way we're going to do that properly and to demonstrate full transparency is when we start counting the number of people who actually get keys to their own place. So I'm hoping that the next time the 2022, I guess, housing TO report comes back, perhaps the team can undertake perhaps a further explanation of what is actually completed, because that's the goalpost that I'd like to keep my eyes on, and I know you do as well. And then to say thank you to everybody for all their hard work. Every single time, even at approval stage, is a huge volume of work. If we can start to talk about how much gets built, that would even be better. And thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, seeing none, I would like to say a few words, so I'll set the clock to myself. You know what? Reading the report, I was very thankful for an incredible group of people that have been working, from the Housing Secretariat to many departments that Abby had the opportunity to thank them as well. This is really a Team Toronto. And I think the commitment as well from this council to really have housing as a key priority. When Councillor Wong Tam mentioned this, we were elected about 11 years ago. Affordable housing was a subcommittee. It wasn't even part of a standing committee. We did not have a standing committee that actually dealt with housing issues. We had housing issues being solved in all kinds of different departments. Our former executive director of, at the time, Affordable Housing Office once drew a system chart of all the departments that dealt with housing, and I've shared with many of you, and it was quite something when you started realizing where housing was being dealt with. And I think that there was a commitment when we adopted this housing plan, when we said that we were going to treat housing as a human right, and that we were going to work towards the progressive realization of housing, that we had to bring that lens forward. And so we also needed to have that done as in a departmental way as well. So we saw this term actually a committee that has housing, and I think I'm a bit biased because I always believe that planning and housing should be together, but I think that it clearly shows the importance that this council and the civil servants give to this policy now. But also we have the restructure of all these housing functions under one unit as well. The other thing I think is quite important is that we've committed to accountability. And I know it's not sexy, and you know, the report goes on and talks about data strategy and so on, but I think if we really are serious about implementing something, accountability and measuring that stuff is really important. And I think a data strategy for us to have data, solid data that we can create good policy and also measure everything that we're doing is really important. Then there's all the tools that Abby explained and talked about. And very often we get asked at every little thing that we announce, is this going to solve the housing crisis? Well, we know perfectly well that there's not one tool that is going to solve the housing crisis. Housing is a continuum, and we need a box of tools, and that's what we have in our housing plan. We have a housing plan that has different strategies to tackle different points of the housing spectrum. Because I do believe that, you know, to really tackle the housing crisis, there's two things we need to keep in mind. There's no one order of government on one sector that can do it alone. We need to leverage each other's responsibilities, and we need to leverage each other's funding. And we can't fund our way out of this, but we can't build our way out of this. So sometimes when people talk a lot about housing, a lot of people say, oh, this is just build more housing and it'll solve it all. It won't solve it all. There's parts of the housing continuum that the supply will not solve it. It will not solve it. But there's other ones that our legislative powers and regulations should be enough, those tools should be enough to deal with some of the issues that we have in the housing continuum. So once again, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the mayor as well, who's been a great champion and advocate on housing as well, in particularly with conversations with other orders of government, and our team, our staff, that even during the pandemic, and I'm sure you've realized this through all the work that has been done and all the reports that have been coming through this committee, what we've done is we've expedited all the work and all the plan. Just looking at the number of modular housing units, for example, that we had committed in this report, and that we've put our foot to the pedal and delivered all those units, advocated for funding from the federal government on those units, received the funding on those units, and continue to put Housing Now sites, continue to move those forward, continue to put them in the market. Many, many initiatives that we've actually accelerated during this pandemic, because we know that more than ever, housing is a really important issue. It was evident, the crisis existed pre-pandemic, but it became even more clear to everybody how important it is to have a home when all we asked, in particular at the beginning of the pandemic, was for people to stay home. So with that, thank you, everybody. And once again, thank you to the great team at the city for making this happen. And I do have a motion. I'm so sorry.
That'll give a lot of latitude to us when we do.
No, I do have a motion. It's also to have this reported. We have different targets as part of our 40,000, right? We've committed to targets for women. We've committed to targets for Indigenous peoples. We've committed to supportive housing. And I would like us to also start reporting on what we're doing in terms of seniors units as well, because it is a pressure that we're seeing more and more with an aging population. So out of the 40,000, it is important that we report that as well, how much we're having for seniors as well. So with that, can we move it as a package, all the two motions? Yes? Okay, all those in favor? That carries. Okay, and we can move to the next item, which is Lawrence Heights Revitalization, Phases 2 and 3, interim status and budget update. We do have one speaker, Kira Heinke. Kira?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Go ahead, you have 5
Hello,
minutes.
everyone. Thank you, and my apologies for not being on the line for the previous item. I have submitted a deputation on it, just with all the time changes. I was in another meeting and I just couldn't make it. But I regret that because I had very much wanted to be on the record and speak in support of the HousingTO progress plan. And I do encourage you to review the deputation. It offers acknowledgement of progress to date, and given that it's National Housing Week, I thought it was worth us all noting how encouraging it is that by the end of 2022, we will have created almost 1,500 new supportive homes for people experiencing homelessness, and that's not a little thing. So I just wanted to take a chance to thank you, committee, for your leadership, and of course, staff, the other committees, and the mayor and city council as a whole for that achievement. Also, I'd wanted to speak, or I will speak as well, to the Lawrence Heights item because it's a critical initiative, but it also is part of achieving some of the goals and aims of the HousingTO action plan, of course. In particular, this report is important on the Lawrence Heights Revitalization Plan because it does create an opportunity for increasing density and adding more affordable housing units. I understand that that is being explored through the planning process, and the Alliance wanted to wanted to speak today to encourage ongoing commitment from this committee and, of course, from Council on seeing this through its next steps, and that this opportunity, as I said, to create those additional affordable housing units is not overlooked, that we leverage that opportunity. Also wanted to underscore the importance of the Lawrence Heights Revitalization Plan to address the long-standing housing, health, and socioeconomic inequities faced by low-income marginalized residents, including those from Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities. So I wasn't planning to speak in any greater detail to this report. If I have the committee's indulgence, could I use the rest of my time just to highlight a bit of what we see as the priorities for the HousingTO action plan, or is that asking too much? Or I'll just ask you all to read the deputation.
Thank you, Kira. Are there any questions of the speaker? Nope. Okay, Kira, thank you so much. And again,
Kira,
thank you
how the
for
Lawrence
all.
Heights fits into. I'll just ask
Sorry?
Kira, how does the Lawrence Heights fit into the TO housing plan?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the bit. You just broke up a little for me at the beginning of your question.
I'm basically asking, could you just comment on how the Lawrence Heights issue fits into the TO housing plan? And that will give you a chance to comment.
Okay, thank you very much. So, obviously, one of the key priorities for the next year in HousingTO is increasing the availability of affordable housing, and the Lawrence Heights Revitalization Plan is an opportunity to do that. It already commits to 20% of the housing that will be created through this plan be affordable, but it notes the staff have discovered, following recommendation, of course, from Council, that it is possible to increase density and create even more housing. So we see that as one key tactic in achieving that overall goal of the plan. The Lawrence Heights plan, as far as I know at this point, does not speak specifically to issues around supportive housing, but we did in our deputation on the previous item really want, again, to underscore and congratulate and encourage continued action on that front from the city. It's very important, as you all know, and we wouldn't even be talking about it if it wasn't for the personal leadership of some of you and your colleagues on the ECDC. And it's absolutely the right thing to do. A big part of our deputation encourages you to strongly consider a more developed and more specific role in creating supportive housing in the city, and it explains, why we believe that is important. And again, I won't test your patience right now by going into it in great detail, but it is something we have noted before at various committees and in our work with the Housing Secretary and SSHA. And we'll continue to develop policy options and recommendations around a sort of made in Toronto supportive housing operating model. I also wanted, and I'll just say this in closing, and I noted in the deputation, but on a personal note, I'm very glad to have the opportunity to express my appreciation today for the progress of the HousingTO plan. I am a member of the Plan's Advisory Committee and as such was part of developing the overall plan. And it meant an awful lot when the city adopted HousingTO, including its commitment to housing as a human right and its commitment to increasing supportive housing and its vision of homelessness being rare, brief, and non-recurring in Toronto. As you know, those are all key priorities of the Alliance as well. And if I remember correctly, it was the last time I was in City Council chambers. So it also brought that memory back. But I'm honored to be able to continue to work through Toronto and as a citizen of our fair city to work on the success of the plan. And I thank you for your time today. And as I said, strongly encourage you to review the deputation and stay tuned for more from us on the points we make in it.
Councillor, are you done with your questions? I believe so. Thank you, Kira, for joining us today, and thank you for all you do as well to help us ensure that we do well with our HousingTO plan. Thank you. And to all your members, I should say. Thank you. Any questions of staff?
Councillor Cole, I have a question for staff.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. The first question I have is, when in the report you talk about 20% affordability target, does that include the proposed market units that will be part of the revitalization?
Through the chair, we're really just focused there on the affordable housing component.
Well, does that include the market units that'll be part of the revitalization, the 20%? Do they have to be 20% affordable, the market units?
Yes, we're saying 20% of the redevelopment will be affordable, yes.
But what percent of the market units will have to be affordable?
I think at this point we're setting some minimums. Obviously, we don't know exactly what the percentage will be until we've been through the RFP process and have a developer on board. So we're just kind of laying out some initial targets here, and then obviously we'll be reporting back to council. So next year you'll have a much better idea about precisely how many of the units in the redevelopment will be affordable.
And the density targets, do we have a number on the degree of increased density we're anticipating over what was originally approved?
Through the speaker, it's Greg Lintern, Councillor Cole. That will be part of the work that lies ahead. Once a proponent is selected, we'll be working with them and stakeholders to revisit the secondary plan and work toward increases in height and density and other attributes of the community.
Okay, just to get on to the timelines here, the part of the report talks about expediting the building of the long-promised community center hub. Are we able now to say that there's a plan in place to basically expedite the building of that community hub so we can meet the federal targets, so be eligible for the federal funding that's available?
Through the chair, it's Anne Marie Nasser from PFNR. Right now we are advancing the RFP for the design of the community recreation center and are working with divisional partners to expedite that design. So we would look at the design over 2022 to 2023 and then construction starting from there. If we should get the federal money, there will be a further expedited schedule that will be worked through. And once again, the report addresses that, and we are working with Toronto Water and Transportation Services to help unlock the site around that.
And is the school board still standing in the way of this proceeding?
TCHC is still working with the school board to help unlock some of the lands that will be necessary to support the community recreation center, but we have worked with TCHC to identify a new site as the school board is not interested in advancing a joint facility with the city.
So therefore, to meet the federal deadline, which is completion by 2026 to be eligible for those green infrastructure funds, we have to basically do it without the school board who reneged in the deal.
Yes, we have created an opportunity through another site to basically advance the community recreation center. And are basically looking at doing that as a facility. And we are also working with Children's Services, so a childcare will now be integrated in the community center site.
Okay, and then in terms of timing again, if we're going for increased densities, will this trigger an opening up of the secondary plan?
Through the chair, yes, it will, Councillor.
So how can we avoid this from happening? Because that'll mean years of delay. And it's already been 2011 when this started. And it's, I think, 10 years now. So how do we get around to building phases 2 and 3?
Well, through the speaker, I wouldn't necessarily assume years or a delay. I think we'll have to put our minds to working with all of our divisional partners on this. It's a priority project given the TCH revitalization program and the opportunity that will present itself, and there'll be a development partner on board. It's likely that we'll be looking at phasing. There already is phasing for Lawrence Heights, so we'll be looking at ways to start getting sites going on stream as soon as we possibly can, and there are many ways. There are many ways to do that. We may have to get a bit creative, but we know it's a priority.
And will there be consideration given to the rent-to-own concept and the affordable ownership concept, which many of the residents of Lawrence Heights have asked us to look into? Will that be part of the potential phases 2 and 3?
Through the chair, yes, we're definitely aware of the desire by residents to see affordable home ownership included, and yes, that's something we will consider how to encourage during the RFP process.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions, Madam Speaker. I wish to speak if I get a chance.
Absolutely, Councillor. Any other councillors with questions? No, seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor Cole.
I have a motion that I think I've shared with the clerk.
I will move it for you, Councillor. I'll have to move it. You can speak to it, but I'll move it on your behalf.
Yeah, just if it could be displayed. Well, the motion calls for attention to be given to the urgency.
Say the motion, please. Thank you.
The motion speaks to the urgency to basically speed up this process in terms of the community recreation center, community hub, given that there's a deadline given by the federal government as the Green Infrastructure Program. So I'm asking for that to be taken into account so we can access this federal money, and that we reaffirm this commitment to the new Minister of Infrastructure, that's the Honourable Dominic LeBlanc, and we let the local MP, who's very supportive, know about the request from the city. So I want to reaffirm in writing that the city is looking for funding for the community recreation center from the this federal government program. Thank you. I want to thank Anne-Marie Nasser especially, and the planners have been working on this very difficult file of reinventing Lawrence Heights. We have, I don't know if you've seen it, but the phase 1 has basically been completed, and if you go up the Allen to Yorkdale, you'll see 2 beautiful new market rental buildings and a number of Toronto community housing units that are ground level, townhouses, and so phase 1 is quite a remarkable achievement given, as Councillor Fletcher knows, there was a war going on 10 years ago with Councillor Moscow, with former Councillor Cole, when there was a war declared on affordable housing, and unfortunately in that area, and luckily, I think we've overcome that hostility that was brewed up for no good reason to this much-needed revitalization investment in affordable housing. And so this is why, I'm glad to have the support of Housing Secretary and Councillor Bailao and asking for more density. In order to afford the affordable components, we're going to have more density in this project going forward, and that enables us to have more affordable housing, more facilities, and so I'm certainly willing to fight for more densities in this area. And it's it's a 100-acre site. It's accessible by 2 major transit stops. And I'm sure if this was owned by the provincial government, there would be about 30 70-story towers there. So let's not be shy here and get some density in at those stations at Yorkdale. And I've got, at the Lawrence West, we need some density. People can walk to those subway stations. And, the private sector owner to the north, the Yorkdale, is asking for 15 condos to go on their site. So at least we should maybe ask for at least 15 residential towers at the Yorkdale station on our side. So again, it's critically important, as been mentioned, in terms of our mandate to meet the needs of people that are basically economically challenged, newcomers. It is a community filled with people from all over the world, and we have achieved a great success with phase 1, and I just hope that we can expedite the situation for phase 2 and 3. And an integral part of that is that we include some infrastructure investment. That's why I've been urging for this expediting of the community center, because people cannot just live in their homes by themselves. They need community services. They need community infrastructure, and that's why we need to access these federal funds so we can start building that center that is a critical component of this complete community. So again, thank you, committee, for listening, and thank you for staff for all the work they've done on this challenging file. But it is promising, but certainly look for all the housing advocates that come up and support the project up in Lawrence Heights. If you want to get some real affordable housing built, here it is on the ground being built. It's not on paper, there's actually building going on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that would like to speak on this item? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I have a motion, please. And it is, thank you. If you could display it. Thank you. It is that council request a full community benefits agreement for construction of phases 2 and 3 of Lawrence Heights, and the plan be reported to the Planning and Housing Committee prior to finalizing. This, I think, adds very nicely to what Councillor Cole was talking about. And I will note that the actual planner, and you probably know this, Councillor Cole, the planner initially for Lawrence Heights was actually Anne-Marie Nazar herself, and she shepherded that through. So now she's sitting on the other side, trying to figure out how to complete the great plan that they started. Back in those days, when revitalizations just started, everybody was pretty nervous, and Regent Park really did show the way that this is a very successful thing to do and has a tremendous impact all around on the entire community, and also encouraging development in general. You've pointed out, Councillor Cole, that it is 100 acres. That is what the Auditor General pointed out, I believe it was in 2018, that, wow, somehow in looking at these large sites, the city wasn't applying the large site policy of 20% affordable rental, and that TCHC wasn't applying it or looking at it. And we've come a long way from there. It's good to have you as a champion for that, including more and more housing on a 100-acre site. I think when we started talking about it, and I'm not sure if it was just before you were elected or after, I think there was 4 new affordable units on Lawrence Heights on the 100 acres. So this is moving the needle constantly, and also coming up with the original plan. And you did note that Councillor Howard Moscow was a real champion for this. I did have to weigh in a number of times to help him to make this a reality, and it is a reality. Yes, things are being built, but I do think that we should, when we have, you only have one site and you can only do something to it one time. So we need to get the maximum benefit. We're not going back in and putting more housing, because once it's been decided. So we need to make sure we're adding affordable housing to the degree that we can, thinking like a developer in that way, and also maximizing the number of jobs. And these are all construction. TCHC has over $3 billion of construction in all the revites. And so far, there aren't that many full-time construction jobs associated with it. So, Councillor Cole, I know you're a champion of the trades, and I hope that this is right up your alley and that you'll be happy that this motion is getting moved. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we have a lot of skilled people ready to work.
They just need to be fitted in. So this is going to make sure that happens. I'll make sure you're totally involved in that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I just want to place the motion on behalf of Councillor Cole and thank him for all his leadership and support on this. He's been a true champion of Lawrence Heights on so many different aspects, and the revitalization is definitely just one of those efforts that he's been putting forward to support the residents in there. So thank you for your leadership, Councillor Cole. If I could have the motion, and I think people have seen it. So all those in favor? And all those in favor, Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor, that carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? Thank you. And that takes us to the next item, PH 29.8, Neighbourhood Change and Intensification Bulletin. We do have speakers. First up, we have Phil Potton. Good afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me all right. I'm Phil Potton, and I'm Ontario Environment Program Manager for Environmental Defence, which is a leading national environmental organization that works at federal, provincial, and municipal levels to safeguard fresh water, create livable communities, tackle climate change, and build clean economies. And I lead environmental defense's advocacy regarding natural heritage, land use planning in Ontario. I expect you're going to hear a lot today about the serious adverse impact of less permissive zoning, and especially the residential detached zoning category on matters like housing affordability and social segregation. However, that's not the heart of environmental defense's expertise. I think there's a bit of feedback somewhere. We strive to be the authorities on and the advocates for what's best for Ontario's environment. With that in mind, I can tell you, for example, that some of the purported environmental issues you heard posited today in the discussion of Laneway suites were either without merit or else were simply aesthetic or lifestyle preferences dressed up with environmental buzzwords. There are two dominant ways that Toronto's decisions impact on the environment, and in particular on carbon emissions and the destruction of farmland and natural heritage. First, Toronto's policies can either protect or destroy farmland and natural heritage outside its borders in the suburbs by controlling the number of homes that we add to existing residential lands. These are lands that we've already rendered pretty much useless for productive agriculture and as habitat for sensitive species. We should make the best of them. And second, Toronto's policies can increase or decrease carbon emissions, in part by deciding whether to divert households from the suburbs to the city, and in part, though, by using intensification to increase or decrease the share of trips within Toronto's own neighborhoods that are taken through active transportation and mass transit. These are the dominant environmental impacts that Toronto can have. Factoring those considerations into our analysis of the Neighbourhood Change and Intensification Bulletin, it's our advice that the less permissive zones in Toronto, and especially the RD zone, are a disaster from an environmental point of view. Firstly, restrictive zoning in the city is now, more clearly than ever, the direct driver of sprawl in GTA suburbs. Table 5 shows the RD zone is a huge impediment to adding more homes to existing neighborhoods. And to be clear, it doesn't show that it does this by keeping neighborhoods stable. It creates a path of least resistance that's leading to lots that could become semi-triplexes or mock-ups, turning into just McMansions that eat up resources and squander land without adding more homes. And each of those wasted, foregone homes is another piece of land in the suburbs on farmland or natural heritage that gets bulldozed. The relationship between the prohibition of new units in urban neighborhoods and permitting them in greenfield sprawl is actually very direct and explicit. The provincial government is forcing outlying sprawl municipalities to absorb more than 80% of population growth over the next 30 years, expressly because it assumes that Toronto doesn't have the guts to approve many more ground-related homes within its boundaries. Because of our restricted residential zoning, people and households who are expected to want ground-related housing, they're being assigned to places, to other municipalities, to Peel, Durham, York, Halton, or even Simcoe. And to be clear, this isn't just a rhetorical justification. It's built into the methodology used to generate smart growth the growth plan's regional growth targets. And secondly, the bulletin shows that our current exclusionary zoning regime in neighborhoods is incompatible with Toronto's declaration of a climate emergency. Single detached zoning is a huge stumbling block to tackling carbon emissions in Toronto itself because it prevents increases to population density that are necessary to retrofit neighborhoods for a much lower per capita carbon emissions. We need densities in excess of 90 to 100 people per hectare in order to get majority active transportation modal share. That's what the history shows us. And it's simply, the bulletin shows us that the single detached zone is only delivering 45 people per hectare. And the second problem is that by refusing to accommodate them in the city, we're pushing people into other municipalities where where carbon emissions and automobile dependency are even worse than they are in the car-dependent neighborhoods that we have within Toronto. So on both counts, the RD zone is a real problem for the environment.
Thank you, Phil. I will ask members of the committee if there's any questions. Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Andy Scholes. Good afternoon, Andy.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Scholes. I'm a board member from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. The overview of the Neighborhood Change and Intensification report, it states that this research was done to examine a potential policy change that could address missing middle. A portion of the Long Branch neighborhood was included in the study, and we felt the need to address the committee today as a result. This really piqued our interest when we saw that. Firstly, the Long Branch was developed prior to the current zoning bylaws and is not actually missing middle housing. Even though the study area did not include all of the diversity of housing that already exists in Long Branch, it is evident in Chart 5 on page 15 that it has more diversity already than most other neighborhoods studied. There exists a range of housing types from triplexes, multiplexes, duplexes, semi-detached, single-detached, townhouses, and apartments. Of note, this analysis has left out areas of land reflecting a range of missing middle residential uses within our neighborhood, and it is important that we identify that the statistics related to the Long Branch case study are incorrect. The planners did not include in their boundary the area of Long Branch neighborhood located north of Lakeshore Boulevard, west. Therefore, omitting from their analysis the land zoned RM, RT, RS, RD, and there's a map attached to illustrate that. It would also appear that they have omitted the 2,200 residential units already permitted and planned for the SASP number 23 plan for 2016, also attached, and the 1,203 new middle housing units recently or in progress to be built, which represent a 26% increase in household since the 2016 census was taken. That's also attached. No one in passing through Long Branch in 2016 and then again today would find it credible to say that the population of Long Branch is in decline. The study did not calculate the net population or the dwelling density over the entire neighborhood, but rather just the area south of Lakeshore Road in clearly outdated 2016 census data. Using incorrect and selective comparative data from Long Branch case study calls into question the overall analysis. We have run into planning staff using incorrect data for Long Branch before, and it is causing us serious concern that decisions are being made for our neighborhood based on faulty information. Even with the current city data based on the incorrect smaller neighborhood area, Long Branch reflects more renter households than the city average and more than double the apartment buildings under 5 stories. Expanding missing middle housing permissions to the RD zone in Long Branch is an unnecessary step, particularly in light of the amount of this type of housing that we're currently providing and can continue to provide through the other residential zones within our neighborhood. It is critically important for the city planning multiplex team, in which we would strongly recommend this committee ask the team to address is, in RM zones, such as those that exist in 3 large areas of Long Branch, where the zoning already exists to enable additional housing units to be built in low-rise neighborhoods and do not limit the building of multiplexes as of right, why are these not being applied for and why are they not being built? Answering this problem for the areas already have these permissions would seem to make more sense than blindly expanding permissions to other areas and still not achieving the desired results. The only applications we have seen in the RM zones related to multiplexes since the LBNA was formed 4 years ago were actually to convert a multiplex to a single detached dwellings, and another one to clear and pave over a well-treed lot in an historic area of Long Branch, removing large, healthy, native, long-lived red oak trees to put in driveways, parking, and detached parking garages. Soft landscaping in the city's mature tree canopy will be inevitable casualties of this expanding housing options neighborhood policy direction, and by destroying those with the addition of more asphalt to accommodate more housing will further compromise already flood-prone areas like Long Branch, served by old and outdated water infrastructure. Before the city moves forward, they need to consider the implications of this direction through more than just a single lens. Stronger protection for existing trees, both the protected and unprotected size, needs to be in place before implementation of any of these policies. We've also not seen any plans or discussion in our neighborhood about the growth in infrastructure relative to the already in progress and planned density growth. Regardless of where the people live now or in the future, in Long Branch, children need to be bused long distances to go to school, and parents are worrying in kindergarten about how to get their children into high school that are already operating well over capacity. Other examples are there is still just
Thank you.
one
You're going to
very
have
busy
to wrap
grocery
up.
store. Again, the LBNA recognizes intensification is necessary for the City of Toronto as the population grows larger.
Thank you.
We want
Thank you, Andy.
examination of policies on in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Andy. Next and last speaker, we have Andrew Dodds. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Good afternoon, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good day, committee members. I'm speaking to you from the Riverdale basement one-bedroom rental I share with my partner. Just down the street, a quarter century ago, it was another basement that I was in. My uncle, not even as far into his career as I am, could afford to buy into this part of Toronto early in the 90s and have a whole semi-detached unit, including a basement. As a child in that basement, I had a chance to watch and errantly rewound VHS of Return of the Jedi and ruin every reveal of the Star Wars franchise in an instant. And as an adult, I could crash there after an evening with my uncles, my family away from family, having left my childhood home in suburban Ottawa for the University of Waterloo as an adult. In my only ever comedy stand-up performance, perhaps more of a TED Talk on the subject of housing really, I noted that when you grow up in the suburbs, you think that a house is just a thing that everyone can have. Mr. Rogers famously saying that it's a beautiful day for a neighbor, would you be mine, could you be mine? But that welcoming opportunity is a view divorced from reality today, and the trade-offs of suburban life we were unaware of when suburbs first appeared in the world. It's a reality that there are some middle-class dreams and lives playing out in our inner and post-war suburbs, but that is rapidly dying. With the housing form current zoning limits us to now costing a median of $1.3 million, a family income and down payment both in excess of $250,000 would be needed for this to be deemed affordable, excluding more than 95 to 98% of all Torontonians, according to Statistics Canada. The changes before you alone won't give back affordability, but they are key to unlocking that potential. The original visions people had of suburbs aren't tied to the realities of them as we now know, and haven't or wouldn't accept today. The heritage of many of our suburbs, some even documented in documents like those attached to a future Danforth planning study that I attended with you, Councillor Fletcher, was that we built these suburbs by paving over farmland. We were allowed to build with what was then the cheapest material, brick. We had much larger families and in-laws living with us. They were built by allowing and promoting changes to the buildings to suit residents' needs. Lifespans of buyers a century ago of less than 50 years would cause properties to turn over more quickly, and periods where only men or white people could own, and more than half of the last century not even allowing people who rented property in the city to vote. I can understand many a councillor, let alone resident, not being fully versed in these kinds of distortions and what they create, but we are dealing with this fallout now, and the disparities we are creating should come as less of a surprise when considering realities like these. I ran into that fallout last fall when, even as a 35-year-old senior mechanical designer, alongside my doctoral candidate cancer researching partner, couldn't make the finances work to try and buy out the 7-figure property that the younger single version of my uncle had been able to get. Nor did I have time for the fight it would require to make even modest changes which might have enabled me to split that property sufficiently for me to keep at least a sliver of it and its memories in the family. Today, we're at a turning point where we have to look long and hard at areas some call family neighborhoods, even as the city report here in front of you and Statistics Canada data show that these zonings reduce diversity across every measure, increase displacement, and undoubtedly that plays into the vastly most popular ages of Torontonians lost each year to moves, being children 0 to 4 and their 31 to 35-year-old parents. We are chasing our children and our future, ours as a city, yours in some cases as actual grandparents, right out the door, more than 3 times as fast as just 5 years ago. And we must move swiftly to welcome them into our neighborhoods before we lose ever more Torontonians and generations. It is time to recognize that we need to find more ways to say yes than to say no to new housing and the forms it takes. This report shows that the entire next projected minimum wave of Torontonians, that's 700,000, which the city is currently planning for, could be fully accommodated within existing zoning, merely by flattening the half-dozen categories down to 2, not a single new tower built. I don't want Torontonians to think of priorities like retirement, being in their neighborhood, seeing their kids and grandkids, being near their friends, and getting told each year they can choose fewer and fewer of them until they may only get one or none. I think it's time for us to see the writing on the wall of accepting people for the wonderful diversity of who they are and how they can and would choose to live, and give opportunities not just to people like me, not just to people who can't be here today of easier or harder circumstances, but even to people like you and those you care about, as well as generations of Torontonians to come, or be kicked out. I ask you to receive this report and move its findings forward swiftly as we consider it the first necessary but not sufficient step to making Toronto a city of diversity and opportunity once more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much for the deputation, Andrew. And I'll just go on the record here and say one of the best ones of the day. You had singing, you had stand-up comedy, and a very compelling message. So just a question for you is, did you plan that or did that just happen?
I took last evening and a few minutes to write this together, but there is indeed a comedy special out there that you could watch. These are all thoughts I've spent the last more than decade working on, my time in Toronto as well as my time in Waterloo region. So this is what you get when you see something this urgent percolating in mind.
Love to see it. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Andrew, thank you so much. I echo Councillor Bradford's comments. Thank you. That concludes the list of speakers for today. Any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Seeing none. I guess everybody will speak on the next item. Okay. So let's receive the item, adoption of the item. All those in favor? That carries. Item 29.9, expanding housing options in neighborhoods multiplex study interim report. Sorry, I forgot to mention, there is a presentation on the neighborhood change and intensification bulletin that staff have added to the CMP and to the portal. So if you want to take a look, you have it there. Let's move to speakers on 29.9 on expanding housing options in neighborhoods. First, we have Andy Scholes. Andy?
Hello again. LBNA supports the need for further community and stakeholder consultation of this initiative. It's an important question for the city planning multiplex team, which would strongly recommend the committee to address during this stage is in the RM zones where zoning already exists to enable additional housing units to be built in low-rise neighborhoods. Why are these not being applied for and built? The Long Branch RM zones permit building multiplex dwellings now. Applicants almost exclusively apply to build single-family dwellings. There is no tool in place that guarantees that just by expanding the ability to build multiplexes that any will actually be built. The only applications we have seen in the RM zone relating to multiplexes since the LBNA was formed were one to convert a multiplex into 2 single detached dwellings, another one to clear and pave over a treed lot in a historic area. We are pleased to see that the city's strategic priorities to improve the quality of life for Torontonians is to tackle climate change and build in resilience. This leads to a second important question, which is what protection will be put in place before these policies are implemented to ensure that healthy, protected trees are preserved and that more protection is provided for smaller trees that are the future of Toronto's urban forest. Soft landscaping and the city's mature tree canopy will inevitably be casualties of this expanding housing options neighborhoods policy direction, and by destroying these with the addition of more asphalt to accommodate more housing will further compromise already flood-prone areas like Long Branch. Newly planted trees do not replace the lush tree canopy that benefits a community. Without tree protection policies strong and regulations in place, our neighborhoods will soon look like barren suburban environments. Through a partnership with the University of Toronto and funding from the federal government, the LBNA has detailed an inventory of trees in the Long Branch area, approximately 70% of all our properties, in 2021 through a partnership and with the City Urban Forestry. Our volunteers distributed over 1,220 free native trees, planting on city private properties. However, none of these newly planted trees or any of the ones that we have distributed in the 4 years prior are protected under the current Municipal Code 813 or city policies. Only 19.7% of the trees in Long Branch are of protected size, and almost every application to the COA is applying to remove or injure one or more healthy trees of protected size. Our tree canopy was 26.5% in 2009 and is now down to 15%, according to the 2018 Toronto Tree Canopy Analysis. It is going in the wrong direction when we are trying to grow a tree canopy to 40%. In some neighborhoods, the water infrastructure is old and outdated. More asphalt leads to more flooding. Tackling climate change necessitates that the policies are in place prior to policies that seek intensification in the neighborhood to avoid disastrous results. While the city pursues the introduction of missing middle housing to the city, we ask that the existing policies like OPA 320 that have been put in place to make way for new developments in our neighborhoods so that they are done with sensitivity to neighborhood character, not be diluted or replaced by policies and regulations that allow for developments to undermine that important priority and what attracts people to the community in the first place. OPA was the result of years of consultation with neighborhoods and the development industry to find a compromise that would protect neighborhood character, accommodating missing middle housing while retaining the general intent of Section 4.5.1. It will be crucial. Review zoning standards need to be recognized that low density, example 0.35 and 0.45 FSI, which exist in much of Etobicoke, functioned as a lever to get developers to the table for discussion. Increasing FSI removes the opportunity and puts neighborhoods in even more at the mercy of those who only have the opportunistic interest for profit as their priority. Please recognize this when reviewing the zoning standards. Long Branch is fortunate to have a council-approved neighborhood character guideline in place. We want to be assured that there will be some framework to have them applied even as of right permissions come up in the future. We would welcome the opportunity for further discussions on the planning on this. Finally, we would like to see that a monitoring system be put in place to assess the impact of introducing all of these uses into our neighborhood, all at the same time, in order to fully understand all of the on-ground reality and consequences of such significant changes. Long Branch was developed prior to the current zoning bylaws and is not actually a missing middle housing. There exists a range of housing types from triplexes, multiplexes, duplexes, semi-detached, and more. Long Branch reflects more renter households in the city than average and more than double the apartment buildings under 5 stories. Expanding the missing middle housing permissions into the RD zone in Long Branch is an unnecessary step at this time, particularly in light of the amount of housing type that we currently are providing and continue to provide through the residential zones in our neighborhood. The LBNA recognizes the intensification is necessary for the City of Toronto as the population grows larger.
Thank you,
we
Andy.
hope that we're additional housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Phil Potvin. Good afternoon, Phil.
Hello again, everyone. I spoke to you a few moments ago about the Neighbourhood Change and Intensification Bulletin and what it tells us about the environmental impacts of current restrictive residential detached and residential semi-detached zoning. Now I want to talk to you about the zoning reform ideas identified in the expanding housing options neighborhoods multiplex study, the interim report. Environmental Defence strongly supports reforming zoning in all of Toronto's residential zones to promote the creation of more and more compact rather than simply larger homes on lots that are currently limited to single detached homes, because it is an environmental imperative that we do so. So voting to pursue the opportunities outlined in the Expanding Housing Options in Neighbourhoods Multiplex Study Interim Report is the only defensible option for Toronto City Council, who purports to prioritize protecting farmland and natural heritage and fighting climate change. Let's look at scenario 4 in table 6A of the bulletin that we just discussed. It shows that in scenario 4, which would use zoning reform to bring Toronto's existing residential neighborhoods close to densities where most residents can go car-free, with all the emissions reductions and public safety improvements that entails, it would accommodate 576,000 more residents than the most optimistic estimate of the status quo regime. I've had, and I still have, my fingers in every GTAH Regent's municipal comprehensive review and land needs assessment process for more than a year now. And so I'm well placed to explain in concrete terms the impact that this Toronto initiative could have for natural heritage and farmland in the GTA if we make the right choices for this process. So scenario 4, if we were working for scenario 4, we would divert low-rise demand for, as I said, 576,000 people away from greenfield sprawl in York, Durham, Peel, and Halton. The corresponding reductions in population targets for the suburbs would be enough to save the headwaters of the Carruthers Creek from sprawl. It would be enough to keep sprawl out of the Lake Simcoe watershed, and it would really, greatly reduce the chances that the Greenbelt will ever be cracked open. In our submission, reforming zoning to add a large number of semi-detached homes, townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, and other low-rise and missing middle housing to what are now single-detached residential neighborhoods is, alongside mid-rise and high-rise in major transit station areas, the single most impactful action the Toronto City Council can take right now to protect the environment. I just want to talk a little bit about the specific policy and zoning and process changes we think will need to emerge from the process in order to deliver on this promise. Firstly, removing the legal prohibitions that stand in the way of these compact, land-efficient housing forms will be a large and indispensable step in the right direction. But simply getting out of the way, simply deregulating, is not enough to maximize environmental benefits. Zoning within all residential zones has got to be amended with a push as well as a pull to ensure that the path of least resistance, when an existing single attached home is being redeveloped anyhow, leads to low-rise home for multiple households rather than for one larger, more expensive house, as is currently the case. As suggested on page 18 of the interim report, the way to do this, or one way to do this, is to ensure that the total floor space permitted as of right for semis and multi-unit dwellings is greater than would be permitted for a single-family dwelling on the same route. That can be done either by reducing permissions for single-family dwelling or for adding on the other end. It doesn't make a difference. Moreover, any reduced setbacks, relaxed site restrictions, or other form of accommodations to facilitate multi-unit homes should not be available for single-family dwellings. Second, the intention to promote an increase in the number of homes within low-rise neighborhoods should be made explicit in the official plan provisions themselves. The intentions to achieve transit-supporting densities of 90 to 100 people and jobs per hectare should be included in the official plan description of each residential zone. And the overall growth projection for Toronto should be increased accordingly. And then Toronto should proactively notify the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing of its commitment to accommodate the next substantially more than the number of people that are projected.
Thank you for your for your deputation. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next we have Rocky Petkov. Good afternoon.
Hey, y'all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Oh, I can hear the echo there. I can hear myself. Okay, so this item's up for continued study. So I'm just going to keep my deputation extremely brief and extremely high level. It's late. I'm tired. You're probably tired. So let's get through this pretty quickly. I strongly support the push to legalize multiplexes as of right, citywide. We need multiplexes across the city in every single part. In Etobicoke, downtown, we need them in North York. We need them everywhere. And we need them everywhere so that we can provide different housing options so that people aren't forced to the choice between either a giant condo tower, which is not good for every single person, or single family detached housing, because that's kind of the choice that you have in a lot of Toronto right now. Some older neighborhoods aside. We have to counter the trend in our city, this paradoxical trend where while the city grows, a lot of neighborhoods across the cities shrink. And frankly, I call upon this committee to direct planning to address this issue on what is essentially a wartime footing. We have a housing crisis. We need more units. We need more units across the city. So please work on this as fast as possible. We need action to ensure that this doesn't die with this council before the elections next year. We must end the bifurcation within our city. It's time to legalize multiplexes citywide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rocky. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks. Next, we have David Scrivener. David? No? Okay. Bilal Akhtar. Good afternoon, Bilal.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Cool. Give me 1 sec. Let me pull up my notes. Hi, my name is Bilal. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the committee today. I live in Councillor Wong Tam's ward in Toronto Centre. I'm 25 years old. Before the pandemic, I was living in Brampton and commuting by transit every day to my job in Toronto. But then the pandemic struck. And the one thing that struck me as really odd was everyone was talking about working from home and not having to commute. But the buses in my neighborhood were still packed with commuters going to essential jobs. People who were delivering your Amazon packages, people who were driving trucks to deliver bread flour to grocery stores so people could bake at home. And sure enough, a couple of weeks into the pandemic, the impacts of that became very clear. Every map of Ontario's hotspots had by neighborhood as a dark red. The positivity rate never went below 10%. And that reminded me about something. Even though my neighborhood looked like a suburb with detached homes and driveways, in practice, every home was functioning like an illegal rooming house, with 6 to 8 unrelated people, sometimes families, all immigrants to Canada, living together, all living without cars so the driveway seemed empty. All spreading COVID among their households because they could not find a cheaper and safe housing unit that was appropriately sized for themselves, whether an apartment, multiplex, or whatever. This is a phenomenon that is called overcrowding. Brampton is built like a suburb, single family zoned on paper in quotations, but it lives like an old core neighborhood of Toronto. But before you ask, this item is about multiplexes in Toronto. Why are you talking about COVID positivity rates and, illegal rooming houses in Brampton? The reason why I moved meetings around to speak to you today is to remind you that all your actions have local and regional consequences. My former neighbors did not fly into an airport named Brampton Pearson International Airport. They came with a Toronto dream, but lived wherever they could afford. It's a shame that my neighbors were literally falling sick due to living in inadequately sized homes. It is a shame that we continue to put people's aesthetic needs over that of housing others. It is a shame that we preserve neighborhoods like a museum relic from the 1950s, despite being North America's fastest growing city. It is a shame that we talk about how we're so welcoming and diverse, and yet our most desirable neighborhoods continue to be so exclusionary and not racially or financially diverse, thanks to exclusionary zoning laws that you and your colleagues in council have the power to change. We want immigrants and we want the economic growth from that as a city, as long as they keep delivering our Amazon packages while living far away. The 29.8 bulletin that was brought up before this item mentions that neighborhoods with more permissive zoning are also more diverse, and yet the most dominant zone in Toronto's official plan is residential detached, RD. If you've ever looked for a rental, you'll know that rents for apartments increase significantly when you cross into Toronto city limits. Why is that? That's all thanks to the TTC's impressive levels of bus service. There's a quality of life increase and a carbon emissions decrease associated with living in Toronto. Any person we displace from apartments and multiplexes in Toronto leads to more emissions elsewhere, more overcrowding elsewhere, and people living in inappropriately sized homes. The majority of Toronto's neighborhoods have lost people since 1970, and multiplexes are a great way to add gentle density in all of those neighborhoods. It is a great start, but it is just a start. And more reforms from EHON will be necessary to address the breadth and depth of the housing crisis. So my ask to all of you is simple. Remember the consequences of your actions. You are in Canada's largest city. Resist the pressure to people's zone from your constituents. Supporting multiplexes is not a handout to speculators, but a small enabler of the Toronto dream for many. You must allow the drafting of a multiplex policy for all neighborhoods, unconstrained by things like floor space indexes or other cop-outs. Whether you are the people more likely to speak here, feel it or not, we live in 3 crises all at the same time. A climate crisis, a public health crisis that is still ongoing, and a housing crisis. Act like it. If you stand up against exclusionary zoning today and tomorrow, you will take a short-term political hit, but I guarantee you are cementing your place on the right side of history. Your efforts will be very appreciated among young people, parents who want their kids to stay near them instead of moving to Alberta, new immigrants, and so on. Nothing against Alberta, just making an example. You know this is the right thing to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilal. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Last speaker on this item is Jeff Cattell. No? Okay. Okay, so that concludes the list of speakers for this item. Staff has a presentation, and then we'll proceed with questions of staff.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm joined this afternoon by Melanie Melnick and Philip Parker from our division, who are going to walk you through the essence of the multiplex study to date.
Thank you, Greg. I will share my screen for the presentation. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee. Melanie and I are the co-leads of the multiplex housing study within the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, or EHON, work plan. So EHON is currently studying how we can introduce new housing options for current and future Torontonians within the city's low-rise neighborhoods. These areas make up about 35% of the city's land area and are shown in yellow on the map. Physically speaking, the city's neighborhood areas have changed very little over the last decades. And because they've changed so little, many of these areas have seen populations remain stable or decline. In contrast to the significant growth and change experienced in other areas of the city. EHON work looks at permitting a variety of housing, often referred to as missing middle housing, within neighborhoods. This includes accommodating additional units in existing buildings, new multi-unit housing, low-rise apartments, laneway suites, and garden suites. And despite being referred to as missing, a lot of the type of housing does already exist in the city today. And in fact, about 30% of all Toronto residents do live in missing middle housing. But these forms of housing are largely missing from the type of construction underway today. Missing middle is of similar scale to the housing that already exists and what is already permitted to be built in neighborhoods across the city. The goal of this work is to allow these neighborhood scale buildings to accommodate more housing and to begin to address the city's housing needs suitable for a larger range of household structures. The EHON project is supported by a number of provincial and city policy initiatives, including the Provincial Policy Framework, which encourages the incremental addition of residential units, supporting a diverse range and mix of housing options, as well as optimizing the use of existing infrastructure. And similarly, the city's own HousingTO action plan and the TO report are focused on providing a greater range of housing opportunities and building types in local communities. The EHON project is also in keeping with the official plan's broad goals to promote housing choices for all people in their communities at all stages of their lives, a full range of residential building types within lower scaled buildings and neighborhoods, and physical changes that are sensitive, gradual, and fit the existing character and general neighborhood patterns. Next, I will turn the presentation over to Melanie, who will present our multiplex study findings to date.
Thanks so much, Phil. So the multiplex study is one of the 4 priority projects for EHON, and its main objective, as Phil has mentioned, is to develop official plan policies and zoning changes that would accommodate more housing units in duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in residential zones. A key strategy is to maintain their overall low-rise scale of neighborhoods and generally the building envelopes that are currently permitted. At present, multiplex building types are only permitted within the R and RM zones, which are shown here in brown and purple, where generally they currently exist. By contrast, roughly 1/3 of the city's total area and about 70% of the land's designated neighborhoods is zoned to permit only detached houses, leaving many neighborhoods with more limited housing options. The multiplex study is undertaking 4 interdependent work streams: review and analysis of our planning policy framework and lessons learned from other cities, testing design challenges and opportunities to adding units within a low-rise building envelope, applying proposed strategies to case study areas and determining the location and extent of expanded permissions, and finally exploring ways to reduce or remove financial and process barriers to facilitate multiplex housing in Toronto. This work will be accompanied by public and stakeholder consultation throughout. For the Toronto context, staff selected potential major transit station areas as case studies to help develop design parameters and potential zoning changes that can work throughout the many diverse types of neighborhoods in the city. They represent a range of different characteristics, zoning, neighborhood ages, and development patterns, and they'll be used to test built form envelopes that are consistent with their general scale. The study is considering a number of factors with the goal of creating a planning framework for multiplexes that's more easily understood and is clear in its intended outcomes. We're looking to clarify our policies, simplify zoning, and streamline the process for people building housing while maintaining an environmental and equity lens on new development in our neighborhoods. Since our multiplex survey was posted on October 14th, we've received over 6,400 responses, with a strong majority of those supporting multiplexes in all neighborhoods across the city. 83% strongly agreed with allowing multiplexes to be built in their own neighborhood, while an additional 9% somewhat agreed. And based on the responses so far, the top 4 policy matters respondents identified are: first, incorporating sustainable building practices, architectural design, for example, materials or roof design, etc., building height, and lot splitting and or minimum lot sizes. The team is following a series of principles to guide ongoing work, and they're grounded in the fundamental questions that Toronto is evolving as it grows. What kind of city do we want? And how can we make room for housing to create the kind of city that we want? The guiding principles speak to equity, diversity, and inclusivity in our neighborhoods as a key contributor to Toronto's identity, maintaining a low-rise scale of 4 stories or less, balancing growth with a sustainability and livability lens with consideration for tree canopy and soft landscaping, and facilitating multiplexes through simplified policies and processes, reduced financial barriers, and expanded permissions. The multiplex team is embarking on public and stakeholder consultation based on a series of ideas presented in our report. The key concept is to permit multiplex building types across all neighborhoods in the city. Approximately 96% of homes in neighborhoods are located within walking distance of a TTC subway, streetcar, or bus route. And given the historical modest rate of multiplex development in zones where they are currently permitted, we expect the uptake and change will be gradual and incremental, but meaningful in providing a wide variety of housing to support the diverse needs of Toronto's current and future residents. Zoning can be simplified with built form standards that provide flexibility to allow up to 4 units within a building on a lot, which could be any combination of primary unit, secondary suite, duplex, triplex, or fourplex. A separate garden or laneway suite, where feasible, would be in addition to this. Other ideas we'd like to explore through consultation include facilitating the creation of additional units in multiplex building types, such as through density and affordability incentives, reducing committee of adjustment costs, or the need for variances altogether through as-of-right zoning. We'd also like to take a look at our official plan policies, especially those pertaining to neighborhoods, to ensure they're focused on improving quality of life, providing equitable opportunities, and capturing the key elements that define neighborhood character beyond building types. With the goal of establishing appropriate form-based zoning, emphasis will be placed on those design elements that can ensure multiplexes continue to fit in the existing scale and context. Our team will be seeking input on approaches to maximum building heights, unit size and mix, amenity space, bicycle parking, soft landscaping and tree preservation, safe and accessible entrances, among other consideration. The multiplex survey will remain open until the end of this year, and in the new year, our team will embark upon a virtual engagement strategy with public, stakeholder, and industry representatives to discuss the ideas outlined in the report. Based on this feedback, we anticipate bringing recommended directions for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments back to committee by late spring of 2022. Our neighborhoods are what make Toronto special. This work is one important part of the city's housing and growth strategy by expanding the low-rise options to more residents of our growing city. Thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you so much. Questions of staff? Nope, no questions of staff on this item. Okay, speakers on the item. Oh, is that questions of staff, Councillor Wong-Tam? Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
No problems. To staff, thank you very much for the presentation. I want to just understand the consultation process a little bit better. Obviously, this is a new body of work, and we're going to be going out to speak to stakeholders in the community. What does consultation look like? Have you designed it? Have you gone that far? What do you have what do you have planned?
Yeah, sure, I can start. So I think we will be continuing in our virtual environment, and we haven't fully designed the process, but we are working with the Chief Planner's Office to ensure that we include outreach to a number of diverse groups and residents associations, as well as some of the industry groups that have reached out to us through since the time that EHON has begun. So we would anticipate perhaps some targeted consultation meetings, as well as a geographically based open forums.
And I'll just supplement that, Councillor. We are considering a roundtable that would have stakeholders from various parts of this conversation coming together to get into some of the details. We're looking at how to set up really strong councillor engagement, looking at smaller group meetings or ward meetings, being available to attend stakeholder groups, be it resident associations or other stakeholder groups that have already reached out to us through the survey, and continuing a social media platform. We've got other ideas that we're developing, and we'll be rolling that out over the course of the next several months.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Melanie. I guess one of the criticisms that we often hear about high-rise development is that we seem to be very focused on one type of housing, and that's small micro units, bachelors, one bedrooms. And occasionally, of course, we do get that sort of 10% three bedroom. But in these neighborhoods, I'm just curious to know, are you anticipating that we'll be seeing more 2 bedrooms, 3 4 bedroom apartments? Because I think that's what's really desperately needed. And how do you plan to go about achieving that?
I couldn't tell, Greg, if you started talking. I mean, I can tell you that internally as a team, that we have considered the question of either incentivizing or providing opportunities with minimum unit sizes or a potential mix of units based on the housing type that's being promoted. But these are all ideas we would like feedback on as well.
And I think, Councillor, it's a very good question, because we know that grade-related units may attract people with kids, for example, or seniors. So we're really guided by the official plan that that states that we want all kinds of units in all parts of the city. So I think it's a really interesting line of inquiry, and we've been engaging, for example, the U of T School of
What do you want me to do? Did she move a motion or not yet?
And the architecture school around ideas coming from student teams and others around unit designs, around building designs. So it's a really fascinating area where ultimately we would look to be a place that could see a lot of innovation in how we approach this in the future.
Thank you. And I guess one of the objectives that we're all trying to achieve is to diversify the housing stock, but also to ensure that it is affordable. And very similar to what happened, I think, with Laneway suites and garden suites, is that, yes, there's some diverse housing options, more option than not. How do we drive and build in affordability and accessibility to multiplexes and neighborhoods? And I'm just very mindful that we're not building, unless there are going to be provisions to build elevators and other types of ramps. How do we make sure that this new housing that we really want in these neighborhoods gets to be affordable and accessible?
Well, I'll be frank and say that there's I wouldn't necessarily say that we're going to achieve capital A affordability with this. This is market housing. We're not pitching it as specifically addressing affordable housing. I wouldn't necessarily say that we couldn't develop a programmatic side to this, which deals specifically with an affordable housing component. But we're not bringing it forward as an affordable housing strategy. We're bringing it forward to advance climate action. We're bringing it forward to advance inclusion and the utility of space in the city, and to better thinking about the city in the future, and to have a better mix of housing in greater areas of the city across its entire geography. That's the primary set of drivers.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick questions for our staff team. The report talks about the ongoing work that's necessary with respect to our development charge regime and how that ties into this work. Could you just briefly touch on how this study is connected with the DC work that's happening over in corporate finance?
You want to try that, Phil?
Sure, I can take this one. Through the chair, we're working directly with the team, the city planning team who's working with finance, to make sure that anything that we propose in the multiplex and the EHON streams is aligned with the adjustments in the development charges. So we are working directly to make sure that we can incentivize multiplex housing with the financial incentives to do so.
So from city planning's perspective, recognizing that's a different division and maybe you have different priorities, but from city planning's perspective, we are obviously moving down this pathway because we want to see missing middle. We want to see multiplexes. We want to see this stuff realized. It's been identified by a lot of folks that there are, challenges with the DC regime and the way that we sort of price these projects. What would you want to see from the city planning side of things with respect to our DC bylaw in order to help move these projects forward?
Right. So through the chair, there's an opportunity for us to use development charges to encourage the type of housing that we want to see, and that really is how we would want to frame our input into the development charge review. So if multiplex housing, if small-scale development in our neighborhoods is what we want to see, we want to make sure that the development charges reflect that and do not penalize that kind of growth.
And I would add that we have to look at the CBC regulations. I believe the CBC is not applicable, and maybe if Greg Ewens is on the call, not applicable to 10 units or less, if I remember correctly. So there are different components to the financial. There's parks levy, there's CBC, and there's DC. So we need to look at all of those to see how they are either creating a barrier to this type of housing, or at least neutral to this type of housing, because the way it works today is adding additional units is presented with financial barriers. That is one of the frustrations that we've identified as a potential barrier creating units today.
And how do we square that with so many of our neighborhoods in Toronto, and certainly Beaches East York and other parts of the East End, where we're actually neighborhoods that are experiencing population decline?
Well, that's part of the challenge, because and why we're looking at infrastructure and other elements of what's provided in neighborhoods, and it's a real part of the conversation that we've got neighborhood decline in population. But we've got to assess the capacity of the infrastructure to accommodate any growth. traditionally, some of these neighborhoods have contained a lot more people. So we're looking closely at that through the course of the work.
Very good. Those are all my questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors? With Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of ask, I do have a lot of, I want to call them missing middle, or have a lot of great spaces that small walk-ups on so many streets in my ward. I think you know that, both in the old City of Toronto part, and then East York actually has a very significant apartment neighborhoods designation, where there are tremendous density all along Gamble and Cosburn and Gowan. So all of your consultations, I'm going to presume you're going to start in those wards that are quite bereft of this type of housing. Are you?
Well, I don't know if we'll start or finish, but we certainly include a whole range of wards. As the research has identified to date, there are, as you pointed out, Councillor, neighborhoods that already have this type of housing. There are neighborhoods where it's less familiar. And I think we'll be having a different conversation about it just through lived experience and what people are telling us so far through the consultation that we've undertaken to date.
Yes, but I'm just indicating that what's your grid from those neighborhoods, just understanding where there's significant 4 stories apartment blocks in the middle of the street, like on Gillard, that has a fairly large block in the middle of that street. I could go up and down all kinds of my streets in my ward and find that. So I really would encourage you to start where the conversation needs to take place and introducing some of these types of housing. Would that not make the most sense?
Well, again, I don't disagree with you. You know, maybe I'm hung up on your word "start," but certainly we're going to have.
Where will you begin? How about
where
begin?
will we begin?
Is that a better word for you?
I'm just saying that we've got a conversation to have with neighborhoods that don't have any, and that conversation will be different in neighborhoods that do have missing middle housing. Right.
So that has to be recognized that
Absolutely.
This is already there. And I would say, you know, we don't have a lot of staff, so we don't. There's a lot of things that we want everyone to do, and we can't get it all done. So I'm just interested in staff not spending all their time in areas where it's significant. I don't know. For my ward, it's quite significant what we have. I can't speak for further east. I can't speak for further west. But it'd be very interesting to see kind of ward by ward what that looks like. That's the first thing. And then you're talking about population decline. Would you agree with me that there's a rhythm, a generational rhythm in population? That I'll just give you an example. When I first started as a school trustee, they were closing all kinds of schools because they said, oh, there's nobody living there, and we can close them all. But now there's no room because that next generation moved back in. Is that something that we're recognizing, or we're just saying that's a permanent population decline?
No, it's very much something that we are recognizing. In fact, we brought forward a report earlier this year to committee looking at that generational turnover, and that dynamic is very much part of our land needs assessment that we're undertaking for the official plan review. So that will be factored in, absolutely.
Yes, I think you can really tell from the schools what's happening, which ones are full, which ones aren't, and the decision to say they're never going to be full is a very short-sighted one. So the long game is probably the one we have to play in all of this. I think you'd agree with that.
I do agree, yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To the Chief Planner, you probably recall that I have almost an allergic reaction to using development charges as an incentive, and have even opposed using them to get affordable housing. I'm concerned about whether the review that you were discussing with Councillor Bradford is about right pricing, or is it about subsidizing?
Well, through the speaker, that's actually the kind of conversation that we've had with finance to date on this is what is the best way to support if there is a barrier and it's something that we can demonstrate. And I've already noted that CBC is not going to be something that applies. So that's the conversation that we're having, exactly what you just noted.
Perhaps I'll leave my questions there. I might speak to this.
Okay, Councillor Nunziata.
Just a question on the Committee of Adjustment and, minor variance or severance. So what my concern would be, and Greg, I know you know where I'm heading, but for example, in the Weston Village area where we have, we're going through heritage designation and it's heritage, and we have a number of applications coming in to sever the property. So what impact would this have?
Well, through the speaker, it's part of the neighborhood character considerations in the official plan that we're looking at. And I think some of the questions that are being asked are how much multiplexing, if you will, can happen without involving land division. So in other words, an existing lot may be so wide and accommodate a house that is quite large. Is there a way to divide up that house so that more than one unit can happen in that house without affecting the lot pattern in the area? So this is one of the areas of investigation that the team is looking at, and I'm sure we'll hear from neighborhoods about that. And sometimes, you can get a lot done without changing any lot pattern at all.
Right, but if it's designated, if the homes are designated heritage, you wouldn't want an application to come in to sever the property and build 2 or 3 homes on a heritage property.
Yeah, again, I think that's one of the factors that we'll have to look at is how this can be facilitated even within heritage conservation districts, and what factors may come into play. A lot of that will depend on the attributes that have been identified in that conservation district or in a designated building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions to the chief planner. I think I've heard you say that we have, is it 47 or 48% of the land in the city of Toronto that we can build residential? Am I correct? Is it around there?
Without looking it up, that sounds pretty close, yes. At least exclusively residential.
Exclusive residential, exactly. Out of that, what is the percentage where most of our growth is happening?
Yeah, I mean, roughly speaking, 25% of the city overall is targeted for growth, and 75% of the city is not. That 75% would include our neighborhoods. So we have what we call growth designations, and designations that are where growth is not, major growth is not intended.
So we have 25% of the land designated for growth. And then the next 30 years, how much is the city growing? Another 25% in population?
So our 2051 minimum growth projection is 700,000. There's ongoing work to determine how well we can achieve that number, but our pipeline that we already have at least demonstrates that we're well on our way to achieving that number.
But the growth in population, so our city will grow by population size by about 25% in the next 30 years. Am I correct?
Yes.
And we only have 25% of the land, right, as of today?
To work with, yes.
To work with. Okay. Okay, thank you.
In our designations today, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Speakers on the item? Councillor Perks.
I mean, first, let me state that I absolutely agree that we should be expanding the number of housing options. The area that I represent already permits this range, and it functions very well. And it's always been a mystery to me why the rest of the city doesn't permit this. Well, I have some clues about why. I'm also pleased to hear that there's an understanding that by itself, this kind of work is not part of the affordability piece. I'm glad there's an understanding of that. However, for climate change reasons, for livability reasons, and also quite simply because we have to do our part to end urban sprawl, it's important that we move forward with this. I am absolutely alarmed, though, that we're considering some kind of a modified DC or using DCs as a tool to try to spur more of this growth. There are a couple of reasons we have to be mindful of that. First, the City of Toronto is in a structural deficit. We all know this. We cannot pay for the infrastructure to support the population that we have, and we're nowhere near being able to pay for the infrastructure to accommodate growth. That's a fact. Everyone here knows that. Every time we use a DC as like waiving a development charge as an incentive or waiving property taxes as an incentive, we get further into that hole. If we want to create incentives, we should be very honest with the people we represent that we need more money to create those incentives, and we're not going to get there by beggaring our ability to provide infrastructure and services in the future. We need to be very clear that the only way we can responsibly provide incentives to any housing type is to increase property taxes so we have the money available to do it. If you're not willing to do that, using DCs as an incentive is insane. Second, these same neighborhoods, many of these same neighborhoods who will be getting this new housing form, if we're successful in getting this through, are also neighborhoods which are experiencing development in nearby centers and avenues. Some of those applications that we're dealing with in those parts of the city are huge. I see I cannot understand why we would waive DCs for one of those kinds of development and not waive it for another. In both instances, you're increasing the population in the nearby community. In both instances, you're increasing the demand for infrastructure. In both instances, you're recognizing that demands for water, for transit, for childcare, for all of those things relates to the number of people who are demanding those services, not the footprint of the buildings that they're in. So I urge real caution and care in that part of the review. I just wanted that on the record, just as I've had it on the record at other instances on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Other members of the committee that wish to speak on the item? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, and thank you, staff, for doing this report. I'm really excited to see what the consultation will look like. I do have a motion specifically to perhaps provide some support to the consultation. I'm going to request that the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to produce some massing studies and landscape proposals for different multiplexes and site options, and to use them as visual aids to solicit informed feedback during the community consultation. And this is largely to just hopefully set the stage for a constructive conversation with communities that may not necessarily have a full understanding of what multiplexes are. Or perhaps they do, and it just helps us reinforce to think through it from an urban design, creativity, architectural perspective. I'm fully supportive of the proposal before us. And I think that it is long overdue. I have oftentimes myself wondered, why is it so difficult to get something as simple as a duplex or a triplex or fourplex built in other parts of the city? And of course, we're oftentimes, people don't like to necessarily see a lot of change, but the city has been growing, and change is absolutely needed. But in some parts of the city, and Councillor Perks has an area, and Councillor Fletcher, and I suspect little pockets of everybody's wards, we do have them. And in those neighborhoods, the sky hasn't, fallen. And the neighborhoods are great places to live, great places to grow a family, and it gives you the wide range of affordable housing options, or housing options, I should say, that we really need. If we were to all live in a single-family house with a big backyard and our own individual lawnmower and whatever it is that people have in a single-family home, it becomes an incredible exercise of consumption, and that consumption is not necessarily sustainable. We all know about urban sprawl, and that's something that obviously this might give some support to in trying to curb it. But the reality is that many places all around the world live differently than us. It is a North American construct here that everybody needs to have a very large home with a very large backyard, and a 2 or 3 car garage, and that's simply not the case. And the world has shown us that we can live in tighter conditions. We can have many different types of step-up apartments, and even low-rise apartments in these neighborhoods, and it could be again seen as gentle density. It could be very architecturally attractive. It provides tight living conditions where you get to know your neighbor in different ways. And to me, there's a social science experiment in all of this that I think will bring us closer together when we see each other more often in the neighborhood, as opposed to being separated by tall hedges and fences. And I'm very interested in knowing what that would look like if we were all to take some of those things, those barriers down. I have had the privilege and pleasure of traveling to many different places in the world. I'm sure some of you have as well. You could probably list your favorite cities that you've gone to, and sometimes you're in a great neighborhood. And I remember that there are these places where, especially in Asia, coming from a tropical island, where, it would literally be unheard of, quite honestly, for everybody to have their own house, unless you were super wealthy, which most of us are not. But you basically live in tighter conditions, and those tighter conditions produce a much better social cohesion. So if we were to see all these houses sort of, side by side, or even these fourplexes side by side, duplexes, whatever, let's take down the fences of all these backyards. Let's start to reimagine what land use could be. Let's imagine what one lawnmower will do as opposed to 16 lawnmowers. And let's imagine what one barbecue pit can do for the entire enclave of families that are gathered there. They would almost have their own park if they were to assemble their assets together and to use it in a much more communal fashion. I know I'm sort of drifting off a little bit, but what I'm saying is that ultimately it is better for us to be connected to each other. And one way for us to do that is to not necessarily be always siloed up. So this is a fantastic initiative. I would say I do share Councillor Perks' concern, is that I don't think we necessarily need to give financial incentives. It's going to happen. The number of times I've seen in other neighborhoods when I used to represent, north of Bloor, going all the way to Moore Park, Summerhill, Rosedale, South, there was already some interest in doing it, but there was just never the ability to get it done. And now maybe perhaps we will start to get that door open. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I would like to start with a big thank you to the staff team who have prepared this fantastic body of work today. We're not there yet, and that's why this is an interim report. But I guess we would say we've got the wind at our backs and we're moving in the right direction. These conversations are really interesting at Planning and Housing, and this was obviously one of the items that a number of us were kind of teed up on and excited to discuss today. But we do sort of live in a bit of a bubble here. Urbanists, planners, Twitter, council. We talk about the yellow belt. We talk about missing middle. We decry exclusionary zoning. We decry some of the inherent conflicts found in our own policies. We wrestle with that sort of antiquated objective to reinforce the existing physical character. But we're also grappling with the need to respond to a housing crisis, the need to diversify our housing stock, more housing options for more people. And I think you can call it what you want, but at the end of the day, this is all about housing. And it's about ensuring that we have more housing options for more people in more neighborhoods. If we go back to the beginning, prior to the pandemic, nearly 20 months ago, I was out at the doors with our chief planner, Greg Lintern, some of the fantastic staff from city planning, and we were talking to people about this issue. We were jokingly calling it planners on porches, but we were literally meeting people where they were at, took those conversations out of the church basement, took it to the streets, and getting some really important feedback on this really important conversation about change in our neighborhood and what that actually looks like. And I heard that people were concerned about not having houses for their children, their friends, their families. Everybody knows someone who's struggling with housing here in Toronto and frankly across Canada. Places for seniors to age in place, places for folks to move to Toronto, not just downtown, but across our entire city. And the reality is that today, that's very, very difficult to do. I think the forces of status quo, the momentum of status quo, those who want to close the door behind them once they've landed in a community, that mentality effectively says no to an entire generation of folks who are hopeful and optimistic and deeply committed to living in Toronto, despite all of the challenges that are currently in front of them to be able to realize that. I teed up on page 6 here of the report, listening to Councillor Wong-Tam's comments there about there's a lot of appetite to do this. There is a lot of appetite to do this. I talk to folks all the time who would like to see these housing options, duplexes, triplexes, quads, walk-up apartments. They want to see it. I, of course, want to see it too. But you look at page 6 and the last paragraph, and it talks about over the past decade, there was only 226 applications for minor variances to construct multiplexes across the entire city in our neighborhoods designation. This is in a city that is, in fact, anticipated to grow by another 1 million residents, and with more development pressure than probably anywhere else on the continent. So what does that tell you? To me, it's reflective of a process that doesn't work, or at least a process that needs to evolve with the dynamic pressures and challenges facing Toronto today. There is a disconnect between our policy objectives and our process to realize those outcomes. We cannot treat a 6-unit building the same as we treat a 6-story tower. And we cannot assume that population and infrastructure requirements are in fact linear. And if we articulate that we would like to see something like we have articulated in this report, if we want to see something different, then it may require a different approach. Our approach may need to evolve. We have to go out, we have to listen, talk to stakeholders, and be open to the feedback that we're going to get. And this interim report lays out a pathway for us to do that. It's looking at the policy, it's looking at the design, the envelope, the footprints, the financials, and the geography, and it's going to land us with a new framework to make missing middle happen in all the different ways it will manifest across the yellow belt here in Toronto. So that's what it's all about, a full range of housing options across Toronto. It's been extremely difficult to do to this point. I would say that the stakes are very high. I think we all agree on that. So I'm looking forward to getting out on those consultations, the discussions with communities and stakeholders, and landing more of this work in a concrete way in 2022. So thanks again to staff for all their hard work. Looking forward to seeing the next step. And that's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, I will support the recommendation for further consultation. I think that's very important with the residents associations. But what I don't agree with is that there are some parts of the city where it's an older part of the city, where there's a certain character of a community, that's a heritage district, and people have lived there 50, 60 years, and they're very proud of living in the community. They enjoy the front yard, they enjoy the backyard. I don't believe that we should be forcing this into some communities where it's an established community And either they have smaller bungalows or they have large properties where it's in a heritage district, which I have in my area. And they're very proud of it, and they want to cherish what they have. Not only the building, but as well as the land that it's on. There's a lot of history to it when these homes were built in the 1700s. And so I'm a little hesitant on that, but I will support the further consultation. But I don't think it fits. It is the right fit for all communities.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors that would like to speak on this item? I think the only one was Councillor Fletcher, but she's not in here. Okay. I'd like to say a few words. You know, I think that in politics you come across certain issues that really touch you in the gut. And for me, this is one of them. And I'll tell you why. I always have in my mind that I came into politics to ensure that others have the opportunity that I had when I came to this country at the age of 15. And I came to the community that I represent today, and we lived in a multiplex housing, and it was a very working class community. And I saw it change throughout the years. I saw the community change throughout the years. I saw people being pushed out. I saw many families. I say myself, I wouldn't be able to afford to buy my house today. And to me, that makes me think of what kind of city are we building here and for who? And even one of the deputants talk about our motto, diversity and opportunity. We're a city of diversity and opportunity. If we're truly a city of diversity and opportunity, we can't have entire neighborhoods that exclude people that can only afford multi-million-dollar homes, that cannot afford the homes that they even live right now. We cannot talk about opportunity if we don't have the opportunity for our workers to live in our city. So when you have 75% of the land, that is, we're excluding everybody else with all the economics and constraints that come with the housing market, but you're basically saying this 75%, this is it, we're not going to touch it. You are affecting the kind of housing that we're building and for whom. And that is why, Councillor Fletcher, your microphone is on. Can you please turn it off?
No, it's just I'm screwing it up.
Can you mute Councillor Fletcher? Thank you. So I really just wanted to say that I think this is a really important conversation that we need to have with Torontonians. Yes, it's not going to bring affordable housing, but it does open the doors, like I said, for people that can't afford maybe a $2 million home, but probably can afford to share it with a member of their family and have $500,000, $1 million. That's the kind of level of affordability that we are creating in here. And more importantly, equity and inclusive communities as well. The other thing I keep hearing from my constituents is people really dislike this city that we're building where we have 80-story buildings and then we have, really low rise and there's nothing in between. And people keep talking about, it's like, oh, it's so nice when you go to other cities and you see this middle. Well, in order for us to have some of that being built, this is the kind of conversation we need to have. This is the changes in zoning that we need to have. It's not going to be easy. Councillor Bradford said it, yes, we're here, lots of urbanists, people want it. We need to take this conversation outside, and I hope that, and I know that lots of them are listening to this meeting because they are excited too, and they see the need for us to have this conversation and to have these changes. We need to take this conversation to the four corners of our city. We need to engage everybody from Scarborough to North York to Etobicoke and really make people understand and listen to their anxieties as well, but listen to the people side of this issue, and at the end of the day, come to an agreement of what kind of city we want to build. And with that, I'm really looking forward to having the consultations and supporting our great planning team to go out and having the conversation about this. Okay, Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, all those in favor? That carries. And item as amended? Item as amended, all those in favor? That carries. Okay. Moving along, item 29.10, Keele-St. Clair Local Area Study. I have a motion, is just to re-emphasize actually that the staff continue the conversations on 2 parcels in this study with the landowners. And I believe that Councillor Nunziata has a motion as well. Councillor Nunziata?
This is part of the report as well that staff has drafted up. I can put the motion on the screen to continue the conversation. Put it on the screen. It's similar to Councillor Bylaw's motion.
Okay. Can we move it as a package? All those in favor? And that carries. Item as amended, all those in favor? That carries. 29.11, Ready Set Midtown Zoning Review Status Report. We have speakers on this item. Andy Gort, good afternoon. Andy?
Yeah, good afternoon. Am I connected?
Yes, you are. You may start.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hello, Madam Chair and bylaw and fellow Planning and Housing Committee members. I'm here to speak on behalf of Flantra as one of its board members and as a president of the South Eglinton Ratepayers and Residents Association on the Midtown Zoning Review. The update of the zoning bylaws presents a very challenging task with the outdated zoning conditions in Midtown, but consists of 3 comprehensive zoning bylaws, hundreds of site-specific zoning exceptions, and there are inconsistencies of the in-force zoning with OPA 405. It would appear that city planning has given this excellent thought and prepared a framework to tackle this complex task. The ultimate intent of the zoning review is to set out more specifically where and how growth is to occur, including the built form, and a key objective of the review is stated to support complete and inclusive Midtown communities, and we wholeheartedly support that. The support also mentions that a Midtown infrastructure implementation strategy is being prepared, concurrent with this report, to establish the requirements for community social services and physical infrastructure, parks and public realm, etc., to accommodate the expected Midtown growth and to rectify already significant existing deficits. And it also tells us that the potential growth projections for Midtown, based on a provincially modified OPA 405, will go from 62,000 in 2016 census to a projected growth of about 165 at some point in the future, the 150% growth. This is where we're starting to have a bit of a concern because the growth isn't spread evenly. It's basically centered in a few areas of the Yonge Eglinton secondary plan and 3 apartment neighborhoods, Sudan, Davisville, and Roehampton, Broadway, Erskine, and the immediate adjacent cores at the intersection of Yonge and Eglinton, Davisville and Yonge, and Mount Pleasant and Eglinton. Since 2016, based on the actual development applications, growth in these apartment neighborhoods have skyrocketed and well beyond the Yonge and Eglinton secondary plan growth area. For instance, the Sudan neighborhood in 2016 was 6,600 residents, and is now, with the existing development pipeline, projected to grow to 18,000, which is a 270% increase, and in an area that's less than a quarter square kilometer. And there already exists a huge deficit of parks and public realm and school capacity, etc. And the other apartment neighborhoods are in the same position, and they're all trending from around 80,000 and going to, it looks like 100,000 people per square kilometers. Other than the city-owned Canada Square site, there is no available land. The majority of the intended growth in the OK405 plan is intended still for these areas, making it matters even worse. And we're concerned that the zoning review would potentially create an as-of-right condition for even further overdevelopment of these areas. And this is where the objective of a complete community lens for the zoning review has the potential to run into a proverbial brick wall. So the question is, how will the zoning bylaw regulations intersect with the Midtown infrastructure implementation strategy, and will real-life requirements of the infrastructure assessment be reflected in the zoning bylaw? And we feel that unless some dramatic action is taken now to secure land for the Midtown implementation strategy, infrastructure implementation strategy, such as requested by the Midtown community for Canada Square, the goal of providing for a complete community in Midtown is not a physical reality. So the question is whether the zoning bylaw will include placeholders to ensure that there are opportunities to accommodate the Midtown infrastructure requirements, and that we are requesting that the scope of the Midtown zoning review reflects and incorporates the results of the Midtown infrastructure implementation strategy before concluding, and it does not ask for that today. So that's our ask, and that's our basically our message to on this item. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Any questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Seeing none, I can move the item. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, we're moving along to item 29 point, give me a second. 13, East Harbour Transit-Oriented Communities Proposal. Councillor Fletcher, you've held the item. Any questions of staff?
Yes, I do have questions of staff. Thank you so much. I'm just looking at the report, and thank you for this update. I know it's a status update that is, it's not going to council, but I do have a motion directing for the next planning and housing, which I believe is dealing with this, which we'll come to in a second. But just to be clear, on this, in the first paragraph, it's indicated that Cadillac Fairview will make a capital contribution towards required services and infrastructure. What percentage, what is the services and infrastructure we're looking at? I know that Bayview has a new road. Just give me quickly, because I have a lot of questions, exactly how much we're looking at and for what.
Through the speaker, and I believe James Perla is also on the meeting. And if I heard your question correctly, Councillor, because a little bit cut out for me, I'm sorry. The two main enabling infrastructure components are the Broadview extension through the site, and the second one is the flood protection north of the rail berm and all the associated costs that go with that, with those undertakings, including business losses, land acquisition, and assorted other costs.
And of course, there is the transit cost that I'm sure they're paying for it. So I just want to know what they're paying. So far, what's the discussion?
Well, the discussion is, and Derek, I don't know if you want to chime in, but the discussion is the identification of these costs, and then ultimately the discussion will be about the allocation of these costs.
So what? So you don't have the number? Do you have the amount that will be covered that we required for the Broadview extension?
Can you speak to that, James, in terms of any numbers that we have? These are all estimates. That's based
fine.
on
I'll just take the estimates.
Yeah, and they're based on a low level of design as well, James.
Brett, I'm going to ask Brett to give the specific numbers on that, but we are, yes, as Greg mentioned, still working through with transportation the final estimates.
And the ballpark, that'd be great. Thank you. Estimate.
Sure. Through the chair, for Broadview Avenue, we've been working with transportation services, and the estimates are being fed into the GC background study. And for the road portion, we are looking at $25 million. And then there is also a streetcar portion, and that comes in around $44 million. And that's for the extension from Eastern Avenue to Lakeshore Boulevard.
Okay, and the flood protection?
The flood protection numbers were shared with council last spring. And I believe at that time, the phased implementation was quoted at around $160 million.
Okay, and then the transit pieces?
So perhaps maybe I can respond to that through you, through the speaker. Sorry, through the chair to you, council, to the councillor. The actual transit, the actual transit hub itself is 478 million. That is the commitment from the city, and then there's a further $102 million that Metrolinx is putting in towards the transit hub.
So the transit hub meaning the station?
The station, that's
Ontario
correct.
line.
That's correct,
The
councillor.
station for the Ontario line and the station for Go Transit.
That's correct,
A total
councillor.
of $580 million from
That's
the
correct.
city and Metrolinx, the city paying 478. And how much does Cadillac Fairview share?
That's not right now, councillor. We don't know what the share is from Cadillac Fairview.
Okay.
All we can tell you is that the city's commitment is 478 million.
Thank you. I can pursue that, as you know. I'm really interested to know what are the cities. This, of course, is a core employment area. What are the city's interests? Is it maintaining employment?
Through the speaker, certainly our interests, because this is a land use conversion, are maintaining the employment throughout the entire south of Eastern core employment area. And broadly speaking, it's the and it's outlined in a preliminary sense in the appendix, but the importance of this area, especially the film industry and other creative industries that are burgeoning in this part of town.
And you're going to, I don't work in hectares, so I'm going to move to acres for my question. This is a employment district, 333 acres, correct? And this site at Cadillac Fairview site, which was the former First Gulf site, is 37 acres, so it's 10%.
That's roughly correct, yes.
Roughly correct. And the rest of the site, the whole site, 61 acres.
Last question, Councillor.
The city owns a certain percentage, I think it might be 28, and then Enbridge owns as well.
Those numbers are correct, yes.
Thank you very much. And it is a conversion request. Okay, thank you. It would be.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm fine, thank you. Too bad this is so late in the day and everybody's so tired. But
Any other councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Oh, Councillor Perks? Okay, Councillor Perks?
Sorry, to the chief planner, this area is a little bit out of my bailiwick, and I'm having trouble following all of the details. So the province wants to do this transit-oriented community. It includes a lot of residential, and some of it would go on core employment lands, which we have not converted. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct. They proposed, together with Cadillac Fairview, a transit-oriented community in proximity to the rail stations that are proposed, both the city's Smart Track station and the Ontario Line station. And this has been brought forward through the course of 2021, and the city's in the process of reviewing this TOC submission.
Okay, and just so that I'm super clear on it, the order of operations is typically that you have to do the conversion before we can advance the review of the planning application, right?
Typically, where we've had conversions, we evaluate the conversion through part of the municipal comprehensive review. You're quite right, through a citywide exercise, which is underway. The challenge here is that the province has indicated their interest in advancing this residential permission through an MZO. So we're having to run the consideration of the
of the conversion throughout the southeastern area and its impacts on the southeastern area at the same time as evaluating this TOC submission. Because of the advent of an MZO.
Well, I bet every developer who wants to do a conversion wishes they could partner up with the province and get an MZO, eh?
I don't think I'll comment on that.
Okay, all right. I think it's self-evident, but there you go. That might be a bit much. And okay, so given that the typical, city interests about protecting employment lands are being squeezed by this process, it might help me to understand how much money are we being expected to put in for infrastructure to support this project, Yeah. Does anyone know?
Well, that's through the speaker, that certainly is the subject of conversation between the city and the province. One would normally secure, and part of the city interest here is protecting our interest about a potential future residential community. So we're very interested in what community services and facilities and other complete community roads, everything. And normally many of these things are a cost of development. They're on a developer to put all that in place. Much of it is secured through let's say a Section 37 agreement. There's affordable housing. So there's lots of components here that are on the table in the discussion with those parties.
So is there some possibility that the City of Toronto is going to be asked to just put straight up cash into the transit and the roads and all the other amenities that you just discussed? Is that on the table for conversation?
I don't know if Derek wants to weigh in here, but the discussion, the city council's only commitment to date in this area has been its commitment for the Smart Track station. Otherwise, the cost of development components would be on the developer. If there are elements of the enabling infrastructure that are more of a regional nature, such as the flood protection, because the flood protection goes beyond the site. It protects more than just the site.
Yeah.
That may be an aspect where the city might be contributing, but those decisions and those apportionments all lie ahead of us. We haven't determined any of that yet.
That's correct.
Okay. How much for the Smart Track station are we on the hook for?
Through the chair, it's $478 million.
Okay. Wow.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other question?
People in the Premier's office. Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors with questions of staff? Seeing none speakers, Councillor Fletcher.
I do have a motion that I submitted earlier, if it could go up, please. And I know this is going to be the conversion topic at our meeting, January the 12th. But I just really need, and I'm sorry we ran out of time for questions today, but the impact of the introduction of residential development into 1/10 of the 330 acres, this employment area. By the way, Councillor Perks, it is a designated provincially significant employment zone, and we should look at the possible impacts long and short-term and other current employment land conversion requests that are also underway here in this area. I'd like to know the steps the city can take to limit the impact of high-value job losses if East Harbour conversion would be undertaken through a provincial ministerial zoning order, and the nature and number of jobs in this employment area, currently with the retail jobs listed separately. And why I say that is because this is a high-value, higher order job area. And yet there are, as I told earlier, some grocery stores, and I'm not sure that the wage levels there are the same as at many of the other places. That does include a lot of film infrastructure, Shaftesbury, which has Murdoch Mysteries and others. They have their business headquarters or part of their business there. We have a film studio there. There's a lot going on. And, we really are very strong in protecting film. And then the estimates for the city's contribution to transit and infrastructure, we did have some of that, but it would be very good to actually have that much clearer in looking that we learned today that we're going to pay $478 million for a station. We were always going to pay $478 million, but our contribution to that station was for an employment node. This was the original East Harbour, first Gulf site, and many things were associated with that. As you know, you probably visited that site, the old Lever site. Even that building, which was going to be made a heritage building, they wanted to tear that down. But the contribution of the city was definitely around the use and ensuring this large employment use of these 50,000 jobs on this site. So now with the potential introduction of residential here through the MZO, in the developer-led community consultations, they had a local advisory group that unfortunately didn't understand the nature of this site, and I think we could have been more effective in assisting them to understand that. But there was strong support that should this proceed with the MZO, strong support to have a 30% affordable housing on this site. So of the 4,000 units that are there, that would be at least 1,000 units that would be affordable on this site. It would mirror in that way Villiers Island, which we're working for, about the same size, but there's 6,000 units there of residential, and this would be 4,300 of residential should the province bring down the hammer on the MZO. And nobody could see any reason why there wouldn't be affordable housing there. So I guess this is a two-track process. It's the first time I've really had a chance to speak to this committee about it. I've spoken in Toronto and East York about that. And sorry, I'm sorry you didn't put my
I know.
timer on.
I know,
So
Councillor.
I'm having a hard time.
But I have a
having a
feeling
hard time
you've reached the 5 minutes. I have a feeling.
Well, I don't think I have because it says 0, 0, 0, 0. So I'll just
Trust
round
my
up.
feelings, Councillor. Trust my feelings. We're good to
I'm
go.
going to trust the clock. I'm sorry. I'm trusting that clock, Chair. That we really need to look at that issue of the conversion. We need to look at jobs. We need to look at films. We need to look at what our contribution was going to be for. And we need to insist on should this proceed, on a huge component of affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other councillors who wish to speak on the item? Seeing none, vote on Councillor Fletcher's motion. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, we can move on to next item, 29.14, Committee of Adjustment Status Update. And we do have speakers. First one, Andy Scholes.
Good evening. My name's Andy Choles from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. I'm determined to get all the way to the end of my statement this time. In my time, speaking of the Committee of Adjustment, in my time as a board member for the LBNA, I've attended Etobicoke York panel Committee of Adjustment hearings fairly regularly, monitoring applications in our neighborhood. We appreciate the Committee of Adjustment facilitating a forum so all the building matters can be discussed with members of the public. During the pandemic, the WebEx Zoom format has worked quite well and in some ways made the Committee of Adjustment hearings more accessible to the residents. We would hope that some form of virtual access for public participation continues once we get through this difficult time. The staff report attached to this item mentions time clocks for speakers as well as agenda numbers that have been provided for YouTube viewers to provide transparency. Well, what a great idea. Is that possible to have that resource available to the people speaking to an item during a COA as well? Checking in at the beginning of a session and waiting several hours for a file to come up deters many members of the public from participating. Having a running tally of what agenda item is being discussed and a timer would be very handy for those tuning in to speak to an item on the agenda. The chair advises speakers when they're running short on time, wouldn't it be better to have a countdown clock that the speaker could also see? We're encountering late additions to material to the file, specifically staff reports, often after the deadline for posting a written comment from members of the public. There's even been cases where documentation has not been filed before the hearing takes place. This makes it difficult for members of the public to fully understand the city's position on an application, leaves no opportunity for contact staff regarding any questions to make a reasoned response to an application. Can it not be required that all reports and information on an application be publicly available before notices for the Committee of Adjustment hearing are sent out? We appreciate the volume of material that the staff are managing, but it is even more difficult for volunteers who are doing this on top of their full-time jobs to scramble under extremely tight time frames. Perhaps the applications are moving too quickly through the system, and more time should be provided for planning and/or forestry to submit reports and still give neighbors and members time for the public a chance to respond. In looking at the dates of application, the dates of Committee of Adjustment hearings, we question the need for twice-a-month Committee of Adjustment hearings in Etobicoke and would ask that consideration be given to going back to once-a-month Committee of Adjustment hearings. The LBNA would welcome the opportunity to participate further in consultations and discussions on this topic. I'm done.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. We can proceed.
I just have one. I have one. Would it be helpful for you to know, like in a meeting like today, did you just say knowing where things are and following along in real time? I don't know because I'm on a different platform than you. Are you able to follow along in real time, Mr.?
I can only follow along listening what's coming up here. There's a timer here, but there's no indication of what agenda item we're on. So it
doesn't show the agenda item, so you can kind of look at what's happened or kind of gauge when you're going to be on. That would be a helpful comment. Thank you. And for the Committee of Adjustment, does that exist in that way? Because I haven't been.
No, there's no agenda items. There's no clock.
I see. So that's big missing item. Thank you very much for attending today and giving us your user feedback. It's the only way we can make good changes. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Jeff Cattell.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening, Jeff. Go ahead.
Hello. This is to express interest. It's Jeff Cattell from the Federation of Urban Neighbourhoods. Sorry, Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. It's late in the day. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Anna Baleo and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. We're very interested in the information in this report, and we want to remind staff of the reasons why the review that they're talking about was initiated. This report provides an update further to a city planning report dated April of 2021. An independent consultant is being retained to review the end-to-end review that was from 2019 as it applies to Committee of Adjustment. It was on a much broader thing, but this is now going to focus on the Committee of Adjustment, which is good. Staff have had discussion with the consultant retained and have scoped out a proposed work program that responds to the required areas of review, with the expectation that when retained, the consultant can complete the work by the end of Q1 and will report after. The report describes what I might call interim improvements that have been made in several areas around process, public notice, signage, checklists, and technology-related improvements, access to open data. We would remind City Planning that the report back was requested due to concerns expressed by many residents over multiple issues, such as the apparent rubber stamping of applications by the committees, the procedural unfairness to residents in the hearing process, the lack of appreciation of the 4 tests by the Committee of Adjustment panel members. And these concerns were a key driver behind the Council direction back in April for a review of the Committee of Adjustment. Despite this, the report does not speak to the community engagement that will be undertaken, and we would request that City Planning communicate this key expectation to the consultant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on the item? No speakers? Okay. I feel like Councillor Perks needs to move this item. Councillor Perks is moving the item. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Members, we have one new item, so don't go anywhere. We're going to go into item 19, but I'll introduce one new item from Councillor Wong Tam, just in case you want to have a quick look. Councillor Wong Tam worked with staff on this. It should be a quick one. It'll be put up on CMP while we do item 19. All those in favor of introducing the item? That carries. Okay, let's now proceed to 29.19, review of mediation and settlement on planning process. We have one speaker, Jeff Cattell.
Hi there. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are, Jeff.
Okay, great. Well, again, thank you, Deputy Mayor Anna Baleo and members of the committee, Jeff Cattell from the Federation of North Toronto Resident Association. Very simple. We would like to express our strong support for Councillor Perks' request for a review and report back on the negotiation process for development applications which have been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Resident associations are frequently involved in these OLT appeals and have found the process to be inconsistent and not transparent, particularly when it comes to the settlement process. We request that the review involve consultation with residents and resident associations, especially those who are frequent travelers, if you like, at the OLT and are familiar with these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you, Jeff. Questions of staff on the item? Councillor Nunziata. Councillor, we can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yeah, now we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I had my mic on. I didn't realize that. Am I not correct that the councillors now are updated prior to a settlement, the local councillor on as part of community benefits in section 37?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Am I correct that now the councillors are updated by planning staff before a settlement on what sort of restrictions and what we would like to see as part of the settlement, if there is a settlement?
Through the chair, Brian may wish to comment on this, but the conversations do take place with the local councillor through the city solicitor assigned to the file.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct, Councillor. Those discussions are had with respect to quantum and use of the section 37 that's being proposed.
Okay, because I was just recently briefed on one that's at that's been appealed and by staff a couple weeks ago. And this was by planning staff.
Again, Councillor, I don't know the specific circumstances.
Okay, because I don't know. I thought that was happening, so that's why I'm asking the question, because I was briefed. So maybe they're not doing it in other areas. I don't know. Okay.
Well, I mean, it could be that the matter was non-controversial. It could be like a non-contested matter. I'm not sure.
You done, Councillor? Yeah, okay. Any other councillors with questions? Nope, okay. Speakers on the item? No speakers on the item? Okay. Move the recommendations in the letter. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. And the new item, I guess 29.20. In case you haven't seen it, we're going to put it up. All those in favor? And that carries. And that concludes our business for today. Members, thank you so much. It was a full agenda, lots of good stuff. Thank you so much for staying here the whole day. This is, like I said, the best committee ever. So thank you. And
thanks to you, Chair. I appreciate how difficult what you have to do in that room is, and thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks to the team in here.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.